PKA 652 with our guest Vito. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load, RealDBG.com, and FreezePipe, 3 wonderful sponsors we'll hear more about later. We've got Vito, esteemed co-host of the Biggest Problem in the Universe podcast, co-hosted, of course, by Dick Masterson. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm excited to finally be here. A lot of the PKA fan base crosses over with our Biggest Problem in the Universe podcast. And they're always like, why is Vito not on PKA? And I'm like, I don't know. We'll make time for it. And I guess we have finally done that here today.
We finally have. Yeah, I get badgered all the time to be like, think of another problem. Go back on the Biggest Problem.
Come back on. We need guests. And it was a great episode.
Which, if you like, for Kyle and Woody's benefit, can you explain the premise of the show?
Yeah,
Biggest Problem
in the Universe is literally trying to decide what the biggest problem in the universe is. So each week, the hosts and our guests, we each bring in different problems. It could be nuclear war. It can be taking a big shit and it rips up your asshole a little bit. And then you have to argue about it and be like, this is why this is the biggest problem. This is why child support is the biggest problem in the universe, whatever. A little bit of an argument. And then, of course, the audience gets to vote on the problems. They go up and down on the leaderboard depending on whatever. So it's got a fun interactive element, bringing up different problems. People decide
what do you think?
Which ones. It sucks when you bring in your problem and it ends up like downvoted all the way to hell.
What's the worst response?
That's my biggest problem.
that is the biggest problem is losing the episode. There's a bit of a competitive aspect to it, which is fun too.
And Dick takes it very seriously, obviously, with everything.
Yeah,
and I love
really
Dick's problems of like. He does a great job of shutting down your attempts at sincerity sometimes. He'll be like, you'll bring something of a genuine problem, and he'll be like, my problem is everyone needs to lose 20 pounds. He's like, no exceptions. Everyone could stand to lose 20.
Or he'll bring in things because he knows that, and he'll have like some weird, he always has this like meta narrative or whatever, where he goes, my problem is the Civil Rights Act. And I'm like, Dick, no, you can't. Come on. And he's like, no, but here is. And he has like this weird convoluted thing about government intersecting with whatever. And then I'm like, please don't vote up the Civil Rights Act. For the love of God, it's hard enough to get I tried to get a guest on the show, and he's like, some of these problems, lack of blackface. And I'm like, well, it's actually convoluted, the whole thing.
Yeah, Dick just wanted to find a way to put lack of blackface and the civil rights movement in the list. So
yeah, exactly.
You know where you see a ton of blackface is in the military. Like when it's practical, everybody's like, get it on there, man. Like, can you imagine the one soldier, like we're SEAL Team 6 going in at dark, and the one guy's like, guys, this is super fucking insensitive. Come on.
you see that in the Navy SEAL like commercials, is they could be fighting on the moon, the blackest night, and they still have green stripes. Yeah. Because even the military, even at your most dire moment, they're like, are you ready? Whoa, throw a green stripe in there, private. Like it's dangerously close to Al Jolson. The king of blackface in the 1920s. He really made his bones.
Jesus Christ.
Deep blackface reference there.
Good God. I'm like, what does the guy who makes
as a true blackface connoisseur?
Are you a fucking grand dragon? How do you know that?
That left one, I like that. That's like a Spartan helmet painting on there. That's neat.
Honestly,
there's one black soldier.
Critter.
There's one guy off to the side going, you guys are way too comfortable putting this on. It seems like you're almost practiced at this. Hand me the red so I can do my lips. No, you don't need red. No.
That guy's like, should I do something? Just close your eyes and don't smile.
You just have the green paint.
This guy doesn't look tired to me for real. He looks like he's faking it for Getty Images. You know what I mean? Like, look at his eyes. They're all white and clear.
Oh,
yeah.
Good call.
I don't think he's fucking tired.
Some of these soldiers are faking their shell-shockedness.
I don't think he's a real soldier.
He's photo op.
I think that's a huge problem.
What is this? What army is this? This is some sort of like Southeast Asian army, I bet. This is like the Singapore bad boys.
All right, I was gonna
a Chinese ear test stuck on an RPG-7.
I mean, it's kind of neat, right? It's kind of a neat face paint to be scary with.
Dude, let me just say.
Is it?
A little.
Looks like Day of the Dead. It looks like they're gonna serve me a churro.
When I played,
it's not very scary.
When I played baseball, we went out and there was a debate. It was like, all right, are we gonna cut the sleeves off the jerseys or not? And I was like, guys, look at our arms. Like, we're 13 here. Like, I don't think and we're not intimidating anyone. Was kind of my point.
Yeah,
and everybody's like, no, cut them off. We we look like such a bunch of pussies out there with our and we lost like 3 games. We only played 12 or 16. We lost a lot of. That's a lot.
So
of
did
games.
you had skinny little 13-year-old arms coming out of enormous armhole like a Jim Penny?
The problem was we lost, right? Like you don't start on day one with the sleeves cut off, and you also don't start on day one with your face painted like you came out of Black Ops 3. Like, get a few kills under your belt first. You know what I mean? Like, the whole squad's painted up like that. I don't know. Like
You don't think so? I was going to go to my first open basketball game ever, and I've already bought the 2 full sleeve things.
You already tatted up.
Yeah.
You already got the tats.
I got the tats.
Ball is life.
Yeah. So the something I always enjoy about you and Dick is somehow you always have beef with everyone online, just causing problems, fighting. And the world of comic books, I know nothing. I've never read a comic book. Like my friend groups growing up, nobody had comic books. It's like a blind spot of my whole childhood. And so I had a fun time watching you and Dick kind of tear down this comic that you guys have all been poking fun at online. Can you give us a background of what that was about?
Yeah, I'll give it to you. So one topic that comes up on our show a lot is this whole idea of woke marketing versus anti-woke marketing. So, the left started off and they're like, look, Skittles are gay now. Buy some gay Skittles. Now I go to Target, buy a bunch of gay. Okay, which is, we all know it's like a little obnoxious. It's like, yeah, okay. Do you guys really care about gay people, or are you just trying to make money? Is this just marketing? Whatever. You can argue it up and down.
Sure.
But then we started getting into the anti-woke marketing, where we now see, like, hey, did you hear Hershey's chocolate bars are gay? And then Daily Wire goes, buy our anti-woke chocolate bar, the only chocolate bar that doesn't have pronouns, bro. And it's like $50 for a chocolate bar. And we're like, this is the same grift. They're doing the same thing. They're just doing it in reverse. It's not marketing a product based on the quality of the product, as we should want to buy quality products, but instead, like, hey, if you buy this, you're winning an ideological political war against your enemies.
It's high school.
The official candy bar of the KKK.
Right. Like,
it's high school all over again. It's high school. We've all got to wear the right brand. Dude.
Yeah. You all got to support
Jinko jeans. Why did you sit on that side of the room?
Yeah, finger on the pulse.
This snake sale supports the junior girls varsity, and if you don't buy this brownie, you basically hate our school. Yeah, it's that. Yeah. It's tribalism being entered into products, which is silly. And if you're an adult, you should just buy the best one you can get for your money. Yeah. You shouldn't really care. Did Bud Light put a gay person on the can? Okay, well, if you like drinking Bud Light, I don't know why you liked it to begin with. But that should not really influence your beer purchasing decision.
What does?
My argument.
What does and what should? Because I'll give you an example.
Calories.
I always bought the Dolphin Safe tuna. Now I don't think there's Dolphin Danger tuna anymore, but like back in the day, I guess there was. Yeah. But any product that says they'll donate to animals or something like that, I'll buy. But if it's like if Pringles is like 10% of your fucking money goes to a heroin addict, I'm switching to Lay's. Like I'm gonna speak with my dollar to some extent in this pseudo capitalistic market we're in.
Yeah, support does mean little to me. I was thinking about it. Yeah. Like when I was in high school, I was really into cycling. I had that. I rode like 250 miles a week, and I had the tight clothes and all the thing. And I was gay, so. If cycling is a super unpopular sport, it's way more popular to make fun of cycling than to actually ride your bike.
Mic check, true.
And so the rare company that like actually sponsored Lance Armstrong or whatever, Greg LeMond back at the time, I'd be like, all right, that's the freaking protein bar that I want to eat because they support my unpopular sport.
Yeah.
And in the opposite, I was into off-roading a lot in like my 30s, and companies that would like support shutting down off-road trails and keeping 4x4s out of the desert or whatever, I would boycott them because they're boycotting me. Like they're trying to shut down my hobby. So I'm not going to send my money to you.
Yeah.
So, I'm a little bit.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. And I totally understand the idea of wanting to try and exist ethically under capitalism, as hard as that is, and with the interweaving web of child labor and whatever the hell else. The problem is when you are willing to accept what is clearly an inferior or overpriced product merely for the sake of making a political stance. Like if there's two chocolate bars, they each cost $1. One of them gives money to orphans, the other one gives money to Robot Hitler. I'd go, okay, I'll buy the orphan chocolate bar. I get it. Like that's an easy choice. The problem is when it's, you know, the $1 chocolate bar that maybe, I don't know, either is given a nickel to gay people or whatever, or the, you know, again, $20 chocolate bar that, I don't know, is going to some guy at the Daily Wire.
$18 to Ben Shapiro.
Gives $18 to Ben Shapiro, and who's already a multimillionaire and doesn't need it. I'd go, you know what, I'm just going to buy the $1 chocolate bar. It's stupid for me to pay for something if I'm not going to get extra quality, and I'm buying it just to make a political statement. So the way that enters into comics is there is a gentleman, a YouTuber named Eric July. You may be aware of him. He's a libertarian influencer, an African-American gentleman, large bodybuilder kind of guy. He works out. And he said, I'm going to make a comic book, right? Now, I have my own personal beefs with this guy. I don't like some of his politics. So I was naturally skeptical. I'm like, is this guy a writer? He's one of these guys who every day is making videos about the reason the Marvel movies suck is they're woke. And the reason that the comic books suck is they're woke. And the reason blah, 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 blah. And me as a writer, I go, that's part of the problem. It's not the entire problem. There's a lot of problems going on in entertainment right now. And a lot of guys have dialed it down to, if you just take the politics out, everything gets good. And I go, no, that's not the solution. There is some of that, but if that's all you can talk about, frankly, you have no business critiquing writing or media. Thank you. So this guy goes, I'm going to make a comic book. And I go, well, in my head, this guy's a big dummy who seems to, and you know, of course he's promising this is going to be a non-political comic. It's not going to have any politics in it. And, you know, he works for the Blaze. He has contacts at Fox News. So you have Fox News puts out a huge news article. Anti-woke comic book will destroy the establishment or whatever else. And all his buddies on YouTube are making videos saying, they literally were making videos saying Marvel and DC are terrified. And I'm there going, guys, Marvel and DC do not give half of two shits about a libertarian influencer making an independent comic. Now, he raised a bunch of money because he's got a bunch of connections at the Blaze and whatever else. He raised, I think, $3 million. And the comic comes out, and I said, look, I've looked at the campaign, I've looked at the synopsis, I've looked at the existing art. I go, I can't imagine this comic's going to be good. And then I read it, I went, yeah, it sucks. It's a shitty comic. But of course, he's one of these guys who's got a huge following, and I'll go, no, this is the future of comics. DC and Marvel are running scared. We are going to take over entertainment. So meanwhile, I keep talking about this on the show with Dick, and I go, I've read the comic, it's terrible, and all these guys are gaslighting themselves, saying it's the future of comics. And he goes, you're just a hater. You just hate this guy because of his politics. I'm going to read it. I bet it's great. And then he read it, and he came back, and he's like, that is the worst fucking comic book I've ever read in my life. and did a very detailed review. He went through it. He gave classic Hollywood notes, because Dick is a guy who's worked in the Hollywood system. He's written scripts. You know, he's got notes on his own scripts. He went, well, here's your problem. Okay, you don't have a 3-act structure. The main character has no motivation. There is no story hook. It's a superhero comic where you don't even understand who the character is or what powers he has. Again, you know, this is all convoluted. We have the review on our channel. If you go to the Biggest Problem channel, you listen to his notes. And honestly, he gave what seemed like pretty fair notes. Was he harsh? Yeah, he was like, look, it's really not good.
He was unbelievably harsh.
He was very harsh. He didn't say, I want to
Dick Masterson style.
We're a comedy podcast, okay? He's going to give the review in a way that is funny. But at the end of the day, it's not, we wish, harm on you and your children. It's, hey, this is a shitty comic.
Might be, though.
And a lot, no.
I saw him laugh at Boogie's butthole cancer. I mean, he was so happy.
That's different. That's different. I think Dick does genuinely wish harm on Boogie. That's
right. I have a lot more. Okay, I'm with you now.
They have more history. There's more there. So he puts out this review, and now for the past 3 or maybe the past month, I guess, again, this huge fan base of anti-woke comic fans have been they're really mad at us that we reviewed his comic. And that we gave it a negative review. And we said, well, we just think it's bad. If he puts out a good one, we'll tell you. But in the meantime, we kind of think you guys are just throwing money. Again, he's a first-time writer. never written a comic in his life. That's not a good formula. Like, it's not a good formula. You don't just knock it out of the park on your first try. We said, well, look, maybe it'll get better. Maybe the next one will be better. But right now, it kind of seems like you guys are just throwing money at this guy because you have this dream of winning this culture war. And
comic books seemed like a weird place to start. Like there's a lot of comics that are traditionally like super woke. The whole idea of the X-Men is about it's about AIDS.
Look at the name. It's about trans people.
It's about AIDS.
Don't tell Eric July that. He's one of these guys who will tell you, no, that's a myth. That's a myth the liberals invented about the X-Men. It was never about social justice. So that's the kind of guy we're talking about.
Well,
everyone knows it's lame to care about comic lore. It's cool to care about Lord of the Rings lore deeply, though.
Yeah,
that 80s comic where they've all got something wrong with their blood and they need to be quarantined off and deemed to be lesser versions of humans and all this stuff.
I watched a clip of the review where Dick went on this guy's show, and I don't know anything about the Eric July character outside of what I see you and Dick talking about him. Yeah. And Dick is such a funny, over the top guy that you can sometimes forget that he's a really good writer. He knows his shit. And so he was like in that call with a bunch of people I'm not familiar with, like absolutely dominating with like, hey, I read this part right here. There's no motivation for this to happen. Also, this second panel, it doesn't line up with the first one. The wall shouldn't be in this position. There's this character. It seems like you're bothering this character more than is actually saving anyone. There's no established reason for him to care about this. Like he went to town with like, and it wasn't like obviously jokes, but a lot of it was simply like,
he has very real criticism.
This is poorly structured, and this story does not deliver anything. Is what his point was.
A really good example from his review is that at one point the main character, whose name is Isom, he's trying to find this missing girl, and he goes to meet with an old friend who ends up, is kind of like the kingpin character of this universe. He's an evil businessman guy, and the guy basically tells him, "I don't know where this girl is. You need to leave." And then this security guard, who kind of is like an older guy, you almost feel bad for the security guard. He's like an older guy. He's got like white dreads. He's like, "All right, sir, you're gonna have to leave." And the hero immediately punches him in the gut. And he does that thing. You ever play like the new Mortal Kombat games where there's like an X-ray and you see the bones snapping and there's blood everywhere? Yeah. And you're like, hold on. So he just got told politely by maybe a little firmly, like, "Sir, you're going to have to leave the premises." And the hero of the story responds by punching through the man's spleen. You're like, I thought he was the good guy. I don't understand.
Crippled the security man.
I crippled the security guard. We had another fan go and review it, and he's just like, he wrote it from the point of view of the security guards. He's like, these heroic security guards are trying to stop the dastardly villain known as Isom. And it really does kind of read like the hero is a genuinely terrible person. And I don't think he wrote it that way on purpose.
Some of the Dick critiques were like, I was sitting there listening and I'm like, that's Dick was like, dude, this guy's just a plug-in for yourself. The only thing that upsets this character is being disrespected, because being respected is the only thing you care about. And I'm like, that was, he casually threw that in. Like that was like very, very funny.
Well, I think
I haven't read the comic, so who knows? I'm just thinking it could be brilliant.
The thing that drives Dick the most nuts is, again, this guy has a lot of friends in a lot of high places, and they're all nut hugging and telling everybody. They're telling, literally, YouTubers are saying this is the future of comics, right? Like they have made videos with that title, and you go, "Oh, okay. Well, what did you like about the comic?" And they'll say, "Well, I haven't read it yet." And you go, hold on 1 second. You have made multiple videos telling your viewers that Eric July's Rippaverse, he named it after himself, is the future of the comic world, that DC and Marvel are scared of this guy, and you didn't read the comic. Like, is that not ethically a little unsound to be pitching this to your viewers?
As the future of comics when you haven't read it yet?
It's like, what did you like about it? Oh, that's so much.
Well, it confirms my political biases in that way. That's
what it is. Right. Yes. They'll say that. They'll say, well, at least it's not woke. And you go, that's not, a lot of comics are not woke. That's not enough. You don't change the game. You don't establish this conservative parallel economy you're hoping for just by taking the politics out of the book. If anything, you ended up with, this book is so flat, you go, I wish you had put politics in it. I honestly wish it was the Adventures of Conservative Man punching the liberals out, because there would have been something going on in it.
in the bottom left pane, is that the big bad security guard that had been taken down?
Well, no, that's the ultra security guard that he fights. He only fights security guards. Who's also not that interesting.
All right, I got it now.
Dude, security
guy got
guard.
removed. At some point, this guy got removed from some premises somewhere, and he has not let it go.
It's kind of crazy.
They kicked him out of an Applebee's in 1997, and he's just can't stand it.
Yeah, I'm a lot less interested in the hero's origin story than I am the author's origin story at this point.
Yeah.
Why does he hate security guards? What happened?
I want to
Sir,
know.
the midnight release is tomorrow night. You have to leave. No, I'm staying all night. Like what?
Well, that's embarrassing.
Yeah. Apparently, it's not going to take down Marvel and DC. But you know what might? Super Killer, right?
That's the hope. It is unfortunate timing. See, I did not tell Dick to review ISOM, but he kind of got pressured into it by some other people. So now everyone's saying, "Oh, well, you Dick only reviewed ISOM because he's trying to promote your comic book." And I'm like, "No, we had nothing to do with that." But I do have my own comic book coming out. I swear to God, we did not try to manufacture some crazy controversy. I can't tell Dick what to do in real life. No winker.
That tracks.
Dick just went, I'm going to review ISOM. And I was like, oh, this is not going to be good for us. But
right now, as I'm releasing my comic, Dick, no.
It's
Don't make this top of mind.
It's created a bit of a controversy. But I'll say this. Look, this is not a fight between my comic and Eric's comic. Honestly, I want to be left alone. Let me make my comic on myself. I don't want to be compared to ISOM. I'm having fun making my own character. And this is a comic I've worked.
Your comic?
Dick gave me notes, and I'm actually going to incorporate some of his notes. Again, Dick's a great writer. He's a smart guy.
Comic,
right? But did he publicly talk about the notes and to give you the ISOM treatment?
I think he commented a little. He said he likes this. He said he liked it better than ISOM what he read so far. Again, he's only read the script.
High praise. It's better than
I'll put it this way: once it comes out, I'll get the full Dick Masterson review, and he can tell me exactly how much I screwed up.
Maybe before it comes
if Dick
out.
doesn't like it, he will let you know. Yeah.
He absolutely will. But this is a comic I've been working on for about 2 years now, and we're finally getting it close to launch. We got a crowdfunding campaign going right now. You can check it out. If you go to superkiller.org, it'll take you over to Indiegogo, or just go to Indiegogo and search for Super Killer. And it's just a little multiversal story I've been working on. It's a ton of fun. I'm very excited for it.
Can you say what Super Killer's power is?
I can say what Super Killer's power is. I'll give you the quick synopsis. I don't know if you want to bring up a picture of him or whatever.
He has AR-15s for hands.
The idea is there is a multiverse, right? And we know multiverse stories. Some people hate them, some people love them. I still think the multiverse stuff is very exciting and fun. So the idea of the multiverse is that there are all these universes, and they're all plugged into one basic central power structure or whatever, basically like a cosmic power strip. But if you keep plugging in worlds, because new universes are being created every day, eventually the power strip's going to overload, and it's going to destroy the entire multiverse, right? Okay. So there is an agency that has a number of agents in their employ, and their job is to go to universes that have been scheduled for cancellation and to assassinate the primary hero of that universe. So in this first issue, it's our hero, Super Killer, Sam King, and he's been sent to this universe to basically kill a Superman-type character. And by doing so, by killing the central hero of the universe goes, wait, why do I not have a central hero anymore? The central hero being like the foundation of their universe. They go, I'm just going to collapse. I'm going to self-destruct. So it's kind of like a Sliders type universe where every story arc or every issue, you go to a different world. You go to a fantasy world, a medieval world, a ninja world, whatever else. And it's, you have to kill Luke Skywalker. You have to kill Sailor Moon. You have to kill whoever the primary hero of this universe is. Sonic. You know what? We got to do a Sonic one. That's not bad.
You know what my favorite Sliders episode was one where it actually made sense to me because they went somewhere where there wasn't oxygen. It's like, why would they? Like, why would they all have oxygen, right?
Did they slide away immediately, or did they?
Yeah, sometimes they'd slide somewhere and it'd be like, "We're here for 7 days," but this time they're like, "We're here for 12 more seconds," like, and they just crawl through the fucking portal. But in reality, there'd be like, the Earth would be in different places because
you'd have a nitrogen-based atmosphere as opposed to an oxygen-based
You'd just be in space
atmosphere.
somewhere.
Yeah,
the
it wouldn't work out great.
Uh-uh.
Well, the point of the story is that he meets up with this girl in a diner and basically tells her, "Oh, sorry, I just destroyed your universe. I gotta go." She ends up jumping in the portal after him, and he's like, "You dumb bitch! You're not going to survive this trip to the next universe." And she's, dying in the midst of the cosmos. He's like, "God damn it, I feel kind of bad right now." And tells his little robot, he's like, "Can you register that dumb girl as my sidekick so she can survive the trip to the next mission world?" So he ends up stuck with this dumb girl, and he's like, "Great, now I have a sidekick. I don't want a sidekick." And again, this is a guy, he doesn't love this job. He doesn't love the idea that he's ending countless universes. He's like, wow, my job fucking sucks. He also has amnesia. He's like, why don't I even take this job? What is going on? All he knows is if I kill 100 superheroes, it's over. I'm just going to focus, eyes on the prize, kill superheroes, not focus on the fact that I'm one of the greatest mass murderers of all time, and just power through. But now he's stuck with this girl, and he's like, great, you're useless. What is the point of you? Anyway, this time I got to go.
See, Dick influenced your story a bit there.
Yeah. I think this guy went to the church.
Classic misogyny.
Church of Kyle stuff.
But as he discovers, he's in a new universe. He's like, all right, I got to kill the Flash. This is going to suck. He's going to punch me 1,000 times, and I'm going to hate it. But that's my job. She's like, oh, you're fighting like a speedster? Why don't you use ice or like oil, like an oil slick? And he's like,
or gun.
Hold on one second. Why? Yeah. He's like, why? Wait, why do you know this? She's like, oh, I read like a shit ton of comics. I'm like a huge nerd. And he's like, oh shit, you're useful to me. That her vast knowledge of all these fictional universes is actually, she's going to be the strategist of the
Super
team.
Killer, quickly paint a cave onto this rock face.
Taylor, I'm going to steal all these ideas. They're all gold. I hate to say it.
Do it. I don't have my own comic.
But I will say, it's funny you bring up a gun. He does not have superpowers. That's the important thing. All he has is a gun that shoots superheroes to death. The gun only has 3 bullets. And the thing about superheroes, think about Batman, think about Superman. How often are they? Well, Superman doesn't count, but think about Batman. Batman's been shot at for 80 years without ever getting shot once. Superheroes in this universe, we learn, have this, they all have an innate ability to not just immediately get shot, that they have to actually be in some sort of tricky situation. So every situation or every issue is setting up this elaborate Rube Goldberg-esque trap to try and get these superheroes into a situation where it's like, okay, now I can shoot him in the head, And it's, again, just figuring out their weaknesses, looking at them, analyzing them, and coming up with some crazy plan to try and kill a superhero.
That sounds like a very interesting premise.
I think it's going to be a ton of fun.
Yeah.
I've been afraid of Batman. Like I could take Batman right out.
Yeah.
Especially if you knew he was Bruce Wayne, right? You'd send some fake FBI agents to arrest him in front of like a crowd and then just kill him in the car. Like, what's he going to do?
Well, I've been thinking about the eventual Batman issue I want to do where a super killer gets kidnapped and the girl has to figure out how to get him back. Gets kidnapped by Batman. She's like, oh, God, from what I know about Dark Knight detectives, I really hope this works. And she's like, come to the cemetery. And Batman shows up and she's dressed as like an old timey, like 50s woman with a pearl necklace. And Batman's like, Mom? She's like, yeah, it's your mom. She's like, if you're my mom, say, what's my name? Or what's your name? She's like, gonna take a stab in the dark. Martha. He's like, Mom! And she's like, oh my God, it's always Martha. It always works.
It's always Martha. Their parents' name's always
That's
Martha.
That Friday the 13th part 1 get you. He dresses up as the killer's mom.
Yeah, so we have a ton of different ideas. I got a great artist out of Mexico, a guy named Keter Lebeau, the most beautiful man. My God, he's too beautiful to be an artist, honestly, this guy. I'm like, he should be a male model.
He's too attractive for it?
He's too attractive. It's insane to me. But he's
I like when I see
comics.
really attractive people who are really good at things too.
Yeah, doesn't it? It really makes you happy.
Dude,
when a really
one of the
attractive
best,
person has
one of the best goalies in the NHL of the past 20 years, Henrik Lundqvist, this Swedish guy, is so attractive. It's frustrating. It's like, damn it, he's like the best in the NHL at goalie, or was. He's retired now, and he just gets nothing but memed on for being.
Can we get a picture of him, Zach? Henrik Lundqvist.
Henrik Lundqvist.
His last name sounds.
I said Kvist because so he can help him spell it. It's Lundqvist is how you say it.
Lundqvist.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that a Swedish sounding name?
It sounds like fermented fish snacks.
That is something those people like. I'm sure they have a beautiful culture. They love spas, saunas. Those are both nice, but the fermented fish part,
the Swedish,
is vile. Yeah, Swedish.
I think I read something that made me hate the Swedish the other day. Something about them backing Hitler or something.
That is bullshit. He shouldn't be good at it.
He's a good looking
Dude, that guy shouldn't have legs.
Dude, he's one of the most athletic men on earth.
You gotta nerf that, or
that guy's an asshole. Can we kill him?
Dude, you know what happened?
Can we put him on the list of the guys that super killer?
Yeah, we put him. Henrik Lundqvist is on the list of super killer. He's just too good looking.
I have a list of people I want super killer to kill, and this guy could be making the list.
Dude, at the end of his career, there was like this, oh, everybody feel bad for him because he never won the Stanley Cup. And it was
God, no, whatever.
Yeah. No,
find his wife, Zach. Find his wife.
But he got to be a superstar hockey player in New York City for 15 years.
Zach, show me that guy's wife.
Show me bring up that guy's wife.
His multiple wives.
His multiple wives. Yeah. I bet there's.
I mean, it's the Swedish, right? Aren't they all kinky weirdos?
Maybe
that's more the Germans.
It is stereotypically German.
Let's see.
They both look very Swedish.
I bet they have.
She's
either 25 or 50.
Yeah, I was gonna say she doesn't look super young, which implies to me he's making good financial decisions.
Dude, his best financial decision was playing for the New York Rangers for 18 years. Dude, that got him set up so nice. If you're like a starting goalie for the Rangers.
Yeah, well, he can lose half of it if he drops her for some reason. I don't know what her save percentage would have been, but
yeah, she would have been awful. Hiding from the puck.
Have you ever met a man that was unsettlingly pretty? Like a man that was just too handsome? Like, dude, slow down.
I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Did you ever meet Aiden? Maybe he came to baseball with us.
Yeah, he's an attorney, right?
I thought Aiden was a oddly attractive man. I think he had worked as a model.
And he had a sexy accent. Where's he from?
Yeah, he's got some sort of UK accent. It's a little rough.
Oh, that's sexy as hell, brother.
Well, he makes up for it by being 6'4", male model and racing Lamborghinis in his spare time.
Does he got soot on his cheeks from his side hustle?
That
guy. It wasn't Mary Poppins reference.
This is basically that's what that voice sounds like.
No, that guy.
Oh, hey, real quick, am I able to share my screen? Is that a thing? Did I do that correctly?
Probably,
I wanted to show you guys real quick. So this is the Indiegogo page.
We can share screens.
We're already at 831 backers, 16 days left.
So wait, now here's share screens this whole time.
Yeah, you guys should do that. Yeah. It would make your lives a lot easier. I did want to show you guys real quick. So here's some cool art. Very cool. Again, this artist is great. You get to meet all your favorite characters. We got a little robot who swears and causes a all cool
Vito's
stuff.
story.
I need Ari to have a penis.
That's episode 3.
You never see a robot with genitalia, and I don't care for that.
We could. Yeah, I don't know if he's gonna have a penis.
I don't want any they/them robots. Okay, let me know what's up.
What I want you to J.K. Rowling it, write it all with no allusion at all to their sexuality, and then after it's over and you have a bunch of fans, every single person was trans.
Everyone was trans the whole time. Yeah. You can just do that. No one can stop you. So
that's true.
So we got the basic cover.
It's like the bunnies at the park. They're free. Like
this is one of my favorite parts. So we have the basic cover. All right, this is like the cover you can buy in the store. This is the cover you can only get on Indiegogo. Again, kept it reasonably priced. Okay, so this cover. Have you guys ever heard of La Blue Girl?
No.
You can say no.
I'm interested.
But you're aware of the concept of tentacle porn, right?
Oh,
yes.
Yes. Okay. So the reason you're aware of tentacle porn is specifically because of this man, Toshio Maeda.
He's the father of tentacle pornography.
He is genuinely the father of tentacle pornography.
I could see
now,
that.
if you were buying anime back in the 90s, you couldn't get real stuff. You had to go to a flea market and buy some bootleg tapes off the back of some guy's van. And that guy would always go, "Hey, kid, you want to see something really cool?" And you go, "What?" And he'd show you this bootleg copy of La Blue Girl, which was about ninjas fighting each other to the death with sex as tentacle monsters tried to have their way with all of them. So I wanted to do a cover. A lot of these campaigns, they do like a sexy cover. And I was like, I kind of want to do like a cool like Japanese manga, like hentai cover. Mm-hmm. I'm like, wait, could I get Toshio Maeda? Could I get the godfather of tentacle porn? So I had to get a translator to send this guy an email and go, hello, I am Big America Comic Man, and I want to put your horrible tentacle art on my disgusting. And he was like, yes, I will do this for you, sir. And the only problem was the language barrier. He like kept sending me sketches, and I'm like, listen, man, I kind of want this franchise to have legs. It's gonna be hard if my main character is getting split apart by 6 penis tentacles. Like, you gotta tone it down.
Could you get the children to pipe down in the back? They're screaming so loud. Shio, what?
He's like, so you want the tentacles like ripping apart her clothes and jamming their way into her mouth? I'm like, no, like kind of suggestive. Like suggesting a
I understand. So you want her like violently brutalized. Yeah, I understand. I understand English.
He sent me all these sketches of her getting stuffed from every side, and I'm like, no, like this. I want to get like a cartoon at some point, and I'm not.
No, you totally preaching to choir. Like more rape, right?
Yeah. Like, I was like, I just want to keep this
Me,
viable.
you same wavelength,
dude. I know you tried to tone it down, but I like see moisture on her vagina, and
no. That's all tentacle slime. That's tentacle slime. That's not coming from her, as far as I can tell.
I mean, how would you know? You didn't draw it.
Shut up. We're going to get in trouble. Someday I'm going to be pitching this as an animated series for
interpretation
Netflix.
is no better than mine. You didn't draw this shit.
I'm going to be talking to Netflix executives and they'd go, I'd like you to address this this episode of PKA where clearly there are wet juices running down the leg. Point is, there is a tentacle cover showing.
You know what they say? You know it when you see it.
Yep.
This is an exclusive.
How many revisions were required?
There were a lot of revisions, and this is the best I could get without. He was like, "Listen, man, I got to do something to her," and I'm like, "All right, fine. This is good enough."
I don't understand why you're being so hard. You're the one who reached out to me. You're the fucking weirdo here.
Honestly,
I was just sitting around masturbating for the last 20 years until you bother me. Ask me to make funny cover, and then you say, "Oh, this too gross." Are you familiar with my work? It's vile. It's revolting. It upset people. People vomit at my work.
I think we came to a fair compromise. Let's just say that.
You know what? I'm seeing a little romance when I look at her eyes and his mouth.
She's afraid, and she's been disarmed. Look, her gun is flying through the air because it has grabbed her wrists and arms. It is clearly raping her.
If that's not the look of consent, then I've just never had consent.
There's a big like stabby thing coming for her. She's like at knife point essentially. And
she's not at knife point. That's just what girls look like.
She's clearly about to re-grab her gun and fight off the aliens. She is a proud, strong female character. But no,
she fell. It's catching her.
She fell. Exactly. It's helpful.
He's saying, "No, madam."
Yeah. Those are the eyes Lois Lane made when she was caught.
That
by
skirt
Superman.
at no point would have been appropriate. Like it is incapable of covering her vagina.
Wait, that's not just a belt.
It's that's supposed to be a skirt. It is a make-believe skirt.
Trying to zoom.
This guy's impressive. He's the best left-hand only artist on earth.
He is the master. Honestly, when I went to approach him, I did some research. He had just done a collaboration with Supreme, that brand that sells all that. And I'm like, he's like, how much money you got, white boy? And I'm like, well, I don't have Supreme money. I'm like, I can pay you something. But I think we worked out.
I made something for Balenciaga. They said it's not extreme enough. they said there aren't nearly enough underage people getting messed with in this image.
She's of age. No underage rape. I promise you.
Now that I'll buy.
True.
And we also have a cool collector's edition, which does not include the rape cut. Yeah, we're doing a lunchbox, baby.
I do kind of. I don't own any, but I have considered. Like, if I was going to get one of those weird fucking collector's hobbies where you just waste a bunch of money on nonsense, it'd be those old timey metal lunchboxes for real.
Dude, they're awesome. They are hard to get, especially in good condition. I liked the plastic ones that Thermos used to make because that was like my era, like kind of the 80s.
That's what I had. I remember the smell.
They stopped making them though. I think that plastic actually is like toxic in some way.
Oh shit! Is that what's wrong with me?
Because I wanted to get like plastic lunchbox. You can't get the plastic ones anymore. You can only get like tin ones now. It's weird.
I had a Scooby-Doo and a He-Man.
I had a Mario one, but it was really stupid because it was Mario watching Zelda on TV. And I was like, why not? And I remember being like, I just want a Zelda lunchbox. I don't want Mario playing Zelda.
Yeah.
So that was stupid.
So Zelda exists as a character in
the Mario universe that he wants.
It's like a Tarantino thing.
And Mario and Luigi weren't holding controllers and playing Zelda. They had a TV remote, like they were watching a Zelda television show, which was even worse.
I'd watch
that always
Zelda
made me upset.
But... Did you ever watch the OG
than
Mario Brothers TV show? It was awful.
Taylor, is that image you
I remember the original one was terrible.
Yes.
It was real weird. It felt like cable access.
Last thing I was going to mention, you do get Pogs with the collector's edition because, guys, Pogs are coming back. Let's be real.
They never left. Come on.
They never left. Dude, that was that's the exact version of the lunchbox I had from kindergarten, and I felt like hot shit walking in. I remember feeling like hot shit. Like, this is, like, I rule. Nobody else has a fish.
What the fuck is that?
No, it's a lunchbox.
I see that it's like a little.
It vibes backpack. I'm with Kyle.
If it was on your back, like looking behind you, it'd be real cute. Is all I'm saying. Like I just see a little fucker running around the lunchroom with that. That's pretty cool. Mine was, I had the plastic ones, and then I had like an igloo or something that I don't know. It looked funny, and I felt weird taking it to school. So then I just toughed it out and started eating school lunch because I didn't want to be one of the lunchbox kids because there was a social divide. Like there was a time at some point it became not cool to total lunchbox around all day. And so you had to lean right and start eating lunch food.
I went through the same thing.
Yeah, got to start putting ranch on your pizza like the cool kids.
I remember, having to. Yep, that's the one I had.
Or they'll rape
blue. You. Look, I mean, I guess is that in it? But he's holding it vertical like a TV remote.
Yeah, whoever drew that didn't know how controllers worked.
Oh my gosh,
that's hilarious.
That's what happened 100%. They didn't know how controllers worked. And
it's so confusing that it's a Super Mario Brothers 2 lunchbox, but they're watching Zelda 2. So there's two different logos, and then there's a Nintendo Power logo as well. This is a mess of a design.
The artist was completely confused. He specialized in tentacle porn, and someone came to him out of the blue.
Where are Luigi's hands? Yeah, you can see like the cords even coming out of like the right side of the controller. It doesn't make any sense.
Should we have Mario and Luigi doing something cool? No, they should be sitting on a couch.
Yeah, they should be watching another hero lose a fight.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing is that the Zelda part of it is like kind of cool. It's like Link fighting a knight. I'm like, just make that the whole thing. That would be way better.
Looks like Dragon's Lair.
They're just trying to throw as much IP in there.
That game?
Looks like Robin Hood or something. I don't know.
The Laserdisc game, Dragon's Lair?
I don't know. The bad guy looks like Metroid or whatever. The legs. That looks silly.
Oh, Mega Man. That's what his legs look like, right? Yeah. Mega Man.
Yeah.
I never played Mega Man ever.
You never played any Mega Man? What?
No, never got. Was that a fun game? Was that worthwhile?
I have a whole Mega Man shelf up there. Yeah, Mega Man's, they're all great. The Mega Man Legends games on a PS1 are probably some of the most fun. The controls are a little wonky, but
they're all the Mega Mans are platformers, aren't they?
Mega Man Legends was more of like a 3D, almost RPG-ish type action game. It was actually great. You just ran around dungeons, upgrading your stupid gun and getting more stupid guns and doing quests for everybody in town. Mega Man Legends is fantastic. Sadly, the guy who was in charge of it left Capcom and made that Mighty No. 9 game and then completely destroyed his reputation. So we're probably never getting a Mega Man Legends sequel.
We talked about the comics and everything.
Yes.
There was a little lore from last time I was on The Biggest Problem that I just had to explore more. Dick was poking fun at you for having relieved your cat sexually.
Not sexually. Well, I guess it is sexually.
And I wanted to I wanted you to go through that. Like, what was your rationale and how long did it take you to make the cat come?
Okay, so shut up. First of all, this was like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And
no statute of limitations on that one, my friend.
There is a statute of limitations, I'm pretty sure. My cat was in heat. And my cat, because I was an idiot, and I took too long to get my cat fixed. Mm-hmm. And I had a job at the time that I had to wake up very early and get to my job. And my cat would not shut the fuck up, and I could not sleep. I was just like all night. And I was like, okay, I had an appointment to get the cat fixed in like 2 weeks or whatever.
To be honest, I'm on the cat side with this. I've been there.
I went online. I said, how do you calm a cat in heat? And I found a page, and this is a real procedure that multiple pages will tell you can do. This is an actual thing. They said, Well, the thing
anyone
about
can access it with onion.tor. Like
no. They said the thing about a cat is that a cat can have an orgasm in about 2 seconds. So just take a Q-tip, get it like a little wet with water, and just put it gently against the backside of your cat. Your cat will back up onto it, have an orgasm in about 2 seconds, and then will shut up for a week. And I said, okay, I don't want to do it, but I feel like this is the only way to regain some sanity in my life. So I took a Q-tip and I got my cat off.
You penetrated.
The first thing you noticed was you were out of Q-tips.
And your cat's a boy or a girl?
This was a girl cat. Yeah.
What?
What would I do with a boy cat and a Q-tip? Stick it up its ass?
Fuck, my cat's been playing me for a fool.
I thought you like painted it or something. I don't know.
Oh no, I'm not jerking the cat off with a Q-tip. No.
Oh, that's below you, right?
That is below me. Frankly, that's too much. Look, I'll say this: I do not regret it whatever. That was a medical procedure that I expertly performed.
Yeah.
I was basically an
Let's
act.
get the language right for court. You penetrated the feline. About what time was it?
Hold on. There's guys whose
The witching
entire
hour.
There are guys whose entire job is to jerk off champion racehorses. Is that a problem? No, that's an acceptable medical procedure. This was me. An animal was in distress. An animal was in pain. And I relieved that pain with a simple Q-tip. If anything, I'm the hero of this situation.
I mean, with that
I
framing,
helped
you
that
put
animal.
aside insecurity in order to help an animal. If we
That's
choose
right.
to accept that framing of the situation.
And if you've ever seen a cat have an orgasm, it's actually, oh my, wow. She was a very happy cat. That cat was the happiest cat I'd ever seen.
I kind of want to stay at your place as a guest. Like, come
on over.
I'm sleeping on your couch and I'm just like,
exactly.
It's like, oh fuck, I gotta go Jack Taylor off.
All right.
Until he starts Googling how to get off 50-year-olds.
All right, just have him back up onto a Q-tip.
Just slowly back. That's the other thing. I didn't even have to place it in. The cat is spending, when your cat is in heat, it is trying to find a dick, like constantly. It is running around the house like, there must be something I can stick inside of me.
Oh, that reminds me.
I should have taped it to like something so the cat could have found it naturally.
The only possible segue out of this disgusting mess. Did you ever see Dark Angel with Jessica Alba when she's like half cat person because the government made her a super soldier by integrating cat DNA? Well, like every season she'd go into heat for like a whole episode, so it was great.
Which she actually did?
Yeah, she'd be trying to bang.
Fuck.
Yeah, they'd be like, "What's wrong?" She's like, "I'm in heat again." But it's prime Jessica Alba. I don't know how she's like 22 or something, and like leather pants.
This is a TV show.
Yeah, it was on Fox. It was a good show. I thought it's post-apocalyptic.
I think James Cameron made that, right?
You're right. Yeah.
What's interesting about Dark Angel is that James Cameron has basically admitted that was him trying to make his own version of Battle Angel Alita before he had the rights to it. And then he got the rights, and he fucked it up by letting Robert Rodriguez direct it instead of directing it himself.
I think Robert Rodriguez is very good at anything. Some
people like the Battle Angel movie. Me, as a big Battle Angel fan, I was like, he kind of dropped the ball.
If you're gonna bounce off of James Cameron a little bit, I watched Avatar 2 finally because I am so on Team USA America. Like, man,
you want to harvest all the space whales? You want to take all the space whale juice?
Not
in
just
the most painful, evil way possible, right?
Oh, like
they tortured those whales as
they didn't like hurt a bit. Didn't like hurt a bit. They shot it twice and it was dead.
They floated it, right?
It had
the whales
family.
Like, no.
I know the family part is what makes it so easy. If they were solitary,
they didn't even use the fuel, just wasted it.
They killed the mom because
let me lay
when
this
you
out.
kill a mom,
who cares?
Like space
I want
whale,
the baby.
You get a baby space whale for free.
Yes, that's how cows work too. You buy a cow calf pair. They're priced specifically for that when you purchase them, and then you slaughter them. Look, here's the deal. There's this. I guess Earth is dying. Humanity, which is clearly America, thank fucking God, has made it to another planet, and they need to colonize this place. They need to make it good for people. And the first beachhead has been established, and we're moving out from there. And there's a bunch of blue fucking hippie people who live here who happen to be 12 goddamn feet tall, feral fucking savage people who have bows that somehow pierce our helicopter windows. That's what I'd improve on day one. Bulletproof? No, we don't need bulletproof.
Arrow-proof.
Arrow-proof windows, and they're fucked. Okay, the U.S. Air Force could wipe out every blue cocksucker on that planet in a week. Okay, I don't know how our future Air Force is such a bunch of pussies.
Did they figure out that, like, from the first movie, that what you need to do is fly slightly higher?
No, they stay at fucking pterodactyl level so that they can come in, spear, and shoot them to death.
Good movie.
But here's the deal, Taylor. We finally, clearly put like a year of hard work in. They sent a bigger army in, really thinned those blue cocksuckers out. Okay, now they had to flee off into the ocean.
Good start.
But we're still, the guy's got some personal shit going on, so he wants to go get the trader who's living in the ocean with his blue family and his blue pussy lady. They got some whales out there who are sentient whales. Apparently, they're as smart as us, maybe smarter in music and mathematics and philosophy.
Not very good at escaping, huh?
Dude, there's like a 2-liter bottle worth of gold juice in each of those aliens that doesn't just slow aging, it stops aging. Each canister, they said, was about, 80 million. It took them a couple minutes to get it. You just shoot the fucking whales, core out their brain, and that's it. Okay? And they don't even fight back. They don't fight back as like a thing. Like none of them will ever fight back. So
all right, well, then who's losing? Seems like win-win all around.
Win. I'm telling you, I would kill every blue person. I would enslave the ones I'd kill every blue person. I can't trust them. They'll rise up. And I'd kill every fucking whale in that ocean. I'd breed those whales. I'd put those whales. You know why they do that thing to bears where they get the bile out of them? They take bears and they put them in this tight little fucking cage and they open their guts up and they stick a tube into their fucking, I don't know what organ, whatever makes the bear bile that they need that's valuable. And he stays in that cage until he fucking dies. Years from now, they'll keep him alive so they can keep getting that juicy bear bile. And that's bear bile. Bear bile doesn't cost fucking shit. Now, you've got some $80 million a canister gold shit that flows out of whales. Ho, we're going to be sapping them dry.
I don't know how you're losing me.
No,
you've snatched victory from the jaws of defeat from the jaws of victory.
You want 80 million a whale or 8 billion a whale? It's up to you.
No, I was meaning with the bear bile. When I think about a nice fluffy bear having that done to him, that sounds awful.
They eat us when they get a chance. They would disembowel you alive.
What do you do with bear bile? Is that like where the raspberry flavor comes from?
All of the bears would disembowel you. I'm sorry, Woody. What?
What do you do with bear bile?
Russians do something with it. They're awful. I don't know what they do with it. You'd have to Google.
It's just for fun. You just like look at it. It's funny.
Well, Westerners think they are so cool with their ESPN and their sports. We don't know about bear bile volume competition.
That's what that thing is in a lava lamp, and that's all we do.
Yeah, it's like that's all it's useful for. You know how many hundreds of bears I had to torture for that one lamp?
Yeah. Get that shit away from me. Really smells terrible, totally useless. Look at this.
Maybe we can just stop making lava lamps. What are you, a monster? They're just not gonna stop making lava lamps. We need to torture thousands of bears.
Avatar 2, same exact thing, except with whales this time.
Same exact thing, but they're in the water this time. I know that Disney's entire slate just got pushed, and so the Avatar sequels are going to be continuing into 2031 now. They did a big slate push, and everything kind of moved forward a year or two.
So the writer's strike, is that why?
I don't know. I think they had.
I've been reliably informed we'll all be underwater.
I think they just had. No, that's Pixar. Does Disney own Pixar? Do they own Lightyear? I think Lightyear was a big shit in the bed, and that's caused
Lightyear
some
was a huge shit in the bed. They fired the director. They fired.
Like, I think the movie bad. Everybody who had anything to do with it, they fired all the way at the top.
Dude, that movie, I was like, how do you go like, Buzz Lightyear? You know, it would be fun. What if it was like depressing and weird? No, don't do that at all.
Is that what it was? They made it dark.
Remember the movie? As people point out, it's basically the movie Interstellar. It's like, what if you got like old? Well, people you love were, and it's like, no, don't do that with Buzz Lightyear. Just have him go fight aliens or something.
Those little green men. He should be like hate criming those little green fuckers.
Yes.
Like left and right. One of my favorite pictures of all time is an American astronaut punching out an ET on the moon. It's like the most patriotic thing I think a man could ever do. Is representing
that's all we want is Buzz Lightyear, Space Commander, setting up a new human Reich in space. You know,
I want to hear Tim Allan like have some one-liners. What do you say to that, Lightyear? I say it's time for you to taste a little American ass whoop, and then they just start playing. I don't want to be an American idiot. While he just runs in circles, he goes like Super Saiyan mode. He powers up his jetpack because he has.
This is actually pretty good. I might like.
He's doing like a Superman punch, like through them in circles. You know, like give me that movie.
I was rewatching Space Quest, and I really was like, man, I wish Tim Allan at like this point in time, it had more of like a movie career because that movie is so good and so funny.
He's too conservative. They shut him down. They belittled him and made him a Santa Claus.
Well, he did like at one point was like, I don't understand why I can't say the N-word. And you're like, Tim, do you really need to say that right now, Buzz Lightyear?
He's like, we're trying to reach a new audience with Tool Time. Like, they were making a crucifix.
And isn't he 70 something?
He's an older guy.
I don't know about
now.
that one, Tim.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in like
Heidi, bring out the hood.
years. So
see, I'm really. Did you guys watch the Norm Macdonald show when it was on YouTube when he was doing his podcast?
Yeah, I watched some of that.
But I think they took most of it down, and it sucks because the Tim Allen episode was great because Tim Allen famously was arrested for dealing cocaine. And he snitched on everybody else to get out of the sentence. And the whole episode, Norm's going, hey, so when you were in the joint, did they ever call you Candyman? You know, was there like a black guy would come up to you and go, hey, Candyman? And Tim Allen's just very uncomfortable talking about it. He's like, Norm, can we just move on from the cocaine stuff? So they'll go on like another 15 minutes. And then all of a sudden, Norm just out of nowhere will go, hey, Candyman, can you give us some of that candy, Candyman? And Tim Allen's like, God damn it, Norm, they didn't call me Candyman in prison. Shut up.
that's pretty good.
It was one of the best bits. Like Tim Allen is clearly very uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Norm will not let it go.
Yeah, I loved Home Improvement growing up. To me as a kid, it was like a mystery what the neighbor looked like. I really wanted to know. And then Pam Anderson was there as Heidi for the first few seasons. So
Didn't Pam Anderson say she was like sexually assaulted on the set or something from that episode?
I don't know anything about that.
She was around for more than an episode. It was like seasons, right?
Yeah, she was like Heidi. She played.
No, this came out last year. Pamela Anderson says Tim Allen denying the time he exposed himself on Home Improvement.
Oh,
so
I believe
Pam
that.
Anderson says that Tim Allen exposed himself to her.
I believe that. Like,
why not?
If someone says he raped me,
she said. The headline I found is Tim Allen flash co-star in resurfaced clip.
So there is a clip.
Resurfaced clip.
All right,
Oh, fantastic.
Well, that narrows it down.
Yeah, no, I believe that right away because it's such a weird thing to lie about. Like if she said he raped her, I'd be like,
I see the clip. He's wearing a kilt.
On the first day of filming, I walked out of my dressing room.
Yeah,
Tim was in the hallway in his robe. He opened his robe and flashed me quickly and was completely naked underneath. There you go.
Look at that. Look at the absolute confidence in fucking flashing someone on your TV set. Just cheesing at it.
I mean, they're all comedians on a comedy show. Like some people need to loosen up a little bit.
You think Kramer wasn't flashing Elaine from time to time? Get real.
I mean, let's think about it. Pam Anderson is a sweet girl. She was probably really weirded out when she saw that penis.
This is a different clip though. That's not from the Pamela Anderson episode. I guess he just
yeah, that was just him like in an episode where I think I remember that kilt episode. I like the kids. I like the whole thing. He had that one pussy kid. Remember the little one?
The littlest one?
Yeah. Like I want nowadays that kid be gay. No, that kid would go. He would be the trans kid. But
and then the oldest kid kind of went from like precocious into like this lunkhead looking motherfucker.
Yeah, it's like super
face.
jock mode.
Yeah,
he had Jonathan Taylor Thomas's little sweet
JTT
pussy right there in the middle. Yeah, yeah.
Jonathan Taylor.
I remember we were. I don't know if you guys remember this, but we were all preparing for the era of JTT because like Home Improvement had ended, and it's like now's Jonathan's time to shine. This kid is going to take over Hollywood. And there was like a period where we're all JTT fever. And somehow it never came to fruition.
He had a movie. It was called like Wild Thing or something like that.
Yeah, did that bomb and he didn't go on to big things.
Yeah. Well, we watched it in elementary school. It was probably $3 or something. So the teacher had it. Yeah, poor JTT.
He was on all the Teen Beat magazines, man. That's all. I remember all the girls in my class. They're like, that Jonathan Taylor.
Do you think he cleaned up with like all the hot chicks that we think of today as like our modern? Like, do you think he fucked them when they were all underage?
I reserve comment.
I don't even understand.
I remember we walked
like when he.
I don't want to think about
like back in the day. Did he get like 16-year-old Britney Spears pussy? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're asking me if a
when he was 16
JTT was.
I don't know how old he would have been. Don't give me. I don't have the almanac out or anything.
Don't give me math problems here.
Yeah, what the fuck? We walked into Taco Bell one time in like I don't know 1998, and my dad saw they had a full-size poster of Britney Spears like with her titties out. My dad was like, "Damn." My mom goes, "She's 16, Lamar." And it was like, well, what the fuck are her titties out at Taco Bell for? she's selling fucking burritos up here with them cans out. Like, how am I supposed to know how?
I remember that was always the argument. Is like, all right, if you had the Britney Spears poster on your wall at 16, at what age are you legally required to take that poster down? Because all right, you turn 19, it's like, that's fine, that's all right. And you're like 22, you still got the Britney Spears, all right. And you're like 25, and it's like, bro, you need to take that Britney Spears poster down. This is getting weird.
Dude, when we were like 14, me and my buddies, I had a friend who was obsessed with Harry Potter and Hermione. And like, we were like the same age as them, basically. Like, in the shows, a little younger than them in real life. And he had a stand-up like cutout of Hermione at like movie. Like how old did they
Dude,
start?
in the first movie, she's like 12. Please
okay, well
then
like 13 years old or something.
Not okay.
Like a 13.
The character's
but he got it. He
I'm
got
like,
it.
why is Kyle pointing to his dick?
No, the character's a 7. I like because 12 is like halfway through the books.
Okay,
wait,
well,
really?
then,
Were they 7 in the first book?
They go
then,
from
like,
7 to 17.
Whatever age Hermione was like 12.
I think.
I remember him having that and being over at his house in like middle school and being like, and my thought being like, that's weird. Why do you like Harry Potter so much? You have a fucking cutout. But like, then I went back when we were like 18 and it was still there. And I was like, dude, you realize like this has got to go. And he was like, I know, dude. Like, I know. It's like, I don't know why I still have this.
I just don't know how to say goodbye.
So yeah, I remember 2004.
That thing.
I remember my buddy in 2004 being like, I could tell she was going to be hot. I remember him. We were all 17. Get off me. But we were. He was like, I could tell she was going to be hot from that first movie, man. You could tell. And I was like, yeah, I gotta go. You know.
Yeah, I gotta go. I was more interested in the wizardry. It was the spells that really sucked.
I like memorizing the spells, man. I don't know what you're up to over there.
Every so often, the internet does like a countdown for an actress to turn 18. I remember there was, I think Miley Cyrus had a huge like people. Oh my God, 19 more days, and suddenly it's like safe to masturbate to her.
Yeah, what are you gonna do exactly? Like, are you?
Yeah, right.
All right, the hour is here. Like,
here's what happens. This is what happened with Emily Watson. She turned 18, and they immediately went to upskirting her because now it was legal. Like diving under her on their hands and knees, trying.
Shitty.
And I know they did it because I've seen her bush. I've seen it.
Yeah, heck you, Taylor. They're heroes.
Emily Watson, upskirt, and you'll see her like
Emma Watson.
Yeah,
right?
Is that it? Yeah, probably so. Yeah,
I'm on point with names from Harry Potter actors.
Yeah, you know.
Harry Potter.
I'm looking
of course
forward to
played by Daniel Radcliffe.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
But Daniel Day-Lewis, my favorite actor.
He should play old Harry Potter. I'd watch the shit out of that, right? Like an old Harry Potter.
Are you guys like actual Harry Potter fans?
Honestly, yeah. I've read all the books and
is.
watched all the movies, and I'm kind of okay with them remaking it, and because they're gonna do like a year for every year of that they're in school. So
yeah. I've always had this theory about Harry Potter where I kind of think that it is like, all right, let me put it this way. So like in most stories where like kids go to a magical world, they eventually return to their human world, right? Where it's like, oh, I went on a fantastical adventure, and now I'm going to take all the information and knowledge I've gained and return back to being human. Harry Potter, the wizards are considered a different race from the humans. So Harry Potter literally discovers he's an alien, goes to be with other aliens, and then completely abandons the human world entirely. It's not like, oh my God, magic exists. I can take this back to the humans and we can use this to further science and further our understanding of the
against
universe.
the law.
No, I want to live in a separate caste system with my fellow aliens forever. And I have no more regard. The humans are all fat, dopey losers like his family or whatever else.
They really don't portray people very well in that show.
It's an anti-human story, Harry Potter.
It is.
Like all these kids who go, I'm waiting for my Hogwarts letter. I'm like, so you're waiting to discover that you don't belong to the human race and belong to a higher caste of magical people that secretly has powers and despises us?
It makes sense though. We'd all be down with that.
That's a fucked fantasy to teach kids.
Remember,
that's not good.
There's the one family where one sister is magical and the other sister is not. Right?
Yeah.
Like that. That's Harry's aunt. The reason that Harry hates muggles is because he's treated like shit by his family. The reason he's treated by shit by his family is because his aunt was the non-magical sister. Her sister was a fucking witch who got to go off to Magic Land, and every year be like, okay, bye, honey. I'm going to Magic Land where I fly on a broom and turn cats into candy. Have fun at elementary school. And she did that her whole life. So she resented her and hated her and thought she was awful, you know? And it's a big secret, too. So she can't even tell her friends why she hates her sister. She's got to be like, I just don't like her. She can't tell them that her sister's a fucking witch or they'll come and take her memory away.
Damn, they really are terrorists.
They are, yeah.
It is a deeply anti-human story. I remember I saw that first Fantastic Beasts movie. Did you see that one?
Yeah.
And that fat baker guy like helps him out for the whole movie. He's
Mario.
Like, yeah, okay.
It's
and like, wow, Mario, thanks for helping us out. It's so great that humans and wizards can work together. Now we're gonna wipe your fucking memory. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these wizard people? They're fucked. This is evil.
Yeah.
And they wipe his mind, but it's okay because he gets a hot wizard girlfriend at the end. No.
Yeah, it seems like these wizards are causing more problems than they solve, and the humans need to put a stop.
Muggles are thought of like children. They're essentially children who you go in the room and tell them what's going on at the last minute. Like, hey, just so you know, there's a whole terror thing going on, and you might see some bridges explode, some buildings fall down. That's our foe. Don't worry about it though. That's they come in. There's this great beginning to like 5th or 6th book where they're in the prime minister's office, the real prime minister of England, and then a wizard comes in through his fucking fireplace, and he's never seen a wizard before, and they explain to him like, yeah, so there's this guy named Voldemort, and he's back, and he's like, to put it in that guy's terms, he's like, is he like a terrorist? Yeah, he's like a terrorist with magical powers and a few hundred followers. He flies and disappears and stuff, but yeah, they're treated like children.
They're treated like idiots. Yeah. It's like, I mean, if you're writing children's fiction, it should be about, hey, there's magic and wonder in this world in which you already live. Not, you should pray that a magic letter arrives and tells you you are more special and unique than all of your peers, and you are whisked away from them and never have to engage with them ever
There's
again.
Enough stories like that where everybody gets their fucking candy. I like this one, all right?
Yeah, but why is Harry Potter so... Doesn't it say something about the generation that Harry Potter is that popular, that there's an entire generation of kids who is like, I hate everyone I'm surrounded by, and I wish I was more special and wonderful
How's that different than Luke Skywalker?
I was just going to say that was how I felt about
because Luke Skywalker helps everybody else. He helps his human friends. He helps Han Solo, and he's good friends. Who's Harry Potter's
human friends? Are barely human. They're all superheroes.
Who is Harry Potter's human friend?
Well, he warms.
He doesn't love. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have any. It's about abandoning humanity and going on a magic special adventure by yourself.
I mean, he saves Dudley's life, but that's kind of begrudging. He's kind of got to save his brother's life.
Dude, there's actually a scene they cut out of one of the movies where Dudley, I think, goes, "Hey Harry, I thought you were always a good guy. Take care."
They hug it out. I've seen
they
that.
Hug it out.
Sweet.
And they took it out of the movie. Like the one thing that humanized, like, oh hey, humans are pretty good. They're not all shitbags.
Yeah.
They.
I love it. I like that. Like the human. It's like this kid who's been treated like shit his whole life gets picked up and gets to go up and live this life as kind of a demigod, and he leaves behind all those people who picked on him his whole life. And just the idea of having the powers of the Harry Potter world, I mean, it's better than any superhero. Those are crazy, crazy powers that they have.
There is I think it's an enjoyable story. You do have to turn off your brain at some points though.
My only problem,
you guys have time travel. That was the biggest problem for me. You guys have time travel.
Yeah.
It's like, well, what do you use it for? So that the kids can take extra classes or retcon the events of this entire book.
No, you don't get it. It only works in book 6.
And then you're like, where were you guys during the Holocaust? And they're like, we were doing something else. We were doing wizard stuff.
Oh, I'd love to do that. That would be such a good YouTube skit, like asking Dumbledore, remember like 1944-ish?
Yeah, where were you at exactly?
Poland.
We didn't stop Genghis Khan. We're not intervening now.
Well, I think J.K. Rowling literally has like that's when the Wizard War is going on.
Well, Hitler was a powerful wizard, and we could do not to stop him. That would be the best answer ever. That's what they do. make that movie. Hitler's a wizard.
Powerful wizard. Don't make
Hitler's
that
a dark wizard, and that's how they explained it to the Muggles. Was World War II, and the nuclear bombs at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That was magic.
That was all magic.
We'd watch the shit out of that movie.
Oppenheimer's coming out. It could have a Harry Potter-esque twist. That I hope Nolan.
I want to see someone on a broom taking out kamikazes, like flying in amongst the kamikazes and hitting them with the wand, hitting them with the magic.
Again, if you have magic,
this is just a superhero movie.
That millions of people are being packed onto trains. Do you not have a moral, imperative to intervene?
Don't you know, Vito?
Way?
Those were the evil wizards.
No, disavow.
You didn't know?
The Jews are the evil wizards of the Harry Potter universe.
Yeah, but
we already have that anti-Semitism of the goblins that everyone always complains about.
See, I don't even see it
People do bring that up a lot.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's a really stupid complaint.
It's one of those things where you have to think that about Jews to see that in those goblins.
Ooh, yeah. It's like me complaining that your Rorschach photos are all child porn.
Yeah.
Why are you showing me this? Yeah.
Oh God, with the dead babies. Stop.
All of it just says that I'm gay. Stop showing me the same thing.
Whenever I hear, because I'll tell you, look, I notice anti-Semitism when I see it. And if anybody's got a good sense of humor, it's those people. They usually have fun with it themselves. Yes. I never saw it in Harry Potter though. Those are the fucking goblins.
Kyle notices it in a game respect game kind of way.
Yeah.
I don't.
Vito,
I think the
face through that joke. He's like, I'm not joining in on that joke.
We have many Jewish
have
friends.
I'm
not here. I have many Jewish friends.
Do you have any Jewish friends? Like, is like a backup? So like.
I actually, at one point when I was living in LA, I was living in a house with 5 Jews. I was the only Gentile. And just Passover celebrations. No, they were paying the rent.
You could pass. You're like
guys, every month splitting this utility 5 ways is a bitch. It's not hard math.
No, the house always smelled of gefilte fish and latkes. It was beautiful. It was a wonderful time.
Half of that's good.
Yeah,
gefilte fish. No, latkes are. That's just potatoes and bread, right? Everyone likes that.
Everyone likes a potato pancake. No, I love the Jews. They are a naturally funny people. They've
watch Seinfeld.
They've gone through so much. That's why that's why the anti-Semitism drives me so nuts. Is I go, guys, what, you don't like comedy? They're like, these Jews, they're ruining everything. I'm like, well, not everything. They go,
Seinfeld. Curb
You're not watching Curb? Come on.
Banking
is good.
The hilarious season of banking we're in.
Circumcision.
Right where we don't know where it's going to go.
Circumcision, yes.
I'm a huge fan
Cosmetic surgery for baby penises is important.
Kyle
it's important for men. Vito, we have a real sticky issue here at circumcision. Now, I am so pro-circumcision.
Why'd you call it a sticky issue? That makes it sound even weird.
Have you ever performed a circumcision? You'd know.
No, how sticky is it?
He circumcised his cat.
Well, I don't wear gloves. It gets sticky. I actually became, you can go online, you become like a ordained so you can marry people. I went online and became a moil. So if anybody ever wants to step on over to the wild side, I'll do you up. I've got the tools and everything.
You do?
These guys are both anti-circumcision and I just don't fucking get it. They want their kids to have ugly penises that may or may not turn women off.
Yeah. No, you got to pull back. You don't want that head on there.
My whole thing, look, I win this argument every time with one fucking statement. There are some women out there who don't care, but there are some women who do. And as a man, you don't want to be cutting the pie, the pie diagram of women who will fuck you.
No, cut your dick skin off and all the wonderful sensation you'll miss.
No ponytails, no foreskin, like no socks and sandals. These are just little things you can do to not alienate huge swaths of women who might otherwise want to suck on your cock. Okay, get it cut. If I were uncircumcised right now, I would be getting it done.
You're retarded. No, you would not.
I would be.
You're a bald-faced idiot if you're saying I would optionally go in and have sensitive skin removed from my penis.
Today I would go. I wouldn't be here right now. Yeah, I would be coming to you live from the fucking surgery.
Frozen peas on his dick.
Live from the surgery room. Dude, honestly, I would not put it past Kyle to like get spitefully circumcised and then and it go badly and him be like wiping tears to come on the show and be like, it's great.
I see him going through the book like a barber, looking
No,
at the
I don't
different
miss
cuts
all that
they have
sensation.
available. Like,
the top.
yeah, leave a little angle up there. Yeah, like a little 1/4.
You
Can you make it curve up? If you
give
can
me
do
a-
that, I
Let me
can
get
really
the.
hit
Can you
that
do the
G-spot.
star cut? Can I get the? Yeah, let's do that.
I want like a business in the front, party in the back.
The crown
Dude, if you made it
cut.
like a crown, I'd be okay with keeping it. It looked like a Chinese finger puzzle.
No, you know what, Kyle? I want it to be like tightened up on one end, but I want a huge amount of foreskin on the back, like like
I want a cuff underneath.
Surprise!
A
I got
mullet.
some goo down there.
a mullet.
Oh.
Yes, thank you. A mullet.
Yeah,
That would be good. It'd be like
no.
hockey hair for your dick.
Now look, and this is the polarizing issue because some of your mothers didn't love you. But I'm telling you right now, it's worth the pain. Go get it done. I have a friend.
Dude,
who
you
works
can
in the
tell
medical
people who are
field.
smart who opt into $500 procedures to electively remove part of their child's genital skin at birth. Someone
500?
took a probably more than that.
That's
even.
all it costs.
Oh, more than that, I would guess.
The
Like
con-
My
minimum
for-
500.
They sold my foreskin for more than that. Okay. Do
Yeah,
you know what
you're
baby
probably
foreskin
you're
is worth on
responsible
the open
for
market?
for getting rid of a couple of those wrinkles on Gwyneth Paltrow's face. I bet.
The
Probably
average
so.
cost of an adult
A lot of stem cells in there.
circumcision, guys. It's over under. What do you think the average cost? Is?
Oh, an adult circumcision? That's got to be like a
adult?
$2,000 procedure.
Well, there's not a lot of people. opting into that.
1995,
2,000 for
Bob.
Kyle. Who else? Come on.
1800. 1800.
1,800 for Taylor. Woody.
I'm gonna go 1,500.
1,500. Wow,
Fuck
you guys
you.
are all low. The natural average for an adult circumcision is $6,598.
All right, baby circumcision prices. Name them.
Vaginoplasty is like 2-3 grand. This is nonsense.
How much is a baby circumcision, Taylor?
Give them out free.
I don't know.
You ever paid to have
You
a
didn't
good
know
time frame?
before. Why did you not play? Why'd you play his game and not mine?
Oh, I didn't know you had it looked up. 500. I'll stick with my original guess.
All right, Taylor or Kyle.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
How much did you pay for a
Baby circumcision.
baby circumcision?
Oh, that's probably today in modern times.
yes, right now.
$350.
Pretty good. Vito.
I assume if it's done at the hospital, when do they do it? I don't even know what
Immediately.
do they do it when you're
Immediately.
born?
Yes.
Take it
I would
down.
imagine it's just a free procedure. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Zach said between 250 and 400. I saw 150 and 400.
Nice.
150,
Depends on the hospital, I'm
400.
sure.
Despicable.
Were you born in a hospital named after like nuns and shit like me?
I think so.
I don't
Yeah.
know the name of the hospital where I was born.
I was born in Camden, New Jersey. It's the lowest class city I've ever heard of.
Holy shit. Yeah, I remember that from The
heard good things about
Sopranos. That's
Camden.
where they would hide where the black people live.
Camden.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've heard that
Yeah.
name.
that's black New Jersey. That's scary.
Is that not a good part of
Yeah.
Do you got to connect? Do you got to connect
he's
those
from
two
the-
statements, Kyle? Is that necessary? That's Black New Jersey. That's
Yeah.
scary. Oh, we're like a different part.
I don't want you to confuse it. You know what I
Don't
mean?
connect
Like,
those two
You just gotta
clauses.
buckle up for the tape machine. Just
It's a vibrant part of New Jersey that we all
colorful.
love. That's
it's the
how you
most
say
colorful
that.
part of the state.
Very colorful, very colored people.
Dude, North Carolina. Every time I hear about North Carolina, it's getting shit on. And New Jersey. Like I think about Woody when I see it on the internet. It's Reddit that hates you, not me. Every time I see something about New Jersey, it's about crime and pollution. And whenever I see North Carolina, it's about how the conservatives are like dicing the map a different way or taking
Yeah.
away the rights of. They're like, maybe some of the Jim Crow stuff was okay, right? like they're really going backwards. But they're opening up the gun stuff.
We just outlawed abortion, I guess, here in North Carolina. And
I thought they did that already.
no, our governor vetoed it, but there was a supermajority in the Senate, so it took a little bit. And gerrymandering, I guess, is a really big thing.
Yeah, I can't imagine that sticks around for long.
The Supreme Court just ruled against gerrymandering in Alabama, and supposedly they're going to lose a seat here in North Carolina because of it.
I mean, like the abortion thing. Like I imagine that gets flipped back quickly in North Carolina. It's pretty purple, and it's like
No.
it's a heavily motivating thing for blue voters. Like insanely motivating.
I hear your thought process, but the way the gerrymandering works, it's really difficult for us to get a Democratic majority.
They have a super majority. Like they're rewriting the
Republicans have
laws of North
supermajority.
Carolina and making it like fucking. If the South rose again, capital's probably in Raleigh, Durham, right? That's where they'd stick it.
You think they're trying to like sneak in as much or get past with the supermajority as much stuff as they can?
Yeah.
And it'll be a giant swing back, or I guess not
It's
as
been a
giant as you'd
success.
say.
Yeah, it's been a success for them. They outlawed like certain kinds of science having to do with climate warming. They outlawed
like that one.
abortion after so many weeks, and we used to need permits to get pistols, which I didn't realize the history behind it until Kyle taught me. But now you don't need permits to get pistols.
Yeah, it was part of a Jim Crow law. It was to keep guns out of black people's hands. It's a law they'd enforce sometimes and sometimes not.
Back in the day.
What you could do is you found a black guy who had a gun, and looks like you broke this law that we never ever enforce. Nice. But then in modern times,
no, they won't sell it to you unless you get the permit. Where it was done, my understanding, the sheriff had to approve your permit, and it was basically there was a period in time where they approved white people and not black people.
Yep. So,
okay.
But now it seems like a lot of stuff is constitutional carry, and everybody everywhere is starting to be able to just carry your gun on the outside of your pants or inside your pants or however you want to carry your gun, which I like. Personally, I wish there were just machine guns everywhere, just like Iraq.
I'm not huge on machine guns.
Iraq is so safe.
I can't tell if you're joking.
Very safe.
But silencers should be everywhere. Silencers should be thought of as like courteous.
Yeah,
not an assassin's weapon.
But they are in the UK.
If my neighbor is defending his life, I don't need to wake up.
Yeah, I don't want him to do it rudely.
Yeah,
but you show up at the shooting range with no silencer. Everyone should look down their nose at you as a poor.
Oh, you didn't have another bill in the bank, eh? It's only 1,000 more. Yeah, no, they're polite.
I want those cool Iraqi like gun turrets that you saw in the Iraq War, but like on top of the Walmarts and shit,
Oh, like the roof Koreans.
Yeah, exactly.
Except they have a belt-fed 50.
The swivel, yeah.
Defending their nail salon.
I feel like America, we should just embrace our image as the gun-loving country and just have cannons on every building. And why not? We should be like the cool touristy thing.
Cannons do sound dope. You should put them in our front yard instead of flags. Like it's just as American.
Yeah, no.
I wonder how long it's going to be before we have like a Robocop type scenario where we have some sort of automatron or cyborg type scenario running around enforcing the law. Some sort of robot.
Run away with red light cameras.
Yeah, but I need a bot who will chase people down and hate crime them. And
they have a robot.
They'd be like, oh, the robot was racist. What are you talking about? So they do anything they want when it's a robot.
Yes.
We paint the robots black. We're plausible deniability.
Yeah, we make black robots. How can
just robots with blackface.
That robot identifies as a black man, so you're the racist.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Wow, question that.
Or like I've seen those like robot dog things. Those are pretty terrifying.
That's the future of it. I feel like they are already well past the speed they need to apprehend people with those compared to the bipedal robots. If you're even vaguely in shape, you're blowing past those things. Even the best like Boston Technology ones they've shown.
I can outrun a bipedal robot?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm in the bottom quartile of runners, I think.
But we could all do it.
What?
As long as you don't like try to do that thing that it does on the platform. Like it's fucking Nintendo.
I saw it do a flip. It can definitely beat me in gymnastics.
I've never seen it run a sidewalk.
Gymnastics, yeah, but you're not going to be parkouring away from it, I'm
going to run across traffic. Like it's not catching up.
Yeah, it's going
to go across the crosswalk and like no, it's not catching me. It's not.
Terminator. I mean, isn't it carrying like 200 pounds of electronics on its back? Sure. That's the problem.
Can you imagine getting tackled and apprehended by like a 280-pound like sharp piece of metal?
Ow! Taylor's right. So I didn't know how fast it was. I Googled it. And it turns out it's 1.6 meters per second, which is a fucking gay unit of measurement. But that is 3.5 miles an hour. I can run that fast.
Oh, yeah.
I can skip faster than
you can flip that thing off walking backwards.
No, I'd be much more afraid of something that can hover and talk to me. And if I don't obey its commands, it has like an array of things to shoot me with. Like maybe it's got a taser or something, but it's also got like a goddamn pistol. Like imagine a drone flies up that's the size of like, I don't know, like 2-3 feet across, and it's got a gun. It says, identify yourself, and you're like fucking shakily show it your ID. And a little screen pops up, thumbprint. You're like, oh, God.
they're like Acme drones. It's like, God, I don't know how it has that giant blunderbuss and that tiny little drone when it comes out.
I mean, they have drones with machine guns on them. If you've watched this Ukraine war, like they could absolutely, that's now.
Dude, the weirdest thing about the Ukraine war is that the drone footage, it's not like they're not doing any advanced warfare. It's literally just like, let's put a grenade on this flying thing and then drop it on some guys.
Yeah.
And I've been watching all these videos where I'm like, man, that sucks. That guy looks super comfy in that trench. There's just a Russian guy just like, this is great. I'm having a great time. And just some fucker with a drone just goes, ee, and then just drops a grenade on his head. I'm like, oh, that's not
God,
fair.
getting eaten up by bugs. What did they like?
I'm not gonna lie, I watched it though, and I was like, I kind of want to pilot the grenade drone. It seems like fun. Yeah.
You can go there and do that if you want.
I think
You have to be an elite gamer.
No, you don't. You could just lie and like get good enough with a drone, and then go over there. If you go over there with your own money and your own drone, they'll send you right out there and let you blow people up.
Sir, we can't access his COD account, but his racism is impeccable. I believe he's a real hub stomper.
He's a true gamer.
He's a true gamer. We could barely get through the interview.
It's way out of timing now, but Camden, New Jersey, higher violent crime rate than St. Louis.
Yes, get fucked. Yes,
What? No, you act like you won that? I
Yes.
won. We have the higher violent crime rate.
You've been incorrect the whole time. I don't want to win this competition. St. Louis, and you know what? This is probably some weird anomaly. St. Louis will be back on top soon.
I'm over here with like the Teen Witch lyrics in my head. Like, I'm hot, you're not. If you want to hang with me, I'll give it one shot. Top that, right? Like,
What the fuck is that?
You don't know the Teen Witch movie?
Teen
That's really
Witch.
on you, not me.
The Teen Witch movie?
Oh my god,
Yes.
this is an iconic
I
like
haven't seen it.
viral rap. It is
Supersonic,
horrifically-
idiotic, disrespectful.
Thank you.
Who would really want to go and top that? Top that.
You're fantastic.
I think I have heard
remember
this.
all of it.
Yeah. Dude, honestly, Vito brought me home. I have heard that song.
There's actually an episode of 30 Rock where Kenneth has to like entertain the audience before the show, and he just does he just does the rap from Teen Witch, and he goes, "That was the rap song from the movie Teen Witch," and now here's that was one of my favorite moments.
Anyway, go Camden.
Yeah, go Camden. Hopefully they stay number one.
A lot of
for
Teen
while.
Witch rapping in the streets of Camden. That's the battles we need. We need to get the teens battle rapping again so they stop shooting each other. That was the plan. And there really was a whole period of like the 80s and the early 90s where like gang violence was getting out of control, and we're trying to convince kids we're like, you can fight with dance. And it just didn't catch on, we're like, you can fight with rapping and
You can fight with
sit on a piece of cardboard. That's the real way to settle your beefs. And
Did that really happen, or was that just on
shot
TV?
that guy? I think that was the plan.
I think
The
that was
plan was to
just like
convince
There were
everybody-
definitely dance battles, but I always saw them at like high school dances and stuff, middle school dances, not to settle disputes.
Oh no, I'm talking about when someone shows up with their boys and some cardboard.
Yeah.
this is our territory.
Oh, there
Put
was
on a
cardboard.
beat.
Yeah, I can remember. I went to a middle school dance, and they like laid out all the cardboard, and everyone like was like, I didn't compete because while I tried to learn to break dance, I did know my place. But there were people who were good, who could do flips and the worm and the head spin thing.
The funniest thing I remember from one of the funniest things in my high school is that I don't know if you guys, your high school, we always had like these stupid, like, this is Chinese Diversity Month, we're doing a Chinese Diversity Assembly, or it's Pride Month, we're doing a Pride Assembly. We always had these like diversity assemblies, right?
We had camouflage day.
We didn't do that. We had pajama day sometimes.
I had a very progressive
camouflage day.
school
We're in
district.
California.
But there was this one kid who had moved from Korea, and he was like a professional break dancer. And no matter what the assembly it was like, and now dancing for Team Unity comes Kim, and we go, oh! And he would just get up and break. It didn't matter what it was. And that was the only reason you went to the assemblies, was to see this Korean kid
9/11
around on his
memorial.
head. Yeah. Now to somberly remember the victims of 9/11. Michael Kim!
There's one of those guys that drill home the dangers of smoking. I bring to the stage Henry Wynn. Like,
And then that kid went on So You Think You Can Dance, lost, and we never saw him again. I think he moved
Really?
back to
He went
Korea in
on?
shame. Yeah, he was on a couple episodes.
So he was pretty good.
He was really, dude, he was like legit. Like, he was fucking incredible. And we're like, man, I didn't give a shit about Egyptian diversity before today, but now, oof, this Korean kid jamming and popping and tutting.
Really, you gotta get through the pyramid stuff. It's gonna be worth it, dude. Trust me. This Asian guy's gonna.
No, we had hat day.
You had hat day.
We had hat day. We had camo day, pajama day. What else was there? Oh, there's probably like American Flag Day, like patriotic day, where everybody would just wear American flag shit. And then
gun day.
I mean, it was like a couple years before I started going to like in the late 90s, like before 1999, it would be a lot of guys would have their hunting rifles in their car, like in the parking lot of their high school. Like it was a common thing. You'd go hunting in the morning and then go to school, and it would just be behind the seat of your truck. It'd be a bolt action hunting rifle. And then 1999, you get Columbine. Yeah.
Yeah, that Columbine.
That was sad.
Oh, I remember that day too. That was the day where if you were after that day, I always say it's like in your teacher's eyes, it went from like, oh, the next generation of kids, I'm so glad to be teaching them. And then like the day after Columbine, it's like, all these people, the kids are potential fucking murderers, and I'm terrified of all of them.
Yeah.
Like
all right, no more diversity. Now every day is clear backpack day. Forever.
Every day was, if you wear your Marilyn Manson t-shirt, you have to go talk to the guidance counselor day.
Was school spirit like uncool when you went to school?
Nah. We supported the teams, certainly basketball and football. And we supported the teams big time.
If you even like acknowledged your school wasn't terrible and just sucked on every level, every teacher sucks, the administration sucks, the building sucks, then that was somehow uncool. And the school tried to like ramp up school spirit, and it didn't work at all until a group of guys, like popular guys, named themselves the Bleacher Creatures, and they would go to the sports events and start chants. But the chants were all like, mainland girls give blowies, and like the whole crowd would get going. Mainland girls are easy, shit like that. And the school officials were like, well, it's this or nothing.
It's bringing the kids together.
This is what we wanted, just not a
bit of sexual harassment is what will make this school great.
Why are they goose stepping though?
Stop it! Whatever gets them going. Like, we're trying to sell nachos.
Tonight's big game against Steinberg High. Oh God, no, not Steinberg High. Kids, no chance tonight. Stop.
No.
It's gay night.
My unpopular high school self was like, yeah, but no joke, are they easy? I need to know.
Why is this bad? I don't understand.
I think I might be reading too far into this chant, but someone can,
can I transfer schools?
No, we definitely supported the team. Like I remember, everybody wore their Letterman jackets and went to the games and cheered. And certainly, like I said, like the main sports. And I think our girls basketball team went to state or something like that. So we followed them pretty closely for a little while.
Our girls cross country team was outrageously good. They were undefeated for 18 years or something like that.
Jesus.
I know, right? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's what they call Camden, Little Kenya. All the runners.
I didn't go to school in Camden, but yeah.
See, I went to school in Western Mass, and it's all a bunch of like weird hippies and whatever else. So our school was number one in the nation for ultimate frisbee. And I remember the kids were upset. They're like, you don't understand. This is going to be an Olympic sport in about 5 years. And I'm like, will it be? I don't know.
I remember the trick to the cross country. I forgot it.
I know multiple kids who went to school on an ultimate frisbee scholarship.
That's great.
I didn't know it was a thing. Yeah.
So what they would do, I went to school in Ocean City, New Jersey, which is this island, obviously on the beach, and none of the other teams were like equipped and prepared to run in the soft sand. So they just dragged their asses through the soft sand. They'd all fall behind while our girls just floated over it. And that was one of the ways they won.
They're wearing the right footwear or what?
I don't know. Technique, I'm guessing, or something.
They were sand people.
But
red to it.
Natural runners.
Yeah. I don't know. I imagine like if I never ran in mountains and all of a sudden we did mountain trails, you'd kick our ass.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I have one buddy who's still disillusioned that he never made it as an ultimate frisbee pro. And I'm like, dude, it doesn't matter. And he's like, because I think we had one kid who went to my school did become an ultimate frisbee pro. And he's like, I was a better discer than Sam Canner ever was. And I'm like, dude, you don't need to worry about Sam Canner. You have a perfectly fine life. Like,
who the hell is Sam Canner?
Exactly. I'm like, nobody in the world cares about Sam Canner, ultimate frisbee champion, other than you.
Remember,
like,
dude, if you saw his flicks, you would.
Taylor was talking about that hockey goalie from New York early in the show.
Yeah.
I kind of feel that way about Marquise Brownlee sometimes. Do I have his name right? How close am I?
The
tech
guy?
reviewer on YouTuber? Yeah.
Know.
So this guy makes amazing tech review videos. He has a really nuanced and expert take on any kind of like tech that comes out, whether it be Teslas, microphones, cameras, computers, iPhones, chips, whatever. On top of that, he's an ultimate frisbee player, and I've seen highlight clips of him, and he's just like wildly athletic, and it's like God gave this guy too much.
Highlight is the sport that I wish would actually become a sport. Like I've seen people play paintball, and look, as much as I love it, it looks so stupid to watch people play it. Highlight I could get down with. They fling that ball that's as hard as a rock, like 150 miles an hour.
People die. Yeah.
People die in highlight.
Yeah, like it's
How?
Not like regular.
They hit him in the chest.
The ball hits them in the head,
base,
and it kills
Don't
them.
they have helmets on?
I don't think they wear helmets.
I don't. A lot of them don't. I watched a highlight of. Is it big in like Brazil or something like that? I think
somewhere in
highlight.
South America.
Yeah, I watched compilations of it, and they throw it so unbelievably hard. And when you hear the ball and like see it, it's like it makes a lacrosse ball look like a tennis ball. Like it's a rock. It's like they just make it out of marble, seemingly. And even like the lacrosse throwers, they're not even like a lacrosse pouch like that. They are huge swoops. So you're like getting enormous amounts of speed. You can see if you watch highlights, you can see why people die.
Yeah, I wonder how much backspin is on that shit.
2 motorsports. Right? I watched Formula One, and then I watched MotoGP, which is the motorcycle version of Formula One. And it's funny, at the start of a Formula One weekend, it's like, oh, I hope Max wins. I hope Lando has a good weekend. At the start of a MotoGP, you just hope your favorite rider will survive. People die, people get hurt, they miss years. Like the danger is so real at high level motorcycle racing. It's a whole nother vibe.
They shouldn't let them wear helmets. I'd watch that.
Like, Jesus Christ!
Like, oh, you want to go fast? Let's see how bad.
Well, you know what's interesting that I always bring up
helmet.
Is they have helmet laws now all over America. You got to wear your helmet when you're on the motorcycle, which is horrible because it's deprived us of what used to be one of our top sources of human organs. With people, this is true. Like motorcyclists would fall off, their head would get crushed into a pancake, but the rest of the body was fine. Like we had America's organ bank was the motorcycle community.
I love this take.
And now they're all wearing helmets, and we're like, well, now where are we gonna get the fucking organs? Bullshit.
That's true. I want my organs from a guy like Woody who takes excellent care of himself. And like his biggest risk factor isn't fatty foods or smoking. It's just like that.
Motorcycle. And if you wanted anyone to die, isn't it all these loud, obnoxious motorcycle guys? And then we get to take their organs and live forever.
Like, you an organ donor?
We had a perfect solution. Am I an organ donor?
Yeah.
I don't actually remember. I don't know if they do. Do they put that on your ID?
Yeah, it's on your license.
Yeah, it's on my license. There should be a little heart on it or something.
I think I said no because I'm worried they're going to get too aggressive about it.
That is my fear.
They're going to get 100% aggressive about it, just so you know.
You're going to be in the hospital. They're going to go, oh, there's an organ donor? Cut him off.
Hey, do we want that heart? Nah, they're taking it.
No, see, it's like if there's some like father who needs a pair of lungs to like see his kids graduate high school or something, like I'm really for that. But organ donors don't just do that. I don't want to be on a table at some medical school getting dissected for somebody's knowledge. I don't want to be like a weird experiment or kind of like casually tossed aside unimportant.
I don't want a bunch.
Hang on, I could be wrong about this, but I think there's a difference. I think if you want your body donated to medical science, where they go and throw you in the actually, there was never mind because there was that story about that old man that donated his fucking organs, and they used him for as a crash test dummy. They strapped him into a car and ran it into a wall to see what would happen.
Did you see the one about the woman, the guy, his mother donated her body to scientists years ago, and they used her body to test like blowing up a Humvee with a body in it, and so like they blew his mom's ass to smithereens, and he was like, she was supposed to like help with cancer or something, and she just confirmed that rockets work.
Like, on her deathbed, she's going to her, at least I know that I'll be able, my organs will be able to save another. Let's blow this bitch up.
Dude, I'm okay with it. What do you want to be laid in that coffin so you can like not rot forever? I like the idea of being, man, if I could request to be put in that Humvee and blown up, that'd be pretty neat.
Dude, if I die of a deadly illness, I want my body launched into the territory of whoever our country's enemy is. I want to be
like catapulted.
Yep, I want my sick body sent. If we're at war with Italy, fire my body into Rome, and I'll help.
We'll flick it right into the DMZ at North Korea. And
it's bullshit that you're not allowed to sell your pre-sell your organs though. Then like
you can.
No,
China's on the cutting edge of that.
You can go to a different country, but in America, it's like if you knew you were going to die, you can't be like, all right, I'll give my heart to a guy for $12,000. It's like, no, you just go. That. I don't think you can.
Who's going to stop? What are they going to do to you?
Like literally, it has to go through like
kill you and steal your heart.
It has to go through the process. Like you have to be on the list or whatever, the donor list and everything.
All right, like, Mr. Vito, I see here that you sold your heart. You're in a lot of trouble, sir. a lot of trouble. I don't think you're dead. You're very.
But people aren't allowed to like pay money to skip the line. You know, they can't be like, oh, I'll buy that guy's heart for like $100K, and you go, all right, well, you know, I'm gonna.
I can't imagine that happening.
That always.
I'm with Taylor on that. I don't buy into too many. Okay, how are all these rich and famous people getting that weight loss drug? Ozempic?
Oh, I bought it from China. What are you talking about?
You're on it?
Oh yeah.
Well,
what is it?
Getting a drug's different. I think though, if I'm gonna die tomorrow, say I know I'm gonna head into the garage and get sleepy tomorrow. I could decide. I could say, Woody, you get my heart. And I could leave it in my
will. Anymore. Can't you hang yourself?
I'll have it.
I'll hang myself.
Be a bro. Come on. I don't want your carbon dioxide.
Woody, I'm going to kill myself tomorrow. Give me I know you need a new heart. Give me $100,000 in cash, and I'm going to hand that off to my baby mama that you don't know about. And
which one?
And then transaction done, right? I donate the heart to you. You get your heart. She gets some hush money. That's all good. She take care of that little bastard that she was supposed to get rid of.
Yeah.
Fucking liar.
I don't know exactly how.
Vito, you're on that weight loss drug? What is it? How do you pronounce it?
Semaglutide.
Oh, okay. That's the
there's the what do you call it?
Brand name too.
The brand name is Ozempic. And then there's another brand, Wegovy.
How long have you been on it?
About a month so far.
Is it a weekly injection?
Yeah. Weekly you inject it. And I inject it into my tummy.
How? Oh, you do it solo. You don't like go to get it injected.
No, because I bought it from some weird website and I had to mix it myself, and I'm worried I did it wrong.
Oh, you got the powder and you had to put it with the water.
I had they send you these little vials of powder, and then you have to add the, the pure water to it.
Scary.
Mix it together.
And like, oh, my drug.
And hope that
I'm sure you got it right the first time ever. I mean, you did read all the internet how to
and medical science are pretty easy.
High risk, high reward. Come on.
Pharmacists don't know shit. I can do this.
Like I've seen memes about Ozempic being like people claiming like miracle weight loss drug, or that's
look at the marketing. Apparently, everybody in Hollywood's on it. I mean, have you seen like Mindy Kaling looks like now? Have you seen
Oh, if Mindy Kaling's thin, then
dude, Mindy Kaling thin looks crazy.
Works.
Who is that? Mindy Kaling.
That's from The Office, the Indian girl.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Ryan's girlfriend.
There's a new swimsuit line. She has a swimwear collection. Is how skinny she's got.
Can we see hot pictures of this chick, Zach?
Does she still have that gross birthmark on her shoulder?
Let me see if I can find.
You've got a wild memory about some things.
How
do you know that?
On my shoulder.
It's her left.
It's my left.
Here, I think. Is this pictures of her though? Mindy One Piece. Oh, there she is. No, I don't want to unlock.
No thanks.
She actually looked. This is actually must be older pictures because she looks way skinnier than that now.
Yeah, she looks unhealthy now. It's cool.
Yeah.
She looks like
her neck looks like it can barely support her head now.
As she lost too much weight.
No such thing. She's still alive.
Yeah. Silly Taylor.
We were watching the new.
She's really funny. She's one of the funnier women in existence. She wrote a lot of The Office.
What is it like to be on it, Vito? Does it make you? I'm hearing about how it makes you sick and like gastric distress. And is it a rough life to exist on this stuff?
It hasn't been for me. I mean, I'm unhealthy to begin with, so I probably, I throw up every hour anyway. No, but I supposedly the idea is that it just you have less food cravings, and I think. Maybe it's all in my head. Maybe it's a placebo effect. I'm still on like a lower dose and I'm ramping it up. But there will be days where like I go, hey, I really only ate like one thing today. That's awesome. Whereas normally it's like, I don't know if anyone's experienced being a fat guy, but sometimes you're just like, if I don't eat a cake right now, I'm going to kill myself. And
all of us are like a little bit.
Sometimes it do be like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, like it feels like I have way more control over my food decisions are no longer based on like eat this thing or I'm going to slice my wrists open. It's okay. Well, what do I want to eat?
Does it help with your gambling?
Well, that's the other thing they say. Actually, it is supposed to affect other impulses.
Yeah.
They're finding that like as a side effect, like gambling addicts are like, I don't feel the need to gamble as much, or like shopping addicts are like, I don't feel like I need to buy a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
It actually is rewiring brains.
I think Prozac does that too. Prozac has some sort of effect where it helps with gambling addiction.
Yeah. Hopefully, eventually this all reflects and I can have physical changes to show. But for the time being, it does kind of. I'm like, I think something's happening.
You on the juice yet?
Which juice? The HGH. I'm trying to get testosterone. I keep my labs keep trying. Well, I was trying to get it prescribed.
Yeah, of course. So go to our boy Derek's website. He's got a clinic. More plates, more dates. It's Merrick Health. That's what I use.
I keep sending in my labs to this company and they keep rejecting them, and it's taken way longer than I
would say this. Different doctors have different viewpoints about what those numbers mean. And really, I think over at Merrick Health, they find that it's more about how you feel than what some number on a chart.
I'm not sure what your numbers are, but Merrick Health thinks they're too low.
They seem low.
They seem low. We can squeeze more tea in here.
The fact that you already have, your blood work done, you could. Yeah. You're like 6 days from having meds if you were to set up an appointment with them, because you do like an initial consultation. They're like, okay, we'll schedule your blood work. You've already got that, so you skip that whole step. Then you just have a video conference with the doctor, and he's like, so you're erectile dysfunction or low energy, like
all
symptoms. Yep. And he's like, all right, well you fucking need it then. Let's put you on X amount of milligrams. Here's some, and he'll recommend some syringes.
Well, I need to get I was told I should get the pill form because
I don't. That. No, whoever said that doesn't know what they're doing. Do not get the pill form.
Well, no, because I don't want to be sterile.
You're not gonna be. Well, I mean, there's a free some sperm.
How long does it take to like?
I keep a lot in my freezer.
So Kyle, let's say they were like.
Is it all yours?
Mr. Myers, you won the sperm donor lottery, which means if you donate sperm right now or within the next couple of weeks, you win $1 million.
Unlikely, since I have syphilis antigens in my blood.
Well, let's pretend you didn't have syphilis. And would you be able to, like, in 2 weeks, donate sperm with like sperm swimming around in it? If you how long would that take to get back?
I have no idea what my current sperm count is. I've been told that it's rather low, but not to treat it like birth control. From the testosterone over the last couple of years or so. But I have no idea if I wanted to rejuvenate. There's a drug you can take, I think, that assists with kicking the sperm production back in and your own testosterone back in. I think it's not 100% effective 100% of the time. That shit doesn't scare me. I'm not going to be the outlier who fails. I'm going to be the outlier who wins, always, right? You got to have a good positive mind set about these things. And I've got the sperm frozen in my freezer as a backup. But I don't want children anyway.
In my freezer.
I would absolutely. If what's the thing when a man gets neutered? What's that called?
Vasectomy.
Vasectomy. I'm a little scared of doing it because there's the pain and discomfort.
You were just talking about you would get an adult circumcision.
Yeah, because
that was
there's a huge difference. Do you remember my reason for the adult circumcision?
Let me ask you this, Kyle. What if a lot of women found like
fertility
being infertile a desirable aspect in a mate? Like, ooh, this guy's risk-free. I can bang him.
They absolutely do. They're dudes who are in like the swinger community will like that'll be like on their fucking thing. Like, hey, just so you know, I'm blowing like freeloads, like no risk of pregnancy. Like,
there needs to be a term for
Nothing
that.
but air comes out.
Like
Air ballers.
This is just empty calories.
Shoot blank. If
You're
somebody
airballing. Your balls are full of
If
air.
I had any reason to do so, I would. The only thing that keeps me from doing it is the pain and discomfort. I think it's like $3,500 or something like that. But
that's more than I thought.
But I think I don't need that done. I don't think.
How about this? How much would you pay for leg lengthening surgery that's guaranteed to work, and you're not going to walk like a fucking?
I don't want to be longer. I would pay not to
be
have
6'10".
I like to refer to it as
dude. I want to be like my legs still my same torso and arms, but my legs are the legs of like a
Freakish
7'6" man.
I don't want to be any taller. I mean, if I certainly not through surgery. No,
I could be taller. I think we all know 6'2" is about the right height, and the fact that my son is like 6'2", I could go for that.
What he's 5'7". His son's 6'2".
Pay to get your son leg shortening surgery because it's cheaper.
Oh yeah, that's where he could just be my leg donor.
You could take his legs.
Give me some shin bone, kid.
Yeah. I don't want your shitty shins, Dad. It's like, no, trust me. You'll get big calves. Think of the calves. Yeah, we were talking about like really early in the show, the silly stuff where like you buy things because it's political and whatnot. I was remembering back to a time that I was looking for the best set of like resistance bands online, like the full circle bands for working out. And a lot of them are those shit ones that are just the long straight things that you put handles on that are really trash. And I was like, I'm tired of like burning through these. I want some good loops, like quality ones. And so I just like was kind of mindlessly looking like for whatever the top #1 rated thing was. And then it was like, oh, $40. That's like all the rest of them are 30. This one must be a little bit better. So I bought that one. And it shows up in my house, and it is 100% one of those like, we're right wing and we do not apologize. It's called Iron Infidel. And it came with a little carrying bag for my resistance bands with like a skull on it, and it says like "get fucked" and like like that on my resistance bands. And like I remember opening it and being like, "All right, I don't want people to walk into my gym and be like, whoa, the Iron Infidel." And so I literally threw the bag away.
It's got iron crosses all over.
Yeah, it's got iron crosses. I'm like, there's what I would call a not tasteful amount of swastikas on my resistance band.
How many swastikas would you say is too many?
That's how they get you so strong, is that if you let go of the pressure, it returns to a perfect shape of a swastika. You stretch it really fast, you're distorting the swastika. You know, that's how you get jacked.
What do you think Hitler's workout program was like? I bet he did a lot of hiking, with that lederhosen, up in those Bavarian hills and such. He, as a young man, he looked stout. He fought in World War I, and that's the reason he didn't use gas on the front. Like during World War II, Hitler didn't use gas. Because
I've heard that trivia.
What a nice guy! What a nice guy.
Didn't share but when it came to those Gringotts folk, he really broke the gas right back out again.
Pretty genocidal with those folks.
Pretty genocidal. They say I wasn't there.
I wasn't there, dude. I'm gonna question every historical event with I was like stuff as basic as the founding of America.
Yeah,
it's I don't know. I wasn't.
Hey, I wasn't there, dude. I don't know.
World War II could just be a bunch of hullabaloo to me. Oh, I've never seen Hitler. I've never seen John Wilkes Booth. Who's to say that Abe Lincoln didn't get what was coming?
That's what the mustache was about, right? He had that mustache because the gas mask.
Mm-hmm. Which is kind of like just lose the mustache.
Yeah.
You would
unless can you imagine like everybody is in his unit and they're like, this is so stupid. I'm so tired of shaving. And then like Hitler walks in and they're like, mein Gott. He has found the loophole. This man is a leader.
That's why he got elected. They went.
That's why he got elected.
The guy who came up with the toothbrush mustache knows what he's talking about.
The ability to not die from sarin while looking fly. Like that's, but a bad mustache. Even it didn't look good with Michael Jordan either.
No,
it's just you don't like the short mustaches. They look weird?
Larry Bird had the worst mustache in the history of mankind.
Really?
Yeah, dude. You don't remember Larry Bird's stash? It's rough.
Was it a Hitler stash?
Well, he's blonde, and
the blonde stash is hard to pull off.
And, I mean, he did not have that sort of like thick Tom Selleck genetics that you really need for a prime time mustache under those bright lights. It doesn't look good.
Blonde mustaches can be rough.
He's just not an attractive person.
No, that's true. That's also true.
Yeah,
Bird.
It's like we got a really ugly guy with a Viking hat, and we're like, that hat makes you look bad, bro. There was nothing that was gonna make him look good.
Oh, I heard someone say that Pedro Pascal looks like someone drew Burt Reynolds from memory.
Honestly, his eyes are very distracting from the mustache.
What have they done to his eyes?
Bright eyes, bright blue eyes.
They cranked those eyes. That's not what they look like. They're like.
I bet it is. He's got blonde hair, and maybe it's the background popping the blue out.
Background, they've done
things like that.
But yeah, that's an attractive man. But apparently one of the best basketball players of all time, huh?
Yeah, and apparently he was ornery on the court.
Yeah,
he was a trash talker. Like, it's legendary. Apparently, he was one of the best trash talkers in the history of the game.
And also, like, rough, right? Like a physical, like.
I think so.
Rough people up, as far as basketball goes. Yeah, like
his rivalry was with Magic, right? With LA, Lakers, Celtics back then.
Yeah, and Detroit to some extent. This guy named Bill Lambier, who was a real bruiser.
Bill Lambier's combat basketball.
What was when they found out Magic had AIDS or HIV, whatever the fuck? Did his rivals, like the guys like Larry Bird, be like, yeah, don't want him on the court with me anymore? We're gonna kill it this year.
I can picture like a coach doing that or something, where they're like, Magic Johnson, the best player on earth other than this guy. We got a lobby to get rid of him.
Yeah, it was mixed, but I think most people felt sorry for at the time. If you announced that you had HIV, not AIDS, people just, I have HIV. People heard AIDS and expected you to die soon. Typically, people didn't go public with it until they were on death's door. So when I heard Magic had it, I thought he was going to die soon.
Well, in the 80s, it killed you quick. Magic was right at the end. Magic had enough money. Nowadays, it's like not even a problem. Like it's like herpes. I mean, I don't see it like herpes, but medically, it's like herpes. But the stigma of it, because I was born in 86, is like plutonium. Like I think
certainly
it is
more
plutonium.
extreme than herpes.
It is not. No, it is medically. It is probably easier to treat than herpes. You just take a pill.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's no way it's as common as herpes. I mean, not as common as not as intense.
I mean, you've got it.
What's HIV like?
I'm a bit of a collector.
You gave it
to you. Yeah, Kyle came to me. He was bug chasing, and I was paused up, and so I paused him up. Damn, do you remember that horrible forum post I read like 5 years ago?
You know what a bug chaser is, Vito?
Oh, I know the bug chasers. I know that story.
You're not a bug chaser, are you?
I'm not bug chasing. No, I'm cat chasing.
We had a guest who was.
He's always chasing pussy.
Yeah,
but it's cats.
But yeah, if you met a beautiful young lady, you're on the dating market these days. If you're on the old Bumble or Tinder or whatever the who, and you see this lady who's like, oh my, she's into me, and she's a little above my level. I think I've hit a home run here, and oh, what could be wrong with her? She's got this and that, all these things I value. Everything she says is coming out right. What could it be? And then you see like positive, like undetectable, like written on it, and you're like, ooh. Yeah, and yet I've detected it right here. And oh dear.
And yet I have detected it.
Would you be okay? Because the deal is, if they're on antivirals, I think, and their viral load is so low that it's
low enough,
then they are now not able to transfer it to you in any way. And I think a man having sex with a woman is very unlikely that you get it from her anyway. Even
I didn't realize. So you'd be able to have no condom sex with an HIV positive person?
Yes.
That's the reality now. Yeah. With one, so there's a pill now that you can take called remember what's his name in the Hangout? It's called PrEP.
Yeah.
And so you're just like immune to AIDS now. You could bug chase all you wanted, and
that's why they got rid of all the laws, and people are always mad. They're like, "Can you believe those crazy Californians made it so it's not a felony now to have sex with someone who have HIV without telling them?" It's like, well, yeah, because there's like a 0% chance of infecting them now. So
as long as they're taking that pill every day.
As long as they're taking that pill, yeah.
People always take their pills every day. Mistakes don't happen
Yeah, I think if you were in, I think it's mostly gay people who take that pill because I've seen billboards for it, and it's like, yeah.
But I'm glad you caught that one.
But if I were a cop or a health worker, man, I'm taking my PrEP every day.
What are the side effects?
I have no idea. Probably like everything else: dizziness, vomiting, upset stomach, diarrhea. A little Pepto fix.
Dizziness, vomiting, upset stomach, diarrhea. That is the core 4, isn't it?
Yeah, they're just covering all their bases, saying, "Hey, if you feel bad, it's us."
Yeah, every once in a while, you see the drugs that are like,
"Oh my god,
do you have mild stomach sharp pain?"
I googled it: diarrhea, nausea, headache, fatigue, stomach pain. How close was Kyle?
Well, it's because when they do the study, the way it works is they give people the pills, and you literally have to write down every single negative effect you have, whether or not you can actually attribute it to the pill or not. So it's more like, what are the odds that someone might get a headache while they're on this pill, you know? So that's pretty much why that stuff's always listed. It's like, yeah, somebody had a headache. One day somebody had an upset stomach. Like, it's not necessarily that the pill's causing it. You don't actually know.
Yeah, but sometimes the side effects is like rectal bleeding.
Yeah, and when that one shows up, you go, well, that seems like an anomaly. Like, that's the ones you got to pay attention.
My ass is bleeding more than usual today.
Fingernails may begin to smell of fish. What is this drug I'm taking? Your eyelids may turn yellow.
Nah, bleeding's normal. Wipe it till it's
skin
red.
may turn inside out. Well, that's a strange one.
Have you heard? You said the fish thing, and it made me think of this. Have you heard of fish syndrome? Fish odor syndrome?
Yes, I knew a girl who had it.
No, you didn't. That'd be crazy. I think it's mostly in Asia.
Well, what was wrong with her pussy then?
Maybe just dirty. Yeah. Because there's
stating
I think it was vaginosis, but I was hoping you'd laugh.
It was vaginosis.
But I did call it.
Did you call it fish oil syndrome? Is that
I think it's called fish odor syndrome. It's not a pussy thing. It's like some sort of hormonal, and I'm sure there's crossover. But like it's like there's a genetic thing that some people cannot stop reeking of like rotten fish. Jeez. You look up fish odor syndrome and like they can't fix it. Like, so in public, the people will be like, I can't. Yeah, an uncommon condition that causes an unpleasant fishy smell, also called fish odor syndrome. That sucks.
What in the fuck?
Can you imagine how much that would suck?
On that one. Yeah,
fish odor syndrome. You work online, like we could all smell like shit.
That's the person that has
it. Is that the example?
Well, get off the beach, honey. That's half the problem.
Dude, that's the only
low tide. I see that animal.
He's about to be attacked by all those seals in the background.
It's like fish. Honey, I love you, but why does every date have to be at the dirty part of the beach?
That smells like shit.
She's risking her life. Those are predators back there.
Man, she took that selfie and she was like, "Yep, this is the one to send to Nightly News."
To Nightly News about fish odor syndrome.
I don't know if she can outrun a seal.
No, she's the kind of person that needs to be worried about those robot cops at this point. Like, 3 miles an hour might be exceptional.
She couldn't outrun a big one. No, I think some of those like sea lions and stuff, I get them all mixed up. There's all sorts of little mammals that swim around out there, but some of them have like scary teeth. And then those giant like maybe it's elephant seals. Those things are like a couple 1,000 pounds. I didn't know they were that big. They tower over people. If that thing landed on you, you would just get mushed into the sand and die.
Yeah, when you watch them fight, like it's one of those forced perspective things where because there's nothing but ice and like a sloped gradient of like sand down, you don't realize how big they are hitting. But then when they like actually collide with each other, like you know how you can tell from the physics of something, whether two objects colliding are small with like low mass, or like large with like, you see them hit and it's like, oh, that's like an entire O line in one entity. That's more than that probably. Like what is like 1,400 pounds, 1,500 pounds of just, and it's not even fat. It's the kind of like, it's all very productive fat, and under it is corded muscle.
Productive fat? What lie have you been telling yourself, Taylor?
Well, I'm not trying to survive and brave the
I'm a powerlifter.
I'm one of the productive fat.
Blubber, that's fuel for the fight.
yeah, that's fuel for fighting. You see the polar bears, they get like their claws all the way in to like one of those big giant walruses or seals. And then you can like see the battle scar. So like that thing's fat is so thick, it's like armor. It's like you got stabbed
in the water. Like the largest animal, I think, is one elephant, African bull elephant, maybe.
Blue whale.
They're not even in the top 10 of the largest animals.
Land animals are not like, I don't think land animals can, like, they just can't get that big. Like, what's that?
The dinosaurs.
Well, there's like some mathematical thing where it's like, if a person was multiplied, like if there was a giant who was 100 feet tall, like you would just collapse. Like your body couldn't support that.
Right.
There's there is a size at which land animals are no longer scalable.
Yeah.
I wonder how that works with dinosaurs. They're always doing their dinosaur shit where they're like, we found the biggest, coolest dinosaur. And then 4 years later, they're like, it's a small bullshit dinosaur. We lied. It's trash. It's like 2 feet tall. Fuck you.
There was actually a tar pit. There was a lot of dinosaurs combined.
Yeah. Guess what? The movie's already out, dumbass. So everybody's going to buy it. That it was cool and big and that raptors weren't fucking this big.
I mean, the brontosaurus was a real
Raptors
animal.
weren't that small, are
they? Were like chickens. The lies we've been fed about raptors. The lies.
Yeah, velociraptors in particular, like that type of dinosaur is a small dinosaur, but there were larger predatory dinosaurs that are more like what you see in the movies.
Well, yeah,
they were about 100 pounds, the size of a wolf.
I don't know about that.
I don't know either. I'll have to
right here on the internet. You can't.
When's the last time you were out in the digs, Woody? I was out there yesterday. Yeah, we were digging.
You weren't there.
Digging through the dicks.
I got one of those paint brushes. I fucking like dust the bones for some reason instead of getting an air hose like a man.
Let's go. Let's fake a dinosaur. Let's go get a dig pit and let's fake one.
You know, I'm gonna call horse shit on this because it does have the Jurassic Park logo on it.
And
they have a dog in this fight.
I did find another website that said they were the size of a turkey, which is not that useful to me.
I think they were little, but you know, there were plenty of gigantic dinosaurs. The biggest animal that ever lived was a dinosaur.
No,
it's a blue whale.
Yeah,
you know that?
Yep, blue whale, the king, still around.
Yeah, largest animal.
Not in the world of Avatar, where the whales were hunted to extinction.
I don't think those were like sperm whale size. Those weren't gigantic. Like they were 100. Blue whale's 100 fucking feet long somehow. Those
you're saying the Avatar whales were not big enough?
No, they were like sperm whales. They were like 50, 60 foot long whales. I'd have killed them all. I swear to God, we'd have had them in little tanks like SeaWorld, torturing them all day. Whatever it took to make more goo.
The fact that they have immortality goo inside them, I kind of get it.
100%.
Why were sperm whales named that? That's a silly name. Like
because the fluid that comes out looks like ejaculate. The oil.
What fluid comes out of sperm whales?
That's why they were killing them for the whale oil.
That is true.
Whale.
Yeah, whale oil is why you killed all those whales. And sperm whales.
I don't know if that's why they call them sperm whales, but that is why they were killing the
That's how we lit our lamps. We just loved lamps.
In their heads, it's how they use the sonar,
it looks
right?
like Kyle's right. The spermaceti, which is a disgusting kind of pasta, is in its head.
I always hated when my mom served me sperm sketty.
God damn it, Mom! Every Wednesday.
That's what my stepdad served me. And I don't think he liked us.
Eat your sperm spaghetti or kill yourself. All right.
Your sperm spaghetti. It'll make you an alpha.
Yeah. So before the after the Industrial Revolution, but before we had the whole oil rush thing, we were running the world on whale oil. It was burning in lamps. It was greasing gears. And there's different consistencies of it. It filled the role of like waxy greases and also thin burnable oils, just like petroleum does
really
today. Yeah.
How hard is it to get oil? It would seem more accessible than sperm whale oil.
It's not as much fun.
Not in the 1700s.
Not as sporting. The real oil doesn't fight back.
Do you want to dig a hole or do you want to kill a whale? Come on.
Yeah. You kill a whale.
You're winning me over.
And sperm whales, yes, we will. Sperm whales are the ones with teeth. Like if you see,
they fight.
Like
they're the ones.
Scary clips, like the ones that the whales that actually attacked ships were sperm whales. They're the ones with that. Like if you look at their mouth, they have that socket, and like every tooth fits into like a socket as it closes, like big giant teeth. And so that's like what some people think a lot of sea monster tales were, is like sperm whales fucking up ships.
Orcas are sinking ships all the time now.
Yeah, those little yachts.
Really?
Yeah.
Where are they doing? Is it the Strait of Gibraltar? Is that where? Or do I have my stories mixed up?
I know that there's one pod in particular that's got this one matriarch who they believe like was hit by a boat, and now she's holding a grudge. So she's taught all of her clan to do this, to attack the yachts. And so they knock off the rudders. They've sunk ships, and the people have gone in the water, and they don't hurt the people, but they sink the boats. And these aren't like commercial fishing boats or anything. They're sinking pleasure yachts that are expensive.
That's
awesome. Off the coast of Portugal and Spain. That's the Strait of Gibraltar, right?
Your geography is better than mine.
Dude, I was there a couple years ago, and I still don't know what I'm talking about. But I think I'm on target with this. Okay. Anyway, it's really small. You can easily see from one side to the other. Oh, Zach says I'm right. So,
nice.
Yeah. Anyway, they get them in the bottleneck and attack them there.
That is cool.
I like it. Taylor, will you please do our ads, and I'm going to go see what my dog is wailing about. Like he's
all right. Maybe he needs to come. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Freeze Pipe. Our friends at Freeze Pipe just launched a bunch of new products that are taking the cannabis market by storm. If you're interested in the smoothest, coldest way to smoke cannabis, then you got to try a freezable pipe, bubbler, or bong from Freeze Pipe. Their newly released Mini Bong and Tornado Bong are priced very affordably and punch well above their weight class. And for those who prefer smoking joints, blunts, and vapes, Freeze Pipe's new glycerin blunt holder brings much-needed icy glycerin coldness to a market that so desperately needs it. Say goodbye to harsh smoke and coughing attacks by shopping for the coldest pipes, bubblers, bongs, and dab rigs at thefreezepipe.com and use code PKA for 10% off your entire order. That's thefreezepipe.com, code PKA for 10% off. Shop today and let the Freeze Pipe's icy glycerin chambers do all the heavy lifting. So hopefully the Mini Bong and the Tornado Bong are on the way, because I haven't got those yet. But the ones I've tried so far, the big giant bong with the like huge freezable glycerin thing. If you like bongs, I say just go for the big one. Like they all are going to cool it down, but go whole hog. Get the big guy, the one with the giant glycerin chamber. Every single Thursday. That's freezing in my freezer right now for post show where true. I'm going. It's 100% true. After the show is over, I will walk out there directly. I will get a Diet Pepsi. I will get the glycerin out. I'll snap it into the top. I'll pack a bowl. I'll roast it, and then I'll eat all the food that I
was about to say. Like I just can't imagine that like midnight pot smoking is accompanied by responsible dietary choices.
No, it's not. But I have not eaten any calories yet today, so I'm going to get a big pizza to show up at the end.
You haven't eaten any calories today?
No. Whoa. Yeah. I kept going throughout the day, and I was like, I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry.
Are you on Ozempic, or do you have too many jobs?
Yeah, are you on Ozempicing, bro?
Well, maybe it might be too many jobs. No, not on the Ozempic. But by the time it got to be like 4 p.m., which is 2 hours before we start for me Central Time, I was like, I really want to eat. But then I was like, I can eat an entire pizza after the show, the whole thing, and still only consume like 2,000 calories. Plus the 400 more I need for my protein shakes, like 2,400 calories on the day. Not great calories, but it's gonna be a nice evening. And I'll enjoy that with the Freeze Pipe. 10% off at thefreezepipe.com. Check it out, guys. You wanna overeat on pizza, also high as shit. So check it out. You will enjoy it. This episode also brought to you by RealDBG.com. We're going to need some parental advisory warnings for this one. RealDBG.com has got the goods, and I'm not talking about candy. We're talking about 100 milligrams of Delta-8 infused gummies, 50 milligrams of HHC infused gummies, 1 gram HHC and Delta-8 cartridges, and a 650 milligram bottle of syrup that will knock your socks off. And forget about spring has finally come. RealDBG.com has all seasons covered, from the dead of winter to the heat of late August and everything in between. These gummies will have you melting like the polar ice caps. The cartridges are like a supercar the way they outclass the competition. So come down to realdbg.com and get as stoned as the statue in your local park. Just remember to start slow, and before you know it, you'll be soaring higher than Woody and his paramotor. Use code PKA23 for 23% off your whole order. That's a big deal, folks. PKA23, 23% off your whole order. That's right, people, 23% off your order so you can indulge in premium THC products without burning a hole in your pocket. Just remember, always consume responsibly. Check it out, PKA23, link below. Also, same disclaimer as always. Don't go crazy with the gummies. They're really fucking strong. Start slow. And if you're not comfortable with how strong the edibles are, just grab yourself a Delta 8 cartridge or a HHC cartridge, and that'll be much gentler for you than the very, very strong gummy. If you have a high tolerance, go for the gummies, but don't be done with it. So PKA23, check it out. This episode, of course, also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement, brought to you by the brilliant minds behind this show and behind Derek's wonderful. Derek really does a lot of the, lending credibility to us in this. I would go so far as to say that he is doing the heavy lifting as far as lending credibility. But that's how you can tell.
Vito's experimenting it on his male cats, and he says it works great.
Yeah,
the cream will not stop flowing.
It won't stop. For only $50 a month, you too can come like Vito's cat. So check it out. 9 pills a day. 9 pills a day. If we were fucking you and making this up, it wouldn't be 9 pills a day. It'd be a reasonable bottle that we didn't spend an extra 5 months working on trying to get goddamn powderized sunflower lecithin in the formula. But we would not back down on it because sunflower lecithin is important to making you come. That's science, folks. Trust the science. Hashtag trust the science.
Don't
PKA Jizz, 10% off. Anything over at his site as well. Energy drinks, protein powder, whatever you find, 10% off. There you go.
Jizz.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Vito, what do you watch? Any TV shows? Do you watch Succession?
I haven't watched Succession. I've heard very good things.
I'm not a fan.
No, it's not good
anymore. They lost.
I watched like 4 fucking seasons of it this week. I don't know what what's the redeeming like quality. Like I don't like I literally dislike them all. None of them have redeeming qualities.
Did you make it to the end? It sounds like you might have.
I'm like season 4, like halfway through.
It ends at season 4.
Yeah, I know. I'm halfway through season 4.
Okay.
The main character died, and now I just don't care. I just don't care. I don't care who becomes CEO of this horseshit company. None of them are worthy of it. None of them are any good at it. Yeah. And it seems like as soon as they become CEO, the week after, somebody else will want to be CEO. I don't care who wins. They're all scum. If they all died, that's a good way to end it.
It's good that they stopped at season 4 because if it went on, it could have been 3 seasons, I would argue.
Yeah.
And that would have been a nice little arc. But if it went past season 4, it'd be fucking Yellowstoning it.
Man, it got old.
Every season's the same thing. It's
all
who's
these shows go way too many seasons. Nobody ever wants to cut it off.
I have a counterexample. Ted Lasso, 3 seasons. I think they nailed it.
Oh, they're out.
Yeah, they're finished.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I didn't learn till afterwards that a lot of people that wrote it also starred in it, and I just I saw the last episode last night, and it was great. I cried. Good stuff.
I might pick it up again eventually. I tried to watch a couple movies this week. I tried to watch The Covenant. That's that Guy Ritchie movie where they're in Iraq or Afghanistan or something. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's so generic. It's just like hoorah American war movie. And there's one part where this guy doesn't want to talk, so he's like carrot, and he throws out a wad of hundreds. Stick, and he throws out like an orange jumpsuit to send the guy to Guantanamo Bay. And then like not 10 minutes later, they find the Taliban lair where they've tortured some poor guy to death. And Jake Gyllenhaal goes, animals, and like continues to execute Taliban. And I'm like, you're doing the same thing. You just threatened this man with legitimate torture, and you know that's what was going to happen. And but when you see it, you shoot them on sight. He didn't like he told the interpreter, won't need you in here, and he just walks in killing. Just the muzzle flashes and like the fake blood too. It's like I thought it was supposed to be a good action movie, but I just did not give a shit.
Did you get
turned
to the
it
end?
off. Fuck no. I turned it off 25 minutes in. I quit 10 minutes in, and then I tried to go back, and then I quit 25 minutes in, so I couldn't do it. And then I tried to watch John Wick 4. Bearing in mind,
I really wanted
John
to
Wick
see that.
3.
Was it not good? I heard that 4 was better than 3. No,
So I liked 3. There wasn't anything in 3 that was like Looney Tunes, silly, unrealistic. But I got to the part in this one where this little Japanese woman like runs and jumps into a group of men with assault weapons, and all she has is a bow. No, not bow and arrow, a bow. And she starts beating them up with her bow. And they can't point at her because she keeps hitting their barrels with her bow. And there's like, these aren't your average men with guns. They have like samurai angry masks on. They're dressed up like modern day samurai. You know that mean mask? And with like full body armor and like tricked out like machine guns. Everybody's all tactical. And she's just like, not today. I've got a bow to whip you with, grown ass man. And I literally turned it off right there because it's just, I can believe that Keanu Reeves could shoot people just a little bit faster than they can shoot him because it's been his whole life. Like I can buy that, and as long as you don't have 10 people shoot at him at once and miss, I can believe that he's just always fastest on the draw. And they kind of do that in those movies. And then I see him doing a little jujitsu, a little wrestling, like his striking's kind of neat. And I don't know anything about knife fighting, but it seems like, all right, that's probably how you stab somebody. But then I saw that little Japanese woman jump through that. She did that thing where you jump and lead with both knees onto somebody's like upper torso, and it drives them into the ground. Dude, I watch UFC every weekend. I've never seen that move. So I checked out of John Wick literally because
my buddy says he can never take any of these movies seriously because the women are like, you're like, yeah, but it's a girl. Like they're fighting against giant like brute.
It needs to be in the superhero genre. I can fully believe that Captain Marvel beats every neighborhood burglar. Like that's fine.
Yeah. If you tell me, hey, that's not a woman. That's an alien from planet X. She can her planet has 3 times our gravity. She's I'm like, all right, so she's 3 times as strong as a woman. So I better watch out, huh? Yeah, exactly. Cool. But if it's just
it has always been a Hollywood thing though, where being Asian is considered a superpower.
I didn't think of that.
It's always like Bruce Lee's thing. It's like, oh, Bruce Lee, and you're like, well, he's just like a tiny Asian guy. He can't fight anybody. It's like, no, he knows ancient Chinese shit, man. Like
I'm just not,
he's secret.
I remember Angelina Jolie had a movie called Salt, where she's like, I don't know, super top secret, secret CIA, KGB, double, triple agent. And God, she's just beating up all these big men. And it's not even about her having a vagina. It's just that she weighs 125 fucking pounds. I can't beat up those giant, scary men. How can she? I'm not buying it. It's not training. You're telling me they didn't train at all? Or she just trained extra hard like Rocky and played some music? Like, I don't get it. How'd she get so good?
It's dumb.
We watched Birds of Prey, which was the Harley Quinn movie or whatever. And it was the same thing where I'm like, look, like Harley Quinn's fun, but at the end of the day, it's Margot Robbie with a baseball bat. And I don't think, nothing in my head goes, yeah, that lady could definitely take out, 20 armed goons. Like, no, one of them would grab her and punch her in the face. Yeah, I could, if I fought Margot Robbie 10 times, and every time she started with an aluminum baseball bat of her choosing, like, pick your weight, I don't care. I'm just going to kill her every single time. like pretty much. Like, if I gave her one, like, leaned over, like, right here, I still think I win. I don't think she can kill me with a single blow of an aluminum baseball bat.
What?
I don't know. I think she might take the fight out of me. Margot
you ever
Robbie.
seen that video where the two girls are fighting and one has an aluminum baseball bat and she's ping, ping, hitting the bitch in the head and the chick just takes it? Dude,
no, I saw one though where they're fighting and girl came and it looked like she would have won a fair fight, but the other girl had a shovel. And she just, this one, right?
I know that one.
Yeah, she was
Shovel Girl.
And Shovel Girl got it done.
She was being dramatic though, and that's a little girl. I could take a shovel to the head too. I just don't buy women being able to swing bats well either. Like, I don't know, not a lot of upper body strength there. She's not rotating them hips. I don't care. Margot Robbie couldn't take me out of commission with a single swing of a baseball bat, and she's not gonna hit me anyway. The problem with Birds of Prey was it was PG-13. I'm like, in the other movies like Suicide Squad, where she has a gun,
I'm like, yeah, well, now she has a gun. That's fine. She can shoot people.
Margot
all
Robbie
the
would have
acrobatics
better
and
ways
the
to
flip.
fuck with you, right? Like she put you in the friend zone or something.
Oh, man, that was
Get you to pine after her. That'd be her big move, not shovels.
She's just okay looking.
She's
Really?
Suicide
Margot
Squad.
What were you gonna ask, Taylor?
Is she the Suicide Squad woman?
Yeah.
You don't know who Margot Robbie
Yeah.
is?
She played Harley Quinn.
I was trying to remember I know
Wolf of
I've
Wall
heard Margot
Street?
Robbie. Okay, yeah, I know who she is.
Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street, where she gets like completely nude, full frontal.
Yeah, she looks tremendous in that movie. 2 thumbs
Yes.
up.
Yes, 2 thumbs up for that. 2 thumbs up for that. Apparently, she argued for the nudity. So kudos.
I would too if I
Yeah.
was a mega hot Hollywood actress. Like let's just put this in the archives, right? I'm not going to look like this forever. I need to be naked this year. I'm 27. You think it's getting better? No. Let's do the nude scene.
I think
that's
she'll
probably
do.
true. Where, like Arnold's like, no, the show has to be off. Like, it's like I'm 47. The peak is leaving.
Margot Robbie got really into like tattoo artistry, like, and so she's there on set with a fucking tattoo gun, and she's like, "Oh yeah, you want to sit down and get a tattoo?" And all these dudes are like, "I mean,
No,
1% chance you'll blow me if I
yeah, right.
if I get
Like this
permanent
is your
tattoo."
moment for her to like be holding your hand for 20 minutes. The bigger tattoo you agree to, the longer, like, the more
Mhm.
FaceTime you're literally agreeing to with her.
I just want you to sign your name, and then you lift that and like put it on paperwork and documents.
What do you ask for? Like,
Where would you put it?
Whatever document says I get the Wolf of Wall Street money. I don't know how that
I
would
thought
go.
she made anything on that. I bet
Really?
she
This is
made
the tattoo. Where would you get the tattoo? If you're trying to seduce Margot Robbie by receiving a tattoo, which is a harebrained plan.
I mean, number one,
I
she's
think
gonna
this plan
respect you.
fails, no matter what.
I mean,
Number
you
one,
know,
she's-
your armors. I think you want her holding your hand. You want to achieve that. So, like, my palm needs to be in her hand so she can tattoo the inside of my wrist. So I do that, right?
Eye
If we're trying to
contact,
seduce Margot
forehead
Robbie
tattoo.
during this tattoo situation.
I want a lily around my butthole,
What a butterfly!
Jesus.
but it's a huge
Just the
water
cheeks
lily.
are covered with butterfly, and then
You show her the dent in your right ass cheek and get her to like do some shading.
I'm like, hey, can you contour that up for me?
Yeah.
Fill that out.
Taylor fell out of a bunk bed and has a permanent butt injury.
You should get the moon,
permanent
and that
ass
could be
injury.
like the crater.
That could. I
That's
don't
no
know.
winner
I don't
over.
know.
The Death
That
Star,
good.
right?
Would you
Just do
get-
the whole Death Star, and that could be the dent
Yeah.
on the thing.
Would you get
I'm gonna need a
cosmetic
bigger dent.
surgery? Would you get cosmetic surgery on your ass to
No.
fix that?
A
No.
little filler.
No, I'm
What
just
if it
gonna
was
keep doing hip thrusts until it evens out. It's
You
not as
know-
bad as it was when it first happened. Like it'll get better eventually. Probably not. But
What about you?
Oh yeah,
Would
yeah.
you cheek
Sometimes
up a little
injuries
bit?
take a good 10 years to even out.
sometimes it takes about 4 full years for the healing to begin.
No, I could see cheeking up a little. You know, get some implants back there.
Yeah.
I bet it'd be more
Little
comfortable to
BBB?
sit. Think about it this way. Now there's always a cushion on the seat. You ever sit in a hard chair to the point where you're like, God damn, I get out of here. DMV sucks. Now you're sitting on like 2,000 cc's of saline, baby.
And I think people.
Yeah, you got to get those glute enhancements, right?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, get some bags put back there, some airbags. I'd like to be give myself a little more booty, right?
Yes, like the air pump. Yeah,
I'd be
Where you
okay
pump,
with that.
pump your ass up.
Did you guys watch Fish Tank at all?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, we had yeah.
Sam Hyde on last week.
Yeah, we had Sam.
And,
and
That
Jack forget about
airsoft
it.
fatty guy was walking around the house, and he has literally no ass at all. It was like Hank Hill. It was like really weird. He's like a huge guy, and then it just like zooms down to like no
Dude.
butt.
It's
Have you
like it
seen
is
his
like he's a
tattoo?
very no. You're thinking of Frank Hassel. His
Oh my God,
tattoo.
you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Have you seen Frank Hassel's tattoo? Who here knows what
No.
Frank Hassel has on his back? Just me and Taylor. All right, Woody.
Yeah.
There was a while back where
It
I
was
sent
wild.
a text. I sent this text in our group chat, and it's a tattoo called Jesus fucking Christ. It's a Jesus. It's Jesus fucking himself. There are 2 clones of Jesus, and so
Jesus
Jesus is fucking Christ.
Yeah, right. Makes sense.
And Woody was
a
like,
little offensive.
damn.
A little bit.
I'm usually not the one to get offended about shit, but like that's a bit much. Then you look at Frank Hassel's back tattoo and you're like,
I
nah,
just
that other
realized
thing
what
was
this
fine.
is. Oh my gosh.
It is
This is a tattoo? This is
It-
permanent?
it genuinely offends me.
It is the Twin Towers with people jumping out.
This is Frank Hassel's tattoo.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a link in the description so you can see it. I don't feel like we can show this. One guy, and he's front and center. Really? His head's a couple guys have lost their head on the way down. I don't know why that happened. Oh my
god!
Yeah, there's an airplane flying into the second tower, and it says 911.
I think you need to be clear that like this is not like a detailed tattoo. This is like a child's crayon drawing.
He clearly drew it himself, or like let someone design it for $50.
Yeah,
it's as big as his whole back though. It goes from the top of his shoulders to just above his ass crack, and as wide as he is, and he's a big dude, or at least his back.
The building does not look like a building. It's just like a bunch of
it's a 5-year-old
terribly drawn rectangle with a bunch of
it's
lines
like it's like shitting on 9/11 in like 3 ways where it's like just disrespectfully showing it and so badly done with like
what it needs though,
scribbles.
Like, if it should say like never forget. Like there should be something that's ironically
just do a never forget tramp stamp under it.
Like forget about.
Oh yeah, with like the silly letters, like. Yeah, that genuinely offends me. That those people who are, those people jumping out of that building, burning alive that day. That
you
woman
don't
was
see it
holding
as an
her
homage.
skirt down, and as she died.
Decapitated on the way down. Why is that such a common
problem?
I'm
sure some people were. I bet when the initial pop happened, there were people exploded out of the plane and out of like blown out of windows and who knows what.
I think that Frank realized my message isn't fully getting across. Like I need
what is the message exactly here?
Multifaceted.
We should have him and Boogie on the show together.
Oh God.
Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna happen. I can't even get Boogie to come on our show now because of fucking his fight with Dick and everybody.
No. Boogie won't.
No, he's been on our show a bunch of times. He was on just before his boxing match.
We've given Boogie a hard time before, right? But in good fun, I think. What's the worst thing Dick has done to Boogie?
I think the big problem was that when Frank Hassel went to his house, that Dick was kind of boosting it and promoting it, like, hey, look at this and fuck Boogie or something. So I think he's just really, anybody who had Frank, and they had Frank Hassel, I think, on the show to talk about it on his own podcast, The Dick Show. So I think Boogie did not like that.
My only issue is being like fuck Boogie is an easy position to take publicly. Everyone cheers for it. Exactly. Yeah. You want to impress me? Be pro Boogie. Like that'd be more fun, and it's more brave, and it's your own take.
I'm pro Boogie. What do you call it? I actually talked to that guy sometime. He was in a weird, dark place for a while where I was kind of worried that maybe something was going to happen. But I guess he said he found like a shaman to feed him a bunch of drugs, and that made him feel all better. And I'm like, well, all right. Whatever works, man. Get it done.
That's good. You want a long-term solution.
My favorite Boogie moment was when he described like his perfect woman, like his ideal woman. But he didn't really say it like that. He was more like, the question was more like, what kind of lady are you looking for? And then he laid out like the perfect sex slave that you could imagine, basically.
She was Asian, had some porn experience, small.
Yeah, like it was. She had to be like, I don't know, 5'4", 97 pounds, alabaster skin, brown nipples, not pink. It was like, dude, come on, just say a pretty girl who loves me.
Was it the twist that he had like a sugar baby that fit that description at the time?
So he talked about that a little bit, about like the Japanese hua that he had, like popping pimples on his back and shit. And I don't care what he paid her, it wasn't.
It's going back to me now, yeah.
That's always been the weird thing about Boogie is like inconsistent branding. Because I remember there was like a point in time where it was like, oh, he's like the Mr. Rogers in the internet. I'm like, I never heard Mr. Rogers talk about fucking an Asian whore.
Hey there, kids. I'm gonna take my sneakers off.
As you know, I did spend some time in Vietnam. I
explored
all sorts of avenues and fun new things for myself in Vietnam.
All sorts of
there are things they do there that would blow your mind.
The inconsistent branding. Wow, I haven't heard it phrased that way, but it's brilliant. Like that is the problem.
I don't think I've ever come as hard as I did in Daipong in 1971.
There are people who hit YouTube running just with the anti-girl stuff or like I'm a horror stuff or like whatever they do, they can say anything and it's fine. It's only when they try to pass themselves off as Mr. Rogers that they get in trouble.
That it's like you go like, well, dude, I know this isn't really, and I think that's been the problem is that Boogie got a reputation as like a nice guy, but then at the end of the day, I'm like, dude, you're like, you know, a perverted old man who wants to fuck a bunch of whores, which is fine, but I don't know, it's hard to, you can't. You almost got to keep that quiet, I guess, if that's not your plan. You can't be making videos about like, God, I hope everybody treats everybody right and goes to their therapist and like, then I fucked some whores. Two different guys.
They should have 2 different channels. Dark Boogie.
Honestly, Dark Boogie would be good.
Yeah. Dark Boogie would be fun.
Where he like Boogie Unleashed.
I want to. Mr. Rogers was in the Marine Corps. Am I wrong?
I have heard that.
Korea.
What did he fight Korea? Didn't he kill those China?
But he wasn't Chinaman. I don't know. He worked on like I think he worked in like the television division.
He wasn't at the Yulu River. When they came cresting the hill.
Actually, you know what? I don't know if he actually did serve. I don't know if he did.
I bet he did.
I think that might always be like an urban legend.
I bet he did. I bet he killed men.
You always heard the thing of like, you know why he has long sleeves? Because he's tatted up.
Yeah, he's got the U.S. Marine Corps tattoo.
Yeah, but as a kid, I pictured like biker.
Oh, he's got skulls too.
Full sleeve.
He's got a skull for every man he took.
Yeah, no skulls.
You know, here too.
You know who was a killer though? Dr. Seuss. Really? They called him Dr. Death when he was in the service.
Really? He killed
them all. Oh
wait,
yeah, he was a.
Mr. Rogers didn't really serve in the military.
Mr. Rogers didn't serve in the military. No.
Zach has this thing like Rogers, host of the internationally acclaimed TV show for children, served as a Navy SEAL or a Marine Scout sniper during the Vietnam era. This isn't true. No,
it's right. It says there. We have to state it is false. Mr. Rogers never served in the military.
Oh, there it is at the end.
Not Mr. Rogers. I'm talking about the guy who paints with the afro. What's his name?
I was talking about Mr. Rogers. You're talking about
Bob Ross.
Yeah.
Bob Ross.
Yeah, Bob Ross. He was deep cover.
One thing a lot of people don't know, like
there's a little something special in these bushes. You can't see, but just because you can't, what I learned in my time is that just because you can't see what's in those bushes doesn't mean there's nothing there.
Sometimes
he's painting his friend's eyes.
Yeah, dude, I thought he's like putting X's in the eyes. They're like a car backfires and he freaks out in the parking lot.
Dr. Scholl's. With
this guy's not painting. He's a real madman.
How lucky are we that we didn't have to go to a guy?
Yeah. Dr. Scholl's, he was a killer.
How lucky?
No, he was a Nazi.
War.
Dr. Scholl came over as part of Operation Toothbrush after the war. He was one of the German scientists. And he experimented on Jewish children's feet to try and find the perfect arch. And all that information was too valuable to the Allies to just toss away. So.
There was a huge battle between the U.S. and the Soviets for Dr. Scholl's
Soviets wanted
technology.
Dr. Scholl really bad.
But no,
they almost got Dr. Pepper, but we got him out as well. So there's a lot of coups after the war. We got a lot of good guys.
A lot of sinister doctors throughout history.
Yeah,
Mangala.
Others.
Pepper.
Don't even ask me to list more. Frankenstein. It's just
Dr. Jekyll.
Dr. Jekyll. That's a little bit of a double dip.
Dr. Hyde.
Mr. Hyde too, right?
Oh.
I guess no, Mr. Hyde wouldn't count. He's the good one. No, Dr. Jekyll's the good one. Mr. Hyde is the bad one.
Mr. Hyde. He's the deranged one who does all the killing.
Yeah.
Dr. Jekyll created the formula.
I've never watched Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
There's a bunch of versions. There's never been a good one.
Dr. Evil.
Dr. Evil. That one fucking layup. Swish, Woody.
Wow. Nailed it.
From half court. Dr. Evil.
Dr. Dre. One of the most
Dr.
evil.
Dre.
You know that, of course.
He's notorious.
Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman.
Yes.
Dr. J.
What was it? Evil Dr. J?
Are we going with evil people? I thought we were just naming doctors. What
evil
game are we
doctors.
playing?
All evil.
Yeah, evil doctors. You said there were a lot of evil doctors, and he skipped Dr. Evil.
Disrespect.
There you go.
Disrespect.
I don't know why he
evil.
got banned.
Yeah,
I'm shocked that never came out. That is a secret that everyone who knows is kept.
And I wonder.
The reason he got banned.
Speculate.
Yeah, I'm wild speculation. This is based on almost nothing. Because he got banned on Twitch and Discord at the same time, I bet he said something on Discord that wasn't politically correct. And
it's weird that it never leaked in any way.
Yeah. But I'm just guessing. This is based on that.
I have no idea.
Probably
based on
a bunch of people. I just hate Succession. I want to circle back to that just a little bit and say that I feel like you've wasted a ton of my time and you owe me a good show now.
I told you.
I believed in Woody and I watched I think I watched 40 hours of this shit.
You liked it at first. You liked it at first.
I grinded all week. I can't. Some of it's good, but the thing is, a point came where I realized none of them are worth caring about. That they're all so petty and little. That they're well educated, but they're all ignorant and they're all fools. And none of them know what the fucking put a gallon.
Like Always Sunny, I didn't think the characters had to be good for you to enjoy the show.
Those are comical characters who are that's buffoonery,
but they're all
right?
bad, right? And I'm not current on Always Sunny, but when I watched it, every character was a real dick.
Sure, but that's like buffoonery, like clown stuff, honk your nose, and like this is Succession is supposed to. I just don't care who wins that money thing. They're all so petty, and they're all so rich that it doesn't matter how much money they have.
They're not trying to win money, by the way. Like the way that I see it, they're all multi-billionaires. Boom, like that. So money's solved. They want power, and it's something that I don't really relate to. Like if you offered me $2 billion or a job that pays a lot, I would totally take the money. I don't want the job at all. You can keep the job. Do I have to? Like, it's not the least bit attractive to me. But they want this job where they can pretty much pick presidents. And
I don't know how it got so popular and everything. I wouldn't care about power or owning my own. Like I would just maybe own one of the dozen businesses that they own and make that your little pet project and just move on with life as a $3 billion, whatever. I think each of them owns 5% of the company. It comes to $2 or $3 billion once they cash out, and it's just leave. This is like ruining your life. You're fighting so hard for daddy's love, and who goddamn cares? Because stop and take a look at who he loves right now. Who is he treating good right now? No one, other than that lady that sucks his dick, and he'll have a new lady to suck his dick in 8 months. He doesn't treat anyone well because he's evil. And you're evil, and you're evil, and you're evil. You're all fucking evil.
But there's twists, like when Kendall was about to fall on his sword and then, pulled the old switcheroo. Do you want me to? I'm going to spoil it.
Yeah, but I just didn't care. It's
and he finally earned his father's love, even if it was momentarily. You got that smile out of him. Even though he's stabbing his dad in the back, his dad's well played. Like a guy who just lost at chess.
I'm liking Silo a lot. That's the show on Apple TV where the people are living down in the goddamn bunker. I'm all caught up. I've started.
Wait. I have a counterpoint.
Yeah.
I'm watching From because of you. I don't owe you anything.
All right, season 1 was good though.
I'm out on From. I'm not getting the MGM again.
I'm unsubscribing. Oh well, From is on the Plex if you want to jump on the Plex wagon train. But I in the last episode of From, I fell asleep 20 minutes in. I don't know how it ended, and I didn't go back. So I think I'm just gonna stop watching From. I'm sorry. From turned to horse shit. It's lost all over again. They don't know what's gonna fucking happen. If they do, they're taking so goddamn long that I'm not gonna continue along for the ride. Subscribing to something called MGM Plus. Get the fuck out of here. No. But over on Apple TV, Silo is based on a 3-book series that's finished. So if you wanted to, and I'm going to this weekend, I'm gonna read ahead and I'll know how this whole thing ends, I guess, because I'm all caught up with the episodes. It's real good. It's real good. I don't think it's gonna turn to shit. They've got good actors, Tim Robbins is in it, among others, and they seem to have a good budget. They're secured for season 2. Season 2's filming now. So they're not going to pull the rug out from under you just yet. And like Netflix will sometimes with his 1-season shows. There's been a few of those that I like.
Netflix has got to stop that, man. What is that about? Or even shows that had a good following. They just I'm you got to do at least a final episode. Like that show Glow that I remember people were talking about forever. The female wrestling show. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't watch it either. But I'm also even if it has a big fan base, don't you kind of owe them a little finale? Yeah. Not tell them we strung you along forever and we're not going to ever do anything with it. It's so weird.
Yeah,
Netflix has a bad rep for that. I wonder if they'll turn it around. Like they have to. Maybe they weren't aware of the problem, and then they became aware of the problem, but out of momentum, shows got canceled anyway, and they couldn't fix their reputation instantly.
I think they were just probably chasing because very often it's rare. Like a show has to be super successful for like subsequent seasons to really blow out the first season. Like often by people attempting to watch, like they'll get high ratings just because it's new and being promoted so heavily. So like they might be not doing sufficient market research, investing a ton into these because they get like initial interest. And then because of the glut of total content out there, it's not competitive after the first season.
In my opinion, it's not uncommon for a show to take a year or two to find its legs. And like I'll throw out The Office, Always Sunny.
All the time. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So
especially comedies.
Yeah. Star Trek.
Oh,
all the Star Treks were shit the first season.
Okay. Those are all successes.
That's kind of true. Yeah.
So it's not like you can say, oh, this show's shitty this year and in its first season it's probably going to be great. Like that's not a great indicator, but still you got to give them a little time to find their legs.
No, I agree.
It's just like people are like, hey, you should watch this Netflix show. And I'm like, I'll wait until they're done making it because I'm not going to get invested in a show and then have it get canceled midway through. I'm like, well, what's the point of that? I don't even get a conclusion to it. I don't want to start a story and not get a conclusion to it.
What was the Netflix show where you had the criminal profilers at the FBI? Mindhunters was one of the best shows on television. There's
such a great first season.
Oh,
I didn't like the second season as much, but
I didn't like it as much. But that guy, that one serial killer that the big dude, Ed Kemper, the guy they got to play Ed Kemper. I've watched it side by side with the real interviews, and it's unreal how
it's so well similar. I think they may have gotten the wrong guy.
I'm a little like did they let Ed Kemper out? Did he act in that movie? I can't tell.
Dude, Ed Kemper was scary because it was like he's sinister just like a serial killer, but unlike Ted Bundy at 5'9", he's 6'11", and he has hands the size of dishware. And he's going to kill you. He's going to strangle you to death.
Co-ed killer, right? He was the co-ed killer. Right. So we'd be fine. You know, he would pick up young ladies. He had a vehicle and be like, hey, you know, this hot out. Don't you want to ride from the university over to the other side of town? And, yeah, dude. Wait, why are we going up on this mountainous road? Don't worry about this. This is just my hammer. And then
why are your feet sticking out the bottom of the car like the Flintstones? And you're running, down the hill.
No, he beat his mother to death with a hammer and decapitated her. I don't know if he fucked her mouth or not. That might
He did fuck down the neck hole, and he talked.
If you don't fuck your mother in the mouth after she's dead, did you really kill her? Doesn't really count.
That was his perspective.
You gotta
did you really love her? Is the question.
Yeah, that's perfect. Did you even love her?
Can you imagine
the angle they take? You sicko, and he's like that's like literally probably what it was. He's like, I loved her more than anything, and it's like your dick is in her neck hole right now.
Oh, I saw over on a lot of the subreddits went down this week. Everybody's protesting that Reddit wants to be profitable. Good job.
Nerve.
And but if I saw the NBA circle jerk, they stayed up. And they're like, we're the new NBA. Yeah. But they didn't mean it. So all the NBA people are like trying to talk basketball, and they're like, hey, look at this. It's the autopsy of a rapist. And when I saw it, I thought, damn, it must be a Middle Eastern thing, like where they stoned a rapist to death or something. But I kept looking at it, and it's a drawing of a body, a torso, missing the arms and missing the legs, and they're scribbled like charred flesh here, exposed bone here, et cetera, brain missing. And I'm like, what am I looking at? It's Kobe Bryant's autopsy.
Oh my God!
They went so dark with the joke that I thought it was a hate crime that I was looking at, because it is. You can see where like his children's names were tattooed on his bicep, and but the rest of his arms missing, and like his he had one eye's left, the other eye and the skull around it's gone, like just blown apart apparently, and then today I saw another post on there, and it was a picture of Conor McGregor, and it said Conor McGregor accused of raping woman after NBA Finals, and someone wrote, he's got that Black Mamba energy.
Jesus Christ!
Because Kobe Bryant also raped that lady in Colorado after the finals.
Oh, thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, catch everybody up.
Thank you. I wasn't
sure you get the joke.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude, dying in a helicopter crash, that really tears you up.
Yeah.
I don't know why
In a number of ways.
why I thought bodies would like be more intact than that. But yeah, because Kyle sent this in our WhatsApp, and I also didn't know what it was, and I'm like, oh my God, this guy, Kobe. Oh, so okay, so this is Kobe didn't have an arm, and Kobe's entire body from like the belly button down was ripped off, and like skull gone. It's
the
worst part about the
fragile.
Kobe helicopter thing is that it wasn't just him. It was like his daughter had brought her friends, and I imagine the whole day before they're like, I always had this narrative in my head where there's one kid who they all bullied, and it's like, we're going on Kobe Bryant's helicopter, and you're not allowed to come. And then
today on Super Sweet 16, we're going up with Kobe Bryant and his daughter and the bad bitches, and they're all throwing up gang signs and shit, and you're just like, I wish that fucker would go down. Man, that'd be the best episode of Super Sweet 16 ever. Yeah, I always bring that up that he raped that young lady, and everybody's like, and everybody's, oh, don't you know she was a whore? It's like, oh man, it's almost like a millionaire sent a PR team after her or something.
Nah, that doesn't happen ever.
He scored 81 points in one game, Kyle. A little respect.
Well,
come on.
Now that's I've never watched a game of basketball fully, but that seems like someone who doesn't pass enough.
He was.
I bet it could have been more than it. I bet he could have aggregated more than 81 points.
There's a page too with his hands. There's a page too that just had his arms on it.
Really?
Not even joking. Yeah. There's like literally a second page that just had his hands and arms. Like
I didn't see that page.
They might have been fake pictures. I don't think it's
not pictures, but like the autopsy. So
was it a drawing?
Yeah, it's a perfect drawing, okay. and it's like he had a 3-inch cut on his right or left palm, and it's just like drawn there and then scribbled over to the side in cursive, like describing what each and every wound or thing was. And like I said, missing skull, lots of charred skin. Seems like there was quite the fire.
Yeah. No, there's a falling helicopter,
dude. And somehow this ties into Ukraine. Have you seen the Ukraine thing where they gathered the soldiers?
Yes.
All right. Here's
everybody's meeting for a goddamn meeting. And the boss is going to give us.
There's a little bit more to this. So there's this guy. I think he was a colonel or something. And in the winter, he organized a big offensive against the Ukrainians, and it went poorly. They lost something like 124 tanks that day. There's 4 people in a tank. They're not all dead, but let's assume like 200 people died and 124 tanks gone.
It was a 2-week period.
Oh, was it? Okay, my mistake. Well, anyway,
it was 140 tanks. It was considered the most disastrous tank battle in modern history.
But he lied to Putin about how it went and got promoted. So now he's in charge of this group of men that's sort of defending this hot spot where Ukraine is doing their counteroffensive and trying to take land back. And he has 200 men waiting there for a motivational speech, and he has them all piled up shoulder to shoulder, standing at attention for 2 hours. These 200 men were waiting for him to deliver this motivational speech. Of course, they don't want to be there. They're not that motivated, but they're waiting on him. Anyway, Ukraine sees this with their drones or whatever it is, and they just obliterate the area with missiles.
Uncle Sam called, by the way, for sure.
That could be. And I at first I heard all 200 died, and then I heard 100 died, and the other 100 were like casualties, which just means injured. And the Ukrainian military bloggers, so the Russian military bloggers, these are the people who are pro-Russian on their side, are calling for this man's execution now. So
yeah, they used a HIMARS. They call those HIMARS munitions the shotgun of God sometimes. So it's an airburst. It explodes above the target, and it shoots these like
pellets, like shotgun
shreds. They're not round. They're these like abnormally shaped tiny ninja stars and shreds of tungsten flying at an enormous speed. Let's just call it speed of light. And it makes this shock. They call it the God shotgun for a reason. It's this huge circular pattern that is sprayed with this stuff. And you might think, oh man, better get in a tank. It goes through everything. because it's tungsten moving at the speed of fucking light. Not speed of light, I know, but just imagine it that
Pretty quick.
Yeah.
might as well be. It goes through the tanks and the armored personnel carriers and the buildings and the people and everything, and it's this instantaneous where like this huge area, like bigger than a house, way bigger than a house. Dude,
tungsten is
all
not
your neighbors.
cheap. We found this out when we were looking up how much it is to buy cubes and spheres of tungsten, and my God, these things must make nukes look cheap.
Cost no object, dude. I saw a HIMARS. I don't know my weapon systems like Kyle does, but you've probably seen the big Russian trucks that have missiles on the back that they point at the sky and launch them.
Yeah.
Okay. So a HIMARS shot at this thing before it did its shooting, and I'm looking at the damage, and my dumb ass is like, it's not that bad. Like I'll grant you, it looks like someone sort of hit it with a shotgun from distance, and there's little holes everywhere. And then you look more carefully, it's like, oh wait, that's not sheet metal. Those same little holes are going through the frame. Those same little holes are going through the engine block. Those same little holes are going through the electronics. Like this tungsten doesn't give a fuck what it's trying to penetrate.
Sci-fi like weaponry.
It just zips through. And the video I saw was a Russian mechanic who had been asked to fix it. So he's just cursing up like, what the fuck am I supposed to fucking do? What do you want me to do? Look at all these fucking holes. There's nothing. Like I have to replace
there are like fucking,
like,
they're like fucking 200 holes.
What if you had that foam sealant? He's just filling up with yellow foam.
Just get the Flex Seal, man.
Yeah, think about the great American innovation, Flex Seal. Flex Seal, great American innovation will bring us victory in Ukraine.
Oh, did you see Iran's quantum computer they were bragging about?
No.
Man, so Iran has this big announcement. We've achieved a quantum computer, which is a big fucking deal. The United States and China are doing their best at this. This is one of those cutting edge, bleeding edge technologies. And they show up a board. It's a $724 board you can buy off Amazon. It made in America.
I don't understand.
You can go. It has an Amazon link.
Yeah, I don't know. What does quantum computing mean?
I once saw this person.
It means they're no longer
very small
using
letters.
There's nothing physical moving anymore.
There's no more transistors or something. It's just this guy held up a glass of water, and he's like, imagine that this glass of water, all the molecules in it were rearranged to like solve math problems. Then all of cryptography would be obsolete. All this, all that, whatever. And I'm like, that's a glass of water. I don't understand. There's a huge missing step in this.
They're using molecules
the same way,
do the ones and zeros, right?
I don't know.
There's no way to know. It's just a cup of water, and it's a marketing guy with nice jeans and like a suit jacket on, probably talking about all the potential. And meanwhile, there's an autistic scientist back there, like that. None of this is possible.
This is not in my educational background that talked about quantum computing. I never worked with it. I never learned about it. I'm just a regular person who's confused.
I mean, what's wrong with the computers we got?
Non-quantum. My frame rate in Tarkov isn't high enough.
Yes. That's what the future is: quantum magic computing, and people being like, "This sucks." Like this shit sucks. It took more than 1/8 of a 1/10 of a second to pull this up.
This computer sucks. I just lost a gunfight.
Yeah, I'm manually breathing again. This is the worst. So that's our future. We're going. It was Up, right? No, not Up. What's the movie where everyone's up in the chairs? The Pixar movie, and they're big and fat.
Oh, that's
Up.
No, that's when the little robot comes down.
That's Wall-E. Okay. We will get
those,
there. Truly, we will get there. Rascals were just kind of the first step, and it will be fully integrated that people will be floating around on chairs before we're dead.
What? It'll be more like Elysium, right? You ever see Elysium with Matt Damon?
Someone else was telling me to see that movie again.
It's not terrible. It's okay. The premise of Elysium is that there's I don't think it's called a Dyson. It's a
Dyson sphere, no?
O'Neill sphere, I think. It essentially they've made an artificial little moon base up there, orbiting the Earth where all the elites live, and they have machines there that clean cancer that look like a fucking tanning machine. You know what I mean? They've got like this $80 billion machine that you can just hop in, like cancer removed. But down on Earth, everybody's just having a real fucking hard time of it. Matt Damon works at some sort of industrial plant. And he gets stuck in the microwave machine, and it hits him with like a millirad of radiation. And instead of becoming the Hulk, he just gets cancer real bad. And so they're like, take these so you don't vomit your guts up. You got 86 hours before you die. And and so he's like, his goal now is to become a terrorist if need be, to get to the fucking moon base. He wants to get to a heel pod. And it's okay. Eminem was initially considered for that role, which would have been kind of neat.
Oh man, that would have been fucking awesome.
I thought Eminem was good in 8 Mile. Like I thought he was good.
So you think he'd be getting a movie about aliens? And
why not? Yeah, he could be rapping.
I mean, let's be real. If Eminem was in it, like everybody would have to see it.
I've only seen 8 Mile from like clips. I've never watched that movie.
It's a good movie
all the way through.
I'll tell you a little bit about the plot. He only has one shot. I won't give any more of it away.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I can't believe you didn't catch that. No, it's good. Kim Basinger playing his slutty ass mom, Brittany Murphy playing his slutty ass girlfriend.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. And
no, it's L's all movie long.
Whole movie.
Everything about him is like he just loses everything he tries, except rap battles. He's pretty good at that.
What is the most L-filled show? I have an answer in my head, and I don't think any of you will.
My left foot.
The most L-filled show or movie, preferably show like where nothing good ever happens. It's always brutal, terrible, no one's safe. The Daniel Day-Lewis
movie.
I haven't seen it, but you've told me about it enough. I think I know it.
I think it's cerebral palsy or something. I don't know my not really retarded, but when I was a kid, we called them retarded diseases. But he has one of those where like he can't. He only has access to his left foot, but he's mentally all there, and so the whole movie, he's dealing with that while being a genius. He's not just like some schmo who can only use his left foot. He's this incredibly like emotional and intelligent and artistic man. He's painting and writing with his left foot. He paints with a paintbrush. He types with his fucking toes and shit. And he's like trying to make this woman love him. And he's all like, "Yeah, won't you love me?" And she's like, "Fuck."
Damn, that does sound just awful.
His father thought he was retarded. So he was just left on the floor to lay there while the other children were educated and doted on and such, until a piece of chalk rolled across the floor and he managed to clutch it with his little toe and like finish a math problem or some shit that they were learning over there. And there's a scene where like his dad runs him into the bar and he's like, "This is my boy." But it's like, yeah, dude.
See, I'm familiar with that from the parody from Family Guy. That's how.
Yeah,
I'm familiar with that one.
Yeah, it's real sad. There's no upside to that movie.
At the end, he gets better.
I don't have a good one. No Country for Old Men. Lots of L's. Everyone, Woody Harrelson comes in. He's supposed to be that guy's equal. He's not.
No, that's a pretty good one. Honestly, it's all about like
everybody dies.
I'm definitely not calling it bad.
Oh yeah,
the bad guy wins. The bad guy lives. Javier Bardem rides off in the sunset.
The good guy cowers, kind of. Yeah, just decides to. I think my understanding is he sees the bad guy in the doorknob's reflection or something like that, and just is like, you know what? Fuck being a cop. This is too dangerous, and he bugs out and retires.
Sort of happens like that, yeah, because Javier Bardem is hiding in that room and Tommy Lee Jones is just on the outside of the door. But I think of what's his name is the main character, Ellis or whatever his name was, who's running with a bag of money the whole time. Yeah, it's a real downer. Everyone dies, and Tommy Lee Jones lives, but he's in the like last scene of the movie where he's basically saying, "I just don't know. This world's passed me by," and they just sit in that trailer and just basically agree that like I can't even be a cop anymore because I'm not prepared for the evil that's out there. Like, yeah, it's
my most L-filled show. That's my example. Great movie. I love it. Say it was bad. Just filled with L.
Yeah.
It's a shame the lady dies. Like he killed them all.
That heads tail guy, he died, right?
No, he rides away in the sunset. He has a little car accident at the end. He gives
no.
cash.
I'm not talking about the main guy, the cashier,
gas station attendant.
The gas station attendant.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, he lives.
I don't know if they ever show.
Does he live?
He might.
Yeah,
I don't remember how
he guessed the coin right, and he's like,
okay.
And it let him live.
That's one of the best scenes in any movie. Like that's one of my favorite scenes.
That bolt tool that he used, he made it look so useful. I'm like, it picks locks, it kills people.
Yeah.
I think I liked his shotgun. I think he had a Remington 1100 with a suppressor on it when he walked into the hotel room and shot those Mexicans up. And I can always picture that scene where he points it at the guy's face and then reaches and grabs the shower curtain and slowly slides it over so he's not going to get hit with a blast. And then they're going to tink and just blood. That was some cool shit.
He shoots that guy's arm off when he's reaching for the gun. Remember that?
And it that's what a shotgun would do to your arm at close range. It just cripple it and mangle it up so it's not usable anymore. Yeah, it was good. It's a great movie.
I'm feeling good about my L-filled show. What else?
That is a good one. What's an L-filled show or movie, Vito?
Did you guys ever watch Bojack Horseman?
I've seen a few episodes, probably a season of it when it first came out, but that's about it.
Oh man,
One Flew Over Cuckoo's Nest. That's it. I'll never watch that again.
I'm gonna win this one. Did you have any other examples on that one, Vito?
No, that was my one, and no one else has seen the show. So
yeah, does the horse have like borderline personality disorder or something?
It's all about like, dude, he's a washed up TV actor, and then things keep going wrong, and everyone he knows keeps dying, and he keeps fucking up his career. It's actually a really good show. I highly recommend. That's actually one of the best animated programs. God, I can't think in a long time. There's nothing else.
Do you like Invincible?
Yeah, I do like Invincible a lot. So I did enjoy that.
Well,
I'm waiting for the next season of that.
Bojack Horseman, I have not. I've seen enough memes of it that it's like I know it's L-filled with him being depressed and sad all the time. I think if you aggregate all three of yours together, you might get 5% as bad as mine, which is the television show Oz.
Oh, Oz wins.
Oz wins. There is no show more fucked, more negative. There's nothing good happens to anyone. Have you seen Oz, Vito, the first HBO show that was made?
I watched the first season, but I never finished the whole thing.
Let me tell you.
So you know how people like talk about how Game of Thrones, like, my God, that first season, Ned, no one was safe. No one was safe. That Ned Stark, my God. Now imagine how intense it would have been, Game of Thrones fans, if Sean Bean had been thrown in the Lannister prison, and then within this is 15 minutes into episode 1. He's being molested by a Westeros Nazi having a swastika tattooed on his asshole.
The Lord of Light owns this pussy now, boy.
As whatever that actor's name is from the State Farm commercials and that movie about drumming where he's too intense of a fucking like leader. He's like, I'm the king Nazi. I'm the number one Nazi. And he's like all about, it's Schillinger. Yeah. And it's I'm trying to think of one good thing that happens in that entire. About that, right? There's one guard that like they start.
I know it's about me, isn't it?
There's one like, little storyline in Oz where they're like, oh, this guard, like he's having a baby. There's a little bit of life injected into it, and then a crazy prisoner blinds him in both of his eyes for no reason.
There's two prisoners in the show that become friends. I think even lovers, and it's like at last. Something's going well. Like this guy who always loses is a bit of a power couple, and then they yank the rug out from under him.
Yeah,
God damn.
Dude, yeah. The story was, Vito, that this guy who was raped by the Nazis in day 1 and finally gets a little revenge and is trying to put his like in prison life back together. The Nazi guy gets so pissed. Some other Nazi guy comes in and is like, hey, I want you to pretend to be this guy's buddy and fucking get real close to him, like for months. And he like makes this other man fall in love with him, teaching him how to wrestle to defend himself. And the way it ends is during the wrestling practice, the guy reveals, I've been fooling you the whole time. And he holds him down in the gym while the Nazis break both of his arms and both of his legs.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Here's my favorite scene. The white supremacist gets some sort of, I don't know what happens to his gums.
I loved him.
But he needs a gum transplant. He has like mouth cancer.
Like his teeth gums?
Yeah, okay. He has mouth cancer, and he has to get his gums. And the doctor sees that he's a Nazi and the doctor's black, so he puts black people gums on him. He's like, give me them black people gums. And so the Nazi, so the white supremacists kick him out because he's got black people gums. So he tears him and like fuck him, like rape him, make him their bitch. So he like tears his own new gums out, so his mouth's all bloody and disgusting. I finished the.
Which person is this?
It's the guy who gets his dick bitten off by Beecher earlier.
Yeah, he's the guy who Beecher like bit his cock. He's the big like first lieutenant of the Nazi scary boys. Dude, I finished the show and then I got arrested. And and then they're like, yeah, you're probably going to prison. You don't worry though, it'll be a couple years before we get to the sentencing. I'm just like,
dude, if you want to watch a show that makes you feel like my life is pretty great, watch Oz. No, at no point
going okay.
You remember the finale?
Okay.
Oh my god, that last ending. It's dude. There are a lot of shows that I'm like, hey, don't watch that. You're wasting your time. This one is painful. You'll leave less than you went in. Like, it will only take from you. It will give nothing.
It will only take from you.
It'll put a scare into you if you're thinking about doing some borderline illegal shit. You're like, I don't know about these taxes. I'm paying up.
I don't know about these taxes. I'm adding a little extra in there for you, Uncle Sam. Because
you've had a few too many. You're thinking about driving. I'm like, nope, not tonight. Let's sleep on the floor. You know what? Let's sleep on the ground. Whatever it takes. No, because that guy was in for a DUI. He like DUI manslaughtered some people, and the judge threw the fucking book at him because I think he killed kids. And then he, he's tortured for 5 seasons of Oz, and then he dies.
Jesus. And it's like, I mean, as he's in there, he's like being attacked and like killing and assaulting people, and so it's just a constant thing of like, oh, that original 5 years, it's 10 now. Now it's not that. Now it's not 10. Now it's 20. Now it's like. Yeah,
you should watch Oz. You'll hate it.
There's a lot of HBO. I never.
It's entertaining. It's really entertaining.
I never finished The Wire either. Like, there's a lot of these HBO shows that are like,
season two can be a downer for a lot of people. A lot of people dislike season 2 and the final season, but it sounds a little like I'm being real choosy and picky now. But seasons 1, 3, and I think 4 are very, very good. But 1 is killer. I love The Wire. But when I watch it, the second season, I don't care about those white characters, all those Polacks living down on the docks.
Yeah,
don't care about the problems. I want in the drug gang. I want to know a game. I want to know what Weebay and the boys are doing. What Marlowe's up to. No, that's a good fucking show.
Yeah, HBO man has all the best programming. They just brought back.
It's changed.
Well, who's better than HBO
Apple.
right now?
I think Apple's better. I think if we're talking about who's made the best shit in the last like 2 years, 3 years, like relevant, recent, For All Mankind to me is one of the best shows on television. It's an alternate history where the Soviets made it to the moon before us, and we were like, no, you fucking don't. We'll space race into the 90s with you bitches, and they do. And you follow the astronauts in the program, and people who start out as astronauts in the Mercury program end up running NASA. Like, we go that far through time following these characters, and they do cool shit. We go to war on the moon. We're blowing shit up. We're making moon bases. We're moon mining.
You know how in real life, the Russians beat us to like every notable space thing, like first man in space, first person in space, first spacecraft to circle the Earth. Maybe that's a satellite.
Spacecraft, two docking, everything.
Space, like everything. And so we just kept moving the goal line until it was first man on the moon, and then we're like, we won, game over. We're actually
that was the most important one. Yeah,
yeah.
I love that.
That's what it's about. Well, in this,
clearly going to the moon was the most important thing. It's like, well, not really, man. No, it is.
That's how we tell it here. Well, in this show, they beat us to the moon, so we're like, new goal line, and that's what's up.
And it becomes a strategic. Like, we can't have the Russians just living on the moon, and we're not. Like we got to have a moon base. They got to have a moon base. We got to have guns up there, right? So it's a fun show. There's 2 or 3 seasons. New season's coming. That's a good, and it's got a good budget. Like, the space shit looks real enough. It certainly doesn't look bad.
When they walk on the moon, the gravity seems right to my eye anyway.
Yeah, like that sort of bouncy, floaty, but
it's hard to do.
See that show Ben Stiller's doing with Adam Scott. What's that one on Apple TV?
Oh, I've seen like the box art, but I don't know.
Adam Scott is isn't it Adam Scott?
Yeah, it's the Parks and Rec guy.
Yeah, what's the name of the show? Severance. I've heard good things about. Isn't that the name of it?
Yeah. I haven't seen that, but Apple TV's got a bunch of good shows.
Terrible.
Oh, really?
I tried to watch Severance. Jackie and I hated it. Jackie and I watch TV together every night, and my wife. And it got to be like, it was like going to detention or something. We're both like, can we stop? Can we just not finish this? I don't walk away from shows very often. I tend to stick with even shitty shows.
Yeah.
Kyle?
I know it's got a big twist. Did you get to the twist?
I'm not sure.
What it's all about?
Dude, it got to be I would fall asleep during the show. Thankfully, I was like, whew, I got away with not watching parts of this fucking torturous, boring fest. It was the twist when he found the guy outside. I forget. I
haven't seen it. I just know that that's the one where they have the sort of mental break between work life and home life.
Mm-hmm.
And so that essentially creates two versions of themselves who have lived completely different lives. If you think about it, if you've split your day in half, then there are two yous now. One who worked all day and one who played all day.
One who's happy.
Yeah.
They don't even know each other. Now, the outside work person is the boss. Like, that person can quit the job in theory, just end you. That person can basically kill you by changing jobs. You only exist at work. Now, the person outside work has this nice advantage of, like, you can have a shitty job and it doesn't hurt their life at all.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe, I don't know, whatever shitty
It's
job
a super
is.
interesting premise because, you know, some shady's going on at work, but you don't know about it.
People like outside work don't even know if they're cheating on their wives at work.
Yeah. Like you meet
and they're working with people who they love in their outside life, but they treat like a stranger, I'm sure, in the show.
It could be. And like people at work, I don't think they even know if they're married. Like they're just there to do the job.
Exactly. Yeah. Or they don't know if they're working with their wife.
Yeah.
It sounds like an interesting premise, but I know you shit all over it, and I
hate it so much. Watch it. I dare you.
I'm good.
Did you watch the whole season?
No. We stopped about 2/3 through, and I missed parts of the shows themselves. I can't tell
you
a
lot of good things about it.
I don't.
Worse
I'm
than Oz?
thinking I would rather grab a hot exhaust pipe than sit through 10 hours of that shit.
Jesus.
Like, it's terrible.
That's smart. I watched. I think I'm just gonna keep siding with the villains. Like what's the movies where the villain wins, where the bad guy just out and out is victorious at the end? Because when I watched that All Quiet on the Western Front movie, I was cheering for the French when they showed up with flamethrowers and tanks. I think that was supposed to like really gut wrench you when his friend dies and gets killed with a flamethrower, and all those people get burned alive. And I was literally like, it wasn't quite as good, but it was close to when Captain America like cinched up that leather thing on the shield and was like, Avengers Assemble. But it was the French burning all those German fuckers alive. Don't you? I cried at that. Okay.
Well, there's all those awful World War II movies where the Allies win, and that's what happened. No,
That's okay.
You back there, didn't I?
Come on,
you got me back. Whoa! Damn! I hope Captain America and French can pull this one out.
They lost in the previous film.
They did,
and the one before that.
How did they handle the end of the series with like all those heroes being dead for good? Nothing mattered.
I have a movie where the villain wins.
You know,
that's
Iron
good.
Man's dead. Black Widow's like dead. Like they're gone. Iron Man died. Black Widow died. Captain America essentially died because he went back in time and quit life.
None of these are that big of a deal so far.
They're the main group.
Iron Man can be replaced by anyone
characters.
with the suit. Captain America can be replaced by anyone who's a good leader.
They did. They found a diversity hire to play Captain America. They stayed in house. Okay.
Yeah.
And they gave him his own Disney Plus series called
his costume sucks so much.
It blows.
So
he looks like a firework display. Get the fuck out of here.
Is it still Captain?
He looks like a bomb
Captain
pop.
America.
His name's Captain America, which
bomb
is,
pop.
they have like this hat helmet, but then it's like cut off the top. He was Falcon. You racist.
They should
I have
promote
a movie
major
that the bad guy wins. 7. We need to acknowledge 7 and how great it was. The Brad Pitt movie, What's in the Box.
Bad guy wins?
Yeah.
I think that's better than any I thought of. I was really struggling to think
Silence
of one
of the Lambs is kind of I don't know.
Hannibal wins.
Hannibal gets out.
No, in Silence of the Lambs, I guess he gets
He's
out.
not
Buffalo
technically
Bill
the
is
villain,
killed,
though.
but he's like the side villain. Hannibal
Buffalo
Lecter.
Bill was the hero because he was just, just torturing that poor woman, which was funny.
Yeah. Would you fuck me?
Buffalo Bill just wanted to
fuck
dance and wear women's skin. What's wrong with that?
A lot of
Nothing.
transsexual people are not a fan of that
Nothing.
movie because the deal is that Buffalo Bill is
too real.
transsexual and he's
too
trying
real.
to become a woman. Yeah,
Yeah, but he's a serial killer.
Well,
He is a
I think
serial killer.
if he could
People are taking
naturally
offense
get
at the non-serial killing part of him.
Well, no.
Because that's
Trans
the
people
worst
do-
thing about it.
No, I think trans people don't care for the representation, Taylor. You misread me.
Oh,
they don't.
Well, I mean, if that's what Buffalo Bill is, you got to represent him as that, man.
Well,
I feel
that's how
like
he's
if
written.
you were to put Hannibal Lecter shit on your Tinder profile, it'd be a test of how good looking you really are, right?
What do
Like,
you mean?
if you just put on there that you get to kill women and wear their skin and dance around and shit like that, and that's
I
dating on
thought
hard
you meant
mode.
trying to get laid as Anthony Hopkins. Like,
No. He was a handsome man in his time.
he's still a
Yeah,
distinguished
the early
gentleman. He
50s.
looks fine.
I like this.
That would
idea.
be playing Tinder on hard mode, though. Like if you wanted to do like comedy pictures, like do the full like dick between your legs, like dun 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 dun. Did you fuck me? I fuck me. Dun dun. I
This is
fuck me
brilliant.
hard. Dun dun.
Good.
He's fucking dancing in front
Is
of
that
mirror.
your rendition of Goodbye Horses? That's terrible. You're just going
remember
dun
the
dun.
That's all I remember. I just wanna, like,
Horses.
you
yeah,
should not
see,
even
Vito
close.
would be selling it. You got your.
Flying over you. Goodbye Horses. That's a great song.
I just remember that.
You're just going dun dun.
That's all I remember. I can't remember the lyrics. Yeah, Hannibal Lecter wins. I think in Red Dragon's the first one, maybe, and then Silence of the
second.
Lambs, and then Hannibal.
Oh yeah, as
I
far
think
as
that's the deal.
chronologically.
Yeah, I think that's the order I read them in. And he just gets away. He just leaves. I think he loses his hand, and in the end, he has to
He does
cut
a
it
little
off.
good. It does a little good through the series, getting rid of Buffalo Bill, but then he
I have
does a lot
another
more
movie
killing.
where the
Anything for a candy bar.
I have another movie
hated
where the
that character.
protagonist loses, but I'm going to need help coming up with the name. It probably won an Oscar. It's a highly regarded movie. It's about a female boxer, and in the end, she hits
$1 Million
her-
Baby.
Dollar baby.
I haven't seen it, but I knew that.
We all got there.
Hilary Swank, Clint Eastwood, and old black man that everyone likes, Morgan Freeman.
Wait, the bad guy wins in $1 Million Baby, the boxing movie.
Doesn't
No,
she lose?
there is no bad guy.
She dies
Oh.
at the end on the stool,
Oh, wait,
right?
you're right, Woody. Holy shit. Damn.
Is that? Can someone tell me? That's the one where she, like the meme, she falls and breaks her neck on the stool.
She doesn't
and-
fall. She gets like cheap shotted by this big Mexican bitch and hits her neck on the stool, paralyzes her, and then Clint Eastwood euthanizes her in the hospital room and
I
pieces
thought it was
out.
about boxing.
It is. She's a great boxer. That's what happens to her, though. She, instead
Second
of like
best.
dun 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 dun
Oh.
dun dun dun, it's beep.
Dude, this should have been in the L conversation. That's sad. That's
It is. Well, the bad guy wins. That Mexican dyke,
yeah.
like,
And then at the end, that scene where Clint Eastwood is talking to the empty stool.
yeah.
That's the Republican National Convention.
Obama.
That's funny.
Fuck
Fuck
you
you
for
for
fan
killing my daughter or something. Whatever I sound like. Clint, that's
Oh,
me,
Richard-
Clint Eastwood. Look at me, spitting image of Clint Eastwood.
I guess it's cheating to pick like a non-fiction like movie, like Richard Jewell, which is another Clint Eastwood film, by the way. You know the story of Richard Jewell,
Is
1996
he
Olympics.
the Olympics
He's the guy
yeah.
who found the fucking bomb. He was security guard. He's like, I found the bomb. Everybody get out of here. And they were like, oh my God, Richard Jewell, you just saved everybody. Except they didn't do that. They said, we think you planted it actually. And they like ran his name up the flagpole, shit on him on the nightly news for months, ruined his reputation, and he saved everybody. He saved everybody. Dozens could have died. At
Did he
least, you
die?
know.
Like,
What?
did he
he
die?
die?
Did he kill himself?
No,
Like, I
he-
don't know the story.
No, there's a whole movie about it. They ruined his reputation is what happened. Like
Okay.
ruined it.
I wonder how he's doing now that we know.
Probably much
You think
better
he's
that there's a
feeling little
movie.
bit better about it.
Yeah. I would be sour, but I guess getting a Clint Eastwood movie made about you, and I'm sure he got something from that. You know,
Maybe.
he was at least an advisor or something. He got a little cash. Oh, well, that's got to be nice.
How long
But he's got
did
a
they
good book.
accuse him of it before they
Weeks
came
and
out and were
weeks.
like,
They never were like, oh, we're so fucking sorry. That didn't happen.
Oh, so they
Hollywood
just
isn't
never
set
redacted.
up to distribute money. I bet he didn't get that much.
Seems like Clint would take care of him, right?
I think Clint probably kicked him a couple of bucks.
I bet Clint's a good guy. He's a conservative.
I could be
He's
wrong. I
old
don't know.
school. He did
He's old.
cocaine.
Anytime
Doesn't
there are
slap a
like
hoe.
publishers in power, books, movies, whatever, you think they're set up to make like musicians and actors and writers rich, but they're not. They're set up to make executives rich. And all those other people just paid as little as they can be.
I don't know. We could find out. Find out if Richard Jewell got
Did
screwed
Richard
over or
Jewell
not.
get any money?
You would hope his
for the-
chunky ass would get a little cash out of it. He's a beefy boy. I felt so sorry. I couldn't watch the movie. I don't like.
Well, he did get
injustices
$2 million
like that.
in settlements from the various news
Is
organizations.
that tax
he sued.
deductible? Do you have to pay taxes on that? Is what I mean. Not deductible. But do you have to pay
Yeah,
taxes on that?
it's income if you win
Settlement?
a lawsuit.
Are you
settlement,
sure?
I believe. I would think so. How would it not be?
If it was a federal settlement, what if he's settling with like a federal agency for or I don't know who he was suing though. Probably libel against him, a newspaper or something.
Jewel died of diabetes in 2007. So
Told you he was
it's
chunky.
doubtful he got paid for the movie.
See, that's our black on black violence.
Diabetes.
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 Diabetes is
Yeah,
a silent
that's-
killer.
That's got to be the number one killer of.
What's killing white people? Diabetes.
Diabetes kills everybody. Does not discriminate. The sugars
all you
will
gotta-
get anyone.
Man, the problem is all you gotta do is change your diet. Like literally, you could just change your diet and like fix diabetes. My grandmother had diabetes. She got it. She was like, "Oh, dang it! Now I can't have Coca-Cola." Like, cause her refrigerator always just had Coca-Colas in there. She drank them all the time. She ate pie and shit.
Probably led to the diabetes.
Of course, it gave her the diabetes. But when she got it, she
I
was
have
like,
a theory about how she contracted the diabetes.
but they told her, "Hey, lady, you could lose your foot. You're 62. You got to get off the." And she was like, "Oh, okay. Well, take all that out of my diet." And she lost like 20 pounds and like lived
And then
until the
wasn't
cancer got her.
diabetic anymore.
Yeah, she wasn't diabetic anymore, and she lived until the cancer got her.
Well, if you have type 2, you can do that. Like type 1,
No.
there's no getting rid of that.
Yeah, you
right?
can tough your way out of type 1. Just like not pneumonia. Yeah, you tough your way out of pneumonia. You can just fight your way out of that. But
It's mind over matter.
It is mind over matter. Thank you.
Mhm.
Someone who knows.
You have to
Were
believe.
you at the time? Did you want to do that Tony Robbins thing at the airport too?
The Tony Robbins thing at the airport.
You ever go on one of those?
No, I never went to a Tony Robbins seminar
No?
at the airport. No, the little like the airport Marriott where he's like, I'm gonna tell. Isn't Tony Robbins that guy who's like 7 feet tall?
He looks like one of the monsters, but he's motivational. Yeah,
yeah. What a
He actually looks like a
job.
European basketball player with a touch of the gigantism.
yeah. Like his
Like, he's got a
forehead's too
little of it.
big. There's a little bit too much brow
He's got
bone there.
like he's got like these like poking out at the sides like Fred Flintstone, like these little triangles next to his ears.
yeah,
those
he's
guys
like
look,
the tallest you can be without needing a cane.
yeah, it's too tall.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure we've done it before, but too tall or too short. I'm like 7'2" or 5'2".
Make me 7'2". I get reverse Chinese leg lengthening syndrome.
yeah.
Fucking, I get leg shortening. Now I'm 6'4".
All right, here's the difference though. The 7'2" guy, 4-inch penis. The 5'2" guy, 8-inch penis. Imagine what it looks like on the frames.
That is
Women want
hilarious.
the height,
Both
man.
of those
It
are
doesn't-
funny.
Women are
5'2" and hung like a horse. Or
How about this?
7'2"
I'm
baby
3.
dick.
I'm 3'11", and my dick is
You don't get
4
the chick
feet long.
reality.
It's an awful medical issue. It's totally unusable. It doesn't get hard.
No, make it prehensile. Like now you can grab things with it. You can
Oh,
do
yeah.
little mo-
Like an
you can
elephant's
smoke
trunk.
with it, like an elephant
Yeah,
trunk. You got a
yeah.
little joint in there, this little J with your cock in it.
That could be good. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take
Oh,
the
Oh,
magic
imagine
unit.
offering a woman a
You're
hit
really-
of a joint, but you're
You're-
holding it with your dick. Your dick.
How
comes
about
out
this?
your
How about I have a body like the son of the dude in Mad Max, where he's
Yes,
like
the
in
little
that
baby
shitty
guy.
little like you're that thing, but like the reason you're on an elevating platform is because you have 7 feet of dick just hanging down.
It's like
And it's
coiled up.
and it's almost it's coiled, but there's also like a branch where there's penises off the side. You can fuck dozens
You
of people.
coil it up like Indiana Jones's whip on your hip.
But don't be silly,
You're right.
Yeah, that would be the winning move. Maybe being a dwarf.
I'm going to be
There's something about
5'2",
being a dwarf.
I'm moving to Southeast Asia, and I'm just going to wreck house with my gigantic peen. Like a 7'2" tall, 7'2" white man. What am I going to do with myself? Like, it's just not going to work, especially with that like tiny penis. Like now like houses don't fit anymore.
Yeah, every plane is a fucking nightmare. You have to buy gigantic cars to drive around.
I think the odds of being an NBA player incredibly high if you're 7 foot tall.
You have to go back to a young age.
It's like 50-50.
No, we're turning you right now into one of these things. You have to live as in your your current age as that man.
Do I have to? I'd rather
yes, 5'2" or 7'2".
You have to.
5'2".
Of course, it's 5'2".
Yeah.
I mean, 5'2" is the answer that makes more sense. You could be kind of like a spy. No one suspects you.
Isn't that
You're
interesting
sly.
that we're all so afraid of being short that we're really weighing this out? it's like, do you want to be a freak with a baby dick or a little bit shorter than average?
All of our
if
short
option
kings out
3
there.
was become a werewolf, some people would go with that. Clearly.
Well, I mean,
cool.
That's kind of cool. Like, genuinely, people would be impressed by that.
No, not a cool werewolf. The kind where
werewolves
3
fuck
nights
Christine
a month.
Stewart. That's that might be her name.
It's
Christine
essentially instead of menstruating, you have to be chained in a place at night, or you'll murder your family, and you're always worried the bonds will break.
Oh, okay. So you have no.
Do I still get my BPAP?
No, you're a werewolf, not a wolf man.
You're a werewolf, not a wolf. Yeah, you have your BPAP on.
You fool!
You're fucking. You're dying because your wolf mouth doesn't seal correctly.
The lips are blowing out.
Man, that sucks though, right? Like, all right. Here's the other thing: would you care about being tall if women didn't care? Like, what do you think we'd care if women didn't care?
For the I don't think women really care how strong you are. I think it's mostly for guys.
I'm talking about height, though.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm drawing a parallel. Like, would you care about being strong? Because women don't really.
Yeah.
Being like 6'7", like Harley's height. Harley's the biggest dude in like every room he walks into. That would be pretty sweet, at least for a while, to be like 6'7" and just be like.
I do think it would
gigantic.
be cool to just tower over people, man. You're just kind of looking down at them all the time.
Yeah,
cool temporarily. I think 6'4" is a better height.
I think 6'4" is the best height. Like everything's still mostly is working for your size. You're not like one of those tall people where you look disproportioned and weird because of your height and like your limbs aren't the right length.
Yeah,
it like that's the
that
good
is
height.
pretty good, and you're also rare, right? 6'2" is a great height. 6'3" is a great height, but you bump into them, like it.
Yeah.
6'4", you're like, I bet that's 0.5% less.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, less than 0.5%. Like an actual 6'4"
especially if you use a couple
cool.
different other things that are going to be pretty relevant, like race and I don't know, location and income or whatever. Like now you're just like this tiny fraction of human beings who are men who have a white collar job essentially and a couple other considerations.
Is telling dick jokes on the internet a white collar job?
Yeah. I think it definitely is. This is not hard. This is mostly.
I think a blue collar job involves middle management giving you tasks, and sometimes you smell after work. If none of those things are true, then it's not white collar and blue collar.
I think if no one's bossing you around, if you're because if you're like an independent plumber, no.
We're more like AC repairmen or something.
Yeah,
I guess. So
like, how dirty are we getting, really?
Like tank top.
We're like crab fishermen.
I think the idea of a blue collar job is you're wearing a colored shirt to disguise some of the stains from the physical labor you're performing. Whereas a white collar job,
until you said physical labor.
Woody works out a lot
for blue collar.
Yeah.
And then white collar is like you're in an office. You're not got to worry about that. Am I wrong?
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Blue collar is like what someone's wearing.
Blue collars, you're in the factory floor.
No
you're
dress code.
moving.
No drug testing. Thank God.
No. We should implement drug testing.
Oh my fucking! I'd be so upset.
We're all fired.
What if that was somewhere in a contract? We were all like a lot.
You know how we did the fitness test? We should do a drug test. And I think I'm gonna get back on the ketamine, get some mushrooms, stay on the pot. I could win
off
this.
the pot.
Run up the score. Stay on the pot. Dude, that's what a heavy user says. Stay on the pot.
I got 4 substances in me. What you got? What you bringing, huh?
On the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia podcast, they've been drinking this drink recently, and they've been talking about like, man, this makes me feel kind of high. Like this is good stuff. I can't remember the name of it. They're talking about every episode. Turns out it's got kratom in it. It is getting people high.
Oh shit! Wait,
yeah, you just buy.
Are you allowed to put kratom in a fucking drink?
Yeah, in the U.S. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. If you Google, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia kratom drink, you'll find. You can order some right now. But they've been getting fucking stoned drinking that goddamn kratom drink.
Yeah, I don't need to explore kratom.
No, you can go to the gas station here and buy like a 2-pound bag of kratom just sitting there for no apparent reason. Like it's an old school apothecary.
Do we know what does kratom make you feel? And are there any
it stimulates opioid receptors in your brain.
Is it addictive?
Yes.
Oh, I don't really like that.
And I think it has withdrawal effects that are nasty. But I could be
wrong.
wrong.
For my drugs to be emotionally addictive.
It would be emotionally addictive too when your opioid receptors were not getting opium and you were a fucking bitch to be around and freaking out.
Kratom's cheap though. You just get a 2-pound bag. And
kratom,
solid, right?
Yeah. I don't see how this could be a problem.
Can you imagine Woody does a line of green ass kratom comes up, fucking green. That took the edge off, boys. Yeah.
I never knew who was buying the kratom. Like when I would go to those head shops, like it felt like they were always trying to push kratom. Like, do you want to try this Mang Da blue kratom? And it's like, no, I'm at the weed store. Like, I'm here for weed.
I already know what I want.
If they're selling it to you, it must be okay.
That's true.
It's legal, but not okay.
Yeah, I was only joking, by the way. Don't take it to heart, any listeners.
Yeah,
I don't know
look,
what kratom is.
If you want to get a healthy fix, you just want to head over to dbg.com or whatever their website is.
RealDBG.com.
Get yourself some safe, powerful gummies and vapes, but don't do kratom because that's just I can't imagine that's a good idea.
Get those gummies. They're fantastic.
The gummies.
Unless we get ourselves some kratom pills, in which case then then buy some kratom. Let's get on that.
We're in the kratom gummies. Let's get it going. No, don't.
Kratom is one of those drugs that it's like, there's no way this slipped under the radar. Like, what's
let us know in the
here?
comments. Would you like a kratom drink or a kratom supplement from us? We could mix it in with the lock and load. So you're just a. Never mind.
We're just all
delete the last 35 seconds.
Not a good idea.
Yeah, no, we not want to do that. We got him. We're gonna
little kratom in that lock.
What we're gonna do is get him addicted to the gayest drug in the world. Kratom.
Yeah, we should have been putting kratom in the lock and load from the start, huh?
Yeah, my idea was nicotine. Just get people wildly addicted.
Yeah, give it that smooth
Can you put nicotine
taste.
in something without telling people?
It's frowned on.
It's frowned on.
Yes.
That's not illegal, my friend.
No, you're saying yes.
A lot of things you're saying go nuts.
Are you talking about like a fine?
I don't. You'd get in so much trouble if you put nicotine in. It would get caught.
Like we come up with our own tobacco, essentially, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, kratom, fucking blueberries. Tobacco.
I have a new topic for you unmarried guys. When looking at a girl, how important is her career?
Can you be more specific? Because all right, so I think it matters that I don't want someone who's like homeless, essentially. Like, and there's, I'm not talking about a street bum. I'm talking about like new age homeless. Like she's just always hanging out with somebody else. She's bouncing around from her mom's house for 2 months to like some guy to 2 or 3 girlfriends who have a place. Like there are a lot of people who just kind of move around, mostly attractive women because they're allowed to do that. I don't want somebody who's like that, who doesn't have like a stable income sort of thing going on. Doesn't need to be like, I don't care about your income as long as you can. You need to support yourself. Like you shouldn't go under if I'm not here.
Okay.
Yeah.
But,
that's
kind of. Is it a big plus if she's like, I mean,
making money
and awesome? Yeah.
To a point, I think there's a middle ground where it's annoying and then there's a high ground where it's like, holy shit, gotta lock this down. like if it's a girl who makes like $120,000 a year who's working hard, that could be not a great thing, because she's putting in a lot of hours. She's probably not around a lot.
She's going for partner,
and when she is, she's probably tired from all the working and stuff. But if it's somebody who's
exhausted,
but if she's like the fucking vice president of operations at Sony or something, it's like, how much do you make, Miss Rothstein?
Yeah.
God, you're beautiful.
Ish.
Yeah, you could stomach a lot for somebody who had like a position
for a billionaire. Oh yeah,
it's probably a lot more.
Someone in a position of power like that, who like, all right, I don't care if you can change the zoning laws, around here, but like if you could stick me in a movie or something, or like give me access to things, that's the kind of power that's attractive.
That's real high up, though.
If I can get to meet people, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Like
that's the point where you
it's not too
if you're talking about like normal like girls, I totally agree with you that like, yeah, you don't want someone who has no work ethic and doesn't know how to support themselves. Like
that's the worst.
That's not good at all. But at the same time, like I don't really care like what the job is. Like it doesn't really matter to me. Like I guess a bunch of money would be a bonus, but like
sure you do.
If I really liked a girl a lot and she was a barista, I don't give a fuck. Like it doesn't matter.
Just picked a career that you want her to have. That like, what if she's a construction worker? What if she
cool? I would love some help around the house.
Kyle's like, what if she has a job that keeps her really fit? I'm like, oh no.
I was like, what if she's got 15 sweaty Mexican buddies hanging around all the time drinking your cervezas?
She's jacking me off with like really calloused hands.
Sheetrock? I mean, come on.
That's
like,
I got a hole in my drywall. I could in my basement.
Exactly.
All right, fair.
Fix up the gazebo.
Yeah, honestly,
build a little.
You
awning.
just nail on. You just
the job I want. A new kink.
The job I want desperately is a handy woman. Like I want a woman who can come in and be like, boom, this faucet taken care of, this fixed, like that. That's there we go.
She's got her own tools.
I care about. I want a woman to show up with her own tools. Her tools are better than mine. She knows how to fix it. I'm like on YouTube.
DeWalt.
I'm 30 seconds into the first YouTube video and learning how to fix it, and she's going, no, I know how to handle it. I know how to screw the screws in and do the piping. Plumber. She has to be a plumber and an electrician.
I like the way you try to talk about fixing things. It's hilarious. She does the screws and the poking and the plumbing.
Yeah, the piping.
Yeah, you definitely need
the electricity is feeding.
All right, how about this? How about she's again like a level above where we would normally be hunting, and everything's great, but she is actually a fucking Nazi.
How much money does she make? She
doesn't make any because she spends a lot of time supporting the cause.
So she's totally homeless. She is total.
Oh, no. She stays at the commune where they train. She's a part of a militia group.
A Nazi commune.
This is a bad catch, Kyle.
Strange. Yeah, what's the winning part of this?
She looks like blonde. She looks like one of the Hitler Youth. She's like
blonde
hair,
not
blue
fat.
eyes. She's fit as fuck. She runs. Every day.
Makes a good point.
10 kilometers every morning she runs, Woody.
Yeah, I mean,
she doesn't get an income, but she goes to Jewish households and confiscates their property, and
that's income technically.
And she doesn't report it, and so it's okay.
She's a reparations officer.
She's and you said 10 miles a day,
10K. It's not a big deal. You knock out 10K in a couple hours.
Easy. I looked up the law thing, by the way.
Not even that.
Settlements are taxed unless it's for getting hurt.
Oh, injury.
Yeah, that's where I messed it up.
Specifically physical injury, not
emotional damage and carnage.
Oh, definitely. That checks
I think it described it as physical harm. So, Zach looked it up before me. Okay.
So, yes or no on the neo-Nazi?
So she has tattoos. Bouncing around, living on a She has
not anymore.
Tattoos.
She would love to move in with you.
But all those girls only become Nazis because they have a Nazi boyfriend. The second she comes over to you, you just
her brothers.
Her
friends with
you just change your mind.
It's her brothers and her father. They're all Nazis.
You know what I would do?
You're her new daddy. Daddy loves the Jews.
Yes, that's what you do. You go in with.
You're gonna be like, watch. We're gonna watch a couple seasons of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I'm gonna change your whole thing around.
just watch this Chinese food restaurant episode from Seinfeld. You'll crack up.
I've known some guys who were like way more anti-Semitic before I made them watch Curb, and they're like, well, I guess they're not all bad.
Yeah, I guess they're not. I guess this one's okay.
I went the other way. I started like noticing just how many that like it's like, do y'all have any Gentile friends? Like, do y'all just not fuck with us? Like, what the hell? Like, nobody?
That's big.
They're very.
I love Curb.
That's anti-Gentile.
Oh. But yeah, I think I could stomach the neo-Nazi. I'm down. Sure, I'll get on board. Like as long as I don't have to like Sig Heil or anything, like show up to any rally.
If she's a real deal Nazi with Nazi tattoos, I bet I could like
one Nazi tattoo.
What
it's
is
like
it?
A tasteful one. It's one of the ones that's like a dog whistle,
like a bleacher on the ass.
No, it's on her delt. She's got good delts.
It's on her delt.
Yeah.
That's a terrible place for a swastika.
Yeah, it's like let's imagine it says like 88 and a couple lightning bolts.
Yeah, that's definitely like very obviously a Nazi tattoo.
Oh yeah.
So you're gonna like she's gonna be wearing spaghetti straps, and you're gonna have to be like, what are you gonna do?
She wears like a white wife beater all the time, like Linda Hamilton in Terminator 2, which you've never fucking seen because you're a piece of shit.
Does she have hair?
I think I could stomach the Nazi lady though.
Is she a skinhead? Does she have hair?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's this long like blonde ponytail. Like remember Captain Planet, the Russian chick? It looks like her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're
She's
going
like this
with
perfect Aryan like specimen. Like she could be running through the hills of Bavaria. Just
Were you watching Captain Planet thinking, look at that gorgeous Aryan specimen? I never got that.
That's exactly what I got amongst the rest of those mud people with their stupid fucking heart.
The Kenyan guy?
Give me your ring, you little bitch.
Dude, the heart guy was like 100% the loser of the group. Everyone else could do cool shit
because they spread disease, and I'd take his ring away, and I'd be the leader because now I've got the bullshit ring and fire or whichever one I was.
Yeah.
The black kid had Earth. That
the fire ring blew the pants off of every other ring.
Wind, water, and earth.
Fire is cool. It's fire.
Cool.
As a kid,
Fire's
it was
cooler,
like,
but if you really think about it, the other ones are more useful.
I think
I'd rather not be invited to the group than be the heart guy.
Set a fire as opposed to moving the earth or water around. Like
I can call it earthquakes.
Yeah, typhoons.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, the water one's pretty.
I'd be an eco-terrorist for sure.
They're all good except for the heart. I don't even remember what the heart one does. Like it changes people's minds.
It makes animals feel like compassion.
Yeah, I think it's like an animal controller or something like that. It's real dumb.
Sucks.
That kid's haircut was a joke.
The cartoon character's haircut,
fucking savage American bowl cut going on. Like, Kwame was his guy.
He looked just like the kid from the Jungle Book. I remember as a kid, I thought it was the kid from
Mowgli.
Mowgli is the Jungle Book kid.
Jungle Book, yeah.
I can't remember who Kwame is.
I keep thinking of Carlos from Magic School Bus.
Oh, I watched.
Did you ever see the Hitler episode of Captain Planet? They went back in time to World War II Germany, and famously, Captain Planet sees Hitler, and he's like, "Oh!" And they're like, "What's wrong? He's not polluting or anything." And he's like, "The hate in his heart is stronger than any pollution." And you're like, "You're weak to hatred in someone's heart." That's the ever, Captain Planet. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's a terrible, like, embarrassing weakness of his. Is he gets next to someone who's just really super duper mean, and he can't control wind anymore. Yeah, he's got to keep that under wraps. Don't let people know that about his weaknesses. Or
what if? All right, here's one. What if?
Around.
Lovely young lady and everything, but perfectly acceptable. She doesn't have any ears. She doesn't have any ears. She wears those fake ears that stick on like Mr. Potato Head. But Taylor, here's the thing.
They're also white plastic.
No. They look real as shit. But here's the thing, Taylor. Like,
can she hear?
Perfectly fine. Yes, she just doesn't have ears.
It was a valid question.
There are holes in
you
her
laughed
head.
at the idiocy of a question of can a person with no ears?
I didn't say her eardrums are missing.
Can she speak?
That could be part of it.
That someone cut her ears off, and now she doesn't have fucking
missing
ears.
Her outer ears. Okay.
The outer.
I don't want a woman with those kind of enemies. No, thank you. Oh, your ex was the head of the whatever the fuck cartel? Yeah, you can get the hell out of my house.
No, it was a fishing accident. It was a thresher shark. It came up and whipped its tail, and the tail sliced her off her ear. Google that. Like look, the thresher shark has that tail that it's kind of a wives' tail,
that
but it
cuts off people's ears famously.
Yeah, it could cut off a human ear. I don't know how you get both of them, but in her case, it did.
Thresher sharks are scary.
They're cool.
Yeah.
Separate incidents.
They're cool.
Lost her ears in separate incidents.
So that's the kind of body part you could easily get like a prosthetic.
Its tail.
Nobody would even notice.
Look at that.
Your ears.
It's like a tuna with its
ears
tail.
off. Yeah, it flicks it out of the water and slices people's ears off. It cut you young ladies. Amelia lost her ears in that manner. But here's the problem. Like, even though she has those nice prosthetics, anytime the two of you are alone, she pops them off and you can see into her ear holes.
And she's a Nazi too?
No, she's straight up like whatever you want her to be, she's that. She's politically like disenfranchised.
Okay. No ears at all.
No
Not
ears
even
at
like
all.
little
And she
bits
never
of
wears them when you two are alone. If you are alone in a room, sex, TV, fucking like at the movies, in the car.
Does she wear
Not
hats?
in the car. She wears them in the car. But at home, indoors alone, always ears off. Holes exposed. Her hair doesn't cover them. She wears it's bad. It's bad.
I'm gonna have to pass on this. I'm gonna have to say no, thank you. That's I didn't realize till now how much I appreciate ears. Kind of adding a balance to the head. You know, you would look silly without ears.
You ever see those people who get rotation plasty?
What is that?
That's when you have like a little baby club foot. Like one of your legs is normal, but the other one's like fucked. So they turn it around so you have a backwards foot. And I always thought, man, I could never be with a girl who had a rotation plasty.
Yeah, I've seen those now.
Weird.
Zach, can you pull up a rotation plasty where it's...
Would a girl with no legs be an interesting fuck?
I would rather have one leg is not even a disability to me. It's almost a plus, if I'm being honest. Like, well, if I could get her to fuck another chick with that stub, that would be hot as shit. Like if I could... I've seen this before, where she's lost her leg, but they saved the foot, so they stuck it on backwards to keep it alive. Is that what's going on here?
No, they stick it on backwards so that you can use it as a knee for an artificial.
Thank you.
You like plug your foot in.
If you bring up my page real quick, I have an actual picture.
They should cut off half the foot.
No, I need those toes. They're so they're gonna push the buttons inside the prosthetic.
It's literally just making a knee out of a foot.
Out of a foot, yeah.
Out of an ankle.
All right, see, I can't do with this.
That is insane. That
this is a no.
We can do this.
Who came up with that? Who was like, hold on,
that is
what if I twist their
I guarantee it's Battlefield. I guarantee
it's such a good idea.
I guarantee if you look at who came up with this, it's some sort of Battlefield shit. We learned it in Vietnam or something to save people's legs. I bet.
That's ingenious.
And medical science is often like that. But I couldn't deal with that. That's a no on a girl. I also couldn't go no ears. Because I'm imagining there was this X-Files episode where the guy, like at the end, pulled off all these prosthetics to show that he was this awful. And the look of him with no with the ear holes has just stuck in my head to this day. Couldn't deal with that.
Very reptilian.
But no leg, I'd be pretty chill with. Especially, like I said, if it's from the knee down and she could like stub fuck some other bitch while I watch, that'd be fucking hot.
You think she would be into that?
She'll get into it.
She'll get into it.
She doesn't have a lot of options. She's a fucking peg leg. What are you going to do?
You do pirate role play.
Yeah. Like
he gets tired of you being Blackbeard.
Look, you stick that stub in fucking Hochi over there, or we got a problem. That's what I'm going to say.
And she's going to be like, well, this Kyle guy, he's a pretty good guy. I don't want to lose him. I better do it.
And Hochi's going to be like, no, not again. Shut up, Hochi.
Damn, Hochi seems like the real victim here.
No.
My God.
No, she's bought and paid for at Kyle's house. Like that's
it's a sex doll. It's a sex doll.
She lives in a container, a shipping container in the backyard.
Okay. No, it's like it's kind of like in Pulp Fiction. Remember the little GIMP box that they had the fellow in?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. How could you exist in there? Like, how long since that guy pissed, right? Jesus.
I did always have more questions about the GIMP. I was always like, so is he just in there all the time?
It wouldn't work, dude. Like, you'd be all filthy and sweaty. Like, you'd be all cramped up and like that's absurd that he's just living in that box.
Yeah, he wouldn't live in there.
It doesn't really work.
Yeah. He'd be just too disgusting for
like
other pawn shop.
I mean, presumably you want to fuck this dude, right? Like, that's the whole point. So you'd want him kind of cleaned up or something. You wouldn't want him just wearing leather in a little box all the time.
Yeah, that would smell bad. Unless that's what they're into.
You want to keep him in the shower all day.
Of course, they did like butt fuck Ving Rhames, so it's not. I doubt they're into you know.
Yeah, and Ving Rhames had been chasing Bruce Willis all day. There's no way he wasn't sweaty.
Oh my God, I bet he stunk. They were all.
That was
sweaty.
the other question.
They did hose him down a little.
Yeah. Why were they excited to have the Gimp fuck Ving Rhames? Like, is that what they get off on? Don't you want to fuck the Gimp?
I think they were like they basically were like, oh, our sex party just got more deviant, and then like
they just like rape
just
of any
like,
story.
I think the Gimp was a previous customer, and they were going to make Bruce Willis and Ving Rhames into more Gimps to be living down there. You know, I think they just wanted the Gimp to watch Bruce Willis, which didn't work out well for anyone, I guess, except for Bruce Willis.
Yeah,
that's one of my favorite scenes ever.
Ving Rhames is okay though, right?
Pretty far.
Well played. I can't believe I didn't see that unfold.
Ooh, yeah, that was rough. As a kid, my heart was pounding. I was like, "Come on, Bruce, pick a weapon and go!" Like he's pounding him out down there. You got to get to work. I didn't know what he was doing, of course, the first time.
Well, the problem was I always watched Pulp Fiction on TV, and that scene obviously always got cut. So I was like, well, what's going on there? All I know is that he goes down there, and there's something happens, and then he comes back out.
Oh, my.
You never knew. You're just like, something mysterious and probably
something mysterious happened in that room. I don't know what.
Yeah, that was a great part where you're like, every second that you look at different brands of baseball bat, he's being raped. You have to get down there and stop him. And he's like
checking the swing, the balance.
Yeah.
It's like, Bruce, you gotta have a sense. You gotta have a sense of urgency here. Like
he's fishing through the golf clubs. Like, I don't know, a driver or a 3-iron.
I'm not. It's like halfway down the stairs. Nah, goes back up.
Wait, does that happen?
No.
It like is adjacent to what does happen. Like I'm like, do I remember this right?
Yeah, he gets that fucking katana, and it's that's a wonderful scene. That's a good fucking movie.
That is. I need to watch
Pulp
that again.
Fiction is a good movie. Controversial take.
Yeah. Other good movies.
Deliverance is the other one that has that rape scene that just really was off-putting.
I thought you were gonna like call another good movie, like another hot take.
Another movie.
Shawshank Redemption.
I
think it's good.
Do you know a way to make the Deliverance scene not impactful to you at all? Watch Oz. That rape in Deliverance is a breath of fresh air on Oz.
Good guys win, walk away happy.
I don't know about happy. Deliverance is a great movie. Filmed here in Georgia on the river.
Ooh.
Absolutely. Ooh. It's little local gym made here. Those are real Georgians in there, I'm sure. Even that retarded fellow. My favorite thing is when y'all it's when y'all believe that clearly special needs child was playing that banjo like a maestro or some shit.
Sometimes autistic people can take one look at a whole city and draw all the windows correctly. You never know what they can do.
Like he just plays that one song really well.
He plays that one song
wears diapers the rest of the time. He's like, that's all he's got on his plate.
No, man, one time I was in I forget what it was. I was in some government building, and they had an autistic kids what was it? It was autistic adults art exhibit, and I took pictures of this one guy's exhibit. And I think I still have a couple of them where it was just every monster that appears in his dreams, but they're all Timmy Tooth Time, and his teeth can tell you the time. And most of the monsters were teeth themed. And I was like, autistic guys are not playing the piano. They're obsessing over human teeth and dreaming about weird cartoon characters. Only 1 out of 100 do you get a guy playing the violin or whatever.
Yeah. Otherwise you get a lot of anime pillows, I would imagine.
You get a lot of Chris Chans. You get a lot of that, Yeah. A lot of guys.
Well, Chris Chan is a bit of an artist.
Chris Chan is what do you call it? I've said that I think the Chris Chan universe is deeper than Eric July's. I see a lot of similarities, sadly.
Dude, the Chris Chan universe is deeper than DC. And I don't know anything about DC or Marvel, but it's deeper than both.
It's got deep
these
lore.
two don't know anything about Chris Chan. It's for people who are online so much. I have no idea how you've never encountered Chris Chan.
Describe him in a sentence.
He is
a retarded man who raped his mother.
Oh, I know that guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
It's just.
I was gonna start off slower with the fucking Pikachu pendant, but no, that's what he did.
You gotta go back. You got to go back to where it really starts. Was he won a Toys R Us Sonic the Hedgehog mail-in contest as a 10-year-old boy. So there's a video somewhere. There's a video of a young Chris Chan, a 10-year-old Chris Chan, going, every day I would send my letter to Sonic. And I won the contest and I got that. And you're like, wow, you never knew that this young autistic boy and his family's so happy. They're like, oh, he's such a clever boy. Like, you never thought someday he would go on to have sex with his own mother. What a horrible timeline that is.
There's a lot of plot development in between those things, but there's like if you look up like the Chris Chan documentaries, there's like 50 parts. I haven't watched more than like 2 of them, I don't think. But it is bizarre. It is staring into the abyss.
You know, I think I'd rather watch Otter Dynasty or something like that. You know, there's so much. Dude, there's another show. There's a show called Naked and Alone now. It's like, who fucking cares? It's blurred out. If they'd make a goddamn Naked and Anything show where they were actually naked, I might fucking watch. Who cares if they're blurred out naked? Yeah. I don't understand the draw.
I want one alone, afraid.
And on LSD, but they don't know it. That's what I'd love to see. Like, start dosing the water with LSD and put like 5 guys in a capsule and tell them that they're going to space or something. And
there's too much success in the beginning. They need to make the show sick and starving.
I understand Kyle's
Here's
point.
The show I want. Here's the show I want.
It isn't super easy to jerk off to Naked and Afraid, but I like it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I want people. The point is, you have to jerk off to the fear, not the nakedness. Yeah. That's how you make it work.
You're doing it wrong.
Yeah, you guys forget about the naked part.
I would like. I would like. I don't know why no one has made a show where it's sort of their horror movies made like this, but why can't you make a show where they think there's been an emergency, the contestants, the people on the show, but there really hasn't. Yeah. Like, all right, let's say we get 5 people together and we're like, hey, you've won the James Cameron fucking Titanic experience. You're going to get in the submersible and go down. And we've actually built, an underwater facility down there. And your guys are going to get to we're going to couple. And then you send them down there in a fake submersible that just looks like they're going down, and then fake drop them to the bottom of the ocean and make them live down there for a while, thinking that they're stuck on the bottom of the ocean. I'd much rather watch that than any naked in a fucking fake show. Like, have 5 people going insane because obviously phones won't work down there. They're like, we're cut off from the surface. Like, ration the. We were only supposed to be here for 3 days. There's only enough food for 3 days. We got to ration the food. Do that to some people.
I think you'd be sued for causing a.
No, you can make them sign something, dude. Nobody reads.
Dude, I don't know if you can get them to sign something.
Dude, let's do our own.
Nobody reads them. Nobody reads the agreements.
Let's flip the script. We'll do our own show.
So many agreements. Like we'd go somewhere to film, and they'd be like, "Yeah, sign through all this," and it's like, I didn't bring my lawyer. But what are we gonna do? Go home?
There was a reality show like that, Kyle. It was called The Colony. They took a bunch of people and they put them in this warehouse, and we're meant to believe that they think the world has ended. So they're trying to create energy and clean water and shit like that. Here's the thing. I watched that show and I found it not very believable. And then a few years later, I was in the finals of a dancing competition that took place in the same building that it was filmed. And I realized how impossibly fake it was, how they can see around. They're in a block. There's traffic and planes and everything. It was in LA. It was in Hollywood. This thing was filmed.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
I just don't know why you can't do it for real. I feel like people will sign anything if they think they've won a contest, and then you get them there and they're like, oh yeah, you have to sign this. This is protecting us in case you do anything. They'll just sign it. Everyone signs those. We all agree to that shit, especially if you send it to them on their phone. Oh my fucking God. You send them a PDF 30 pages deep, they'll agree. They're giving you their organs if anything goes wrong. You can do anything you want. And then it'd be, man, I'd love to see people losing their shit for real. But what I don't want to see is fakery. There's this show right now. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what it fucking is. It's Ronda Rousey's on it. And her and a bunch of other her level celebrity, and they're fake in a fake Mars colony, and I don't know, fighting against each other like Survivor, like a reality show. I don't know if we're to believe that they're pretending to be on Mars. They believe they're on Mars. I don't even understand the fucking premise that they're fake Martian astronauts doing. I couldn't stand 30 seconds of it. It was so atrocious. I don't know what Ronda Rousey's doing there. Everybody on there was just, I don't understand what that show.
Ronda
Solid
Rousey's
or
not really had. She was supposed to be the next big thing or whatever, and that did not work out at all.
She wasn't popular in wrestling.
Or she was in was it the DMX? No, not what is it? Triple X.
Mm-hmm.
The revival of the Triple X movie franchise. I remember seeing that.
He was in a lot of films.
You know, they should revive DMX.
He's in one of
They should.
that Sylvester Stallone the Expendables movies. She got a little A-list run there. She did all the talk shows and everything. But then when she lost, that was it.
The worst thing she did was they, for some reason, decided to make her the voice of Sonya Blade in the recent Mortal Kombat games.
Oh, nice.
And you're like, oh, this bitch cannot voice act at all. She's like,
why would you get a fighter?
I'm here to fight you. And you're like, oh, just get an actual voice actor.
That's the same thing as Armageddon when they get the oil drillers to be astronauts. This makes no fucking sense. Why would you get a fight?
Yeah, it's stupid.
Get a voice actor.
Anyway.
You guys want
we lost you.
Oh,
you guys want to call it a program? Call it a show?
if we must.
Yeah.
Be sure to check out Vito's links below, superkiller.org. Check that out. Also, check out all the wonderful sponsors from this evening's episode.
Very good. PKA,
Fantastic.
650